Prologue. Warning. This novel falls into the horror, occult, and superstition genres. All the chants in the story are real, with descriptions of ghosts and spirits. Contains scenes of danger, blood, haunting, and cruelty. Readers under the age of 18, please use your discretion when reading. In a small house in an overcrowded community late one night, Khem, a slender 18-year-old high school senior, stared intently at the screen of an old computer. He was downloading his university entrance exam results with tense anticipation. To his left, a desk clock showed exactly midnight. To his right, a small cake with candles provided the only light in the dark room. The ticking of the clock's hands echoed in his head, adding to his stress until he clenched his jaw tightly. Finally, the results appeared, showing he had been accepted into the university and faculty of his choice. Yes, Khem exclaimed with joy. He clasped his hands in prayer for a smooth university life, then leaned down to blow out the candle. Yes, today was Khem's 19th birthday. In the dim room, lit only by the computer screen, the young man ate his cake while looking at pictures of the university he had just been accepted into. He ate, looked, and smiled with happiness until he glanced at the clock and jumped in surprise. 2 in the morning already? Tomorrow, Khem needed to hurry to the temple to tell the abbot the good news. With that thought, he quickly finished his meal, shut down his computer, washed the dishes, brushed his teeth, and went to bed. In his deep sleep, Khem dreamed of something he had never seen before. In the dream, it was like an old film being projected, showing an old Thai house from the era when slavery still existed. Khem saw a little girl playing in the house. Several servants chased after her, but they could never catch her. The girl laughed joyfully, looking mischievous and full of fun. Then, the scene shifted to an eggshell-colored wooden house from a time when cars were already common in Thailand. The atmosphere was reminiscent of the 1980s. Khem stood in front of this wooden house, peering inside through the window rather impolitely. He saw a couple, a man and a woman, dining together at the table. They smiled at each other with happiness. Khem furrowed his brows at the sight, feeling a gentle squeeze in his heart. He clutched his shirt over his chest. "What are you looking at?" A cold, stern voice came from behind him. Khem's heart pounded with shock. His body stiffened as he felt someone's breath right behind him. Khem tried to turn around to look, but his body wouldn't move. The warm atmosphere around him gradually grew cold, making his hair stand on end. The eggshell-colored house before him transformed into an abandoned, desolate-looking dwelling. Khem gritted his teeth, trying to wake himself up. "This is crazy. Wake up, Khem, wake up. Do you want to stay here with me?" Khem jolted as a gentle breath moved closer. Fear overwhelmed him until his body began to tremble. "Stay together, just the two of us." Silence. "Do you want it?" For a split second, Khem considered agreeing just to escape the discomfort, but then he heard a voice in his ear. "Khem, it's time to wake up, son." Gasp. Khem jolted upright in bed, looking around his bedroom in alarm. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed something on the floor nearby. A tiger skin amulet necklace, which Khem had worn for as long as he could remember. When had it come off? This amulet was a sacred item, blessed by a monk long ago with the power to protect from unseen dangers. Khem's mother had insisted he wear it at all times. Even on the last day of her life, his mother had emphasized that he must never take it off. The thing was, Khem was born into a cursed family, a curse related to childbirth. If the child was a daughter, she would be safe. But if it was a son, he would die before turning 20. So his mother named him Khemjira, a name typically for a girl, to ward off the curse. It meant safe forever. Although Khem wasn't particularly fond of the necklace's design, he never disobeyed his mother. Whatever she said, Khem followed. After she passed away from illness 7 years ago, he continued to wear it, seeing it as a keepsake from her. For 18 years, Khem had lived relatively unharmed, with only the minor accidents typical of a clumsy person, but nothing serious. Everything had been normal until last night. In all his life, this was the first time Khem had dreamed, and it was a strange, frightening dream he couldn't describe. Khem tried to calm himself down, though still unnerved by the vivid feeling from the dream. Once he regained his composure, he picked up the amulet and put it back around his neck. Then he showered and dressed to visit the temple and see the abbot. Khem took a bus taxi to the temple in the district where Abbot Pinto, his birth father, was a monk. 3 years after his mother's death, his father had decided to ordain for life. Khem was exactly 15 at the time. Everything had been decided long before Khem understood much about life. The master who had blessed him with sacred items had instructed that his father should ordain for life at an auspicious time to transfer merit and offset the family's karmic debt, hoping it would extend Khem's life. That was the reason his father gave him, and Khem remembered crying in refusal. Khem thought losing one parent was enough. He didn't want to lose his father too, whether through separation or death. But in the end, he couldn't defy his father's and relatives' intentions. He stood there crying, watching his father shave his head and don the saffron robes, walking reluctantly into the temple's ordination hall. After that day, Khem went to live with his paternal relatives. His mother's side of the family refused to take him in, fearing he carried the family curse. Outsiders might call it superstition, but everyone in the family and the village firmly believed it, because no male from his mother's lineage had ever lived past 20. The relatives who volunteered to look after Khem were his uncle and aunt. They took the money Khem's father had provided for his upbringing and his mother's health insurance payout, and used it to live comfortably abroad from the very first day they took him in. They left him with just a few thousand baht in cash and an old house. Khem didn't want to worry his father just days after his ordination, so he kept quiet. Even when his father found out later, there was nothing to be done. He lived alone in that house. Fortunately, the neighbors were kind, regularly bringing him food, and whenever he visited the abbot at the temple, he'd return with plenty to eat. Moreover, Khem's academic performance was quite good, so he received scholarships from the 4th year of secondary school through to the 6th year. His high school years weren't particularly hard, and for university, Khem got in on a scholarship as well. Paying respects, Father Abbot, Khem said, entering the abbot's quarters. He prostrated 3 times before looking up with a faint smile. The abbot returned his gaze gently. The exam results are out, aren't they? The abbot said. Khem scratched his cheek awkwardly, one hand still in a prayer-like gesture. How did you know, Father Abbot? I was planning to surprise you. The abbot gave a small, fond smile. Yesterday, 2 novice monks left for their studies. They told me that the university term has begun. Ahaha. Well, I got into the Faculty of Fine Arts at a university in Bangkok. Khem's voice trailed off to barely a whisper. His hands were still clasped in prayer, and his eyes peeked at the abbot. You have to go all the way to Bangkok, do you? The abbot's demeanor was composed, but his eyes showed concern. Khem shrank a little, knowing how worried the abbot was for his safety. Not just because of the lingering curse, but because he would be alone without adult supervision. But Khem dreamed of becoming an artist. He had been earning extra money by drawing all this time, and had saved enough to afford his school supplies and rent a modest dorm room. Khem wanted to excel in this profession. If he were to die tomorrow, he wanted to have lived his life as he desired at least once. The program I want to study isn't offered here, Khem stated truthfully, wanting to affirm his stance. Seeing his son's determination, Fra Pinto, a monk of many years, understood the truths of life, aging, sickness, and death. These were natural to all humans. He had done everything a father could do. The rest was up to fate. Well then, study hard. Whatever you do, do it with mindfulness and caution. Don't be careless. Khem's smile grew at his father's blessing, and he quickly nodded. Yes, Father Abbot. They spoke a little more. Then Khem paid his respects and left to finish some pending work. At that moment, Fra Finto sat in meditation, watching his son's receding figure, along with the fading shadows of more than one mysterious spirit. Chapter 1. As the new semester approached, Khem moved his belongings into an apartment that was incredibly affordable, though it was quite a distance from the university. But that wasn't an issue for Khem, who preferred walking over driving or taking public transport, unless the distance was too far to walk. For classes, he just needed to wake up early to allow for the walk. You might wonder if he came to study in Bangkok alone, without any friends joining him. The answer is that Khem never had any friends because of the family curse known to everyone in his rural village. No one dared to get close to him for fear of bad luck. Khem understood this well. Everyone loves their own life, and if it were him, he'd probably do the same. But there wasn't any bullying or boycotting. They talked normally, just not close enough to call each other friends. One of the reasons Khem wanted to study in Bangkok was to make friends and have a new social circle. After settling in, he went downstairs to find something to eat. This apartment not only had good rent, but was also near a market. No worries about going hungry here. Ah, this pad thai stand smells good. Khem stopped abruptly when the aroma of pad thai hit him, changing his mind from passing by to ordering instantly. One order of pad thai, please, Annie. Just one wrap. Yes. Doesn't the other person want one? Khem paused, slowly looked around before asking. Who do you mean? Thud. The pad thai vendor accidentally dropped her spatula. Her face paled before she gave a strained smile. Oh, sorry, my eyes are bad, dear. Here, 40 baht. Khem took it, paid, still somewhat confused. While crossing the road, Khem accidentally stepped on his own shoelace, tripping and nearly falling onto the street before quickly retreating back. He intended to bend down and tie his shoelace. Screech. Bam! Before he could even crouch down, Khem heard a loud noise nearby, causing him to hastily look up. His light brown eyes widened when he saw a speeding big bike just under a bus that was stopping to pick up passengers, right in front of him. Everything happened in a split second. If he hadn't stepped back to tie his shoelace, Khem thought about the family curse, then shook his head, trying to think positively to comfort himself. It was just a coincidence. After all, nothing unusual had happened before. Not knowing when he had instinctively grabbed the amulet around his neck, Khem backed away from the chaos and ran straight back to his room. The next day, the incident from the previous evening had made it to the news. As Khem was about to pass through the lobby to head back to his room, he stopped in his tracks, looking up at the TV in the common area broadcasting the scene of the accident. Last night, a tragic incident occurred. The driver of the big bike with license plate number GOG-XXX crashed into the rear of a bus that was stationary and picking up passengers, resulting in immediate death. At the scene, preliminary reports indicate the deceased was a final-year university student who had just returned from a celebration with friends. Khem's heart sank upon hearing that the other person had died on the spot. His arms hugged the water bottle he had just fetched tightly, as if it were a source of emotional support. He couldn't help but think that if his shoelace hadn't come undone at that moment, this incident might have resulted in more than one casualty. There was just over a week left before classes started. After that day, Khem tried to live his life normally. Although the memory of that life-or-death moment haunted him, he knew that if he kept worrying, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Khem only thought that from now on, he would need to be more mindful and cautious than ever before. Done, Khem said to himself. After buying second-hand items to decorate his new room to make it look more organized and inviting, most of which were unwanted by others. He wiped his sweat once, the wall clock showing almost 10 at night. Time to study, Khem thought to himself before quickly sweeping up the trash into a black bag to take downstairs. The trash bin was located in a quiet alley next to his apartment, with only the flickering light from a street lamp in the middle of the alley providing any illumination. Like a scene from a ghost movie. This somewhat eerie atmosphere made Khem look left and right cautiously before he hurriedly threw the bag of trash into the bin. But as he was about to turn and leave, something caught his eye, making him stop dead in his tracks, his brain trying hard to process what it was. Curiosity got the better of him, and Khem glanced back to see what appeared to be a child, unidentifiable as either male or female, wearing a dirty white shirt, squatting and looking at the ground beside the large trash bin. Khem was certain it wasn't a living person because when he first approached, there was no one there. The hairs on his body stood up. What kind of person would sit by a trash bin in such a dark, secluded alley at this late hour? The young man swallowed hard before tearing his gaze away, his legs moving forward in hurried steps, almost running. Was that a ghost? In his 19 years, Khem had just seen his first ghost. As Khem half walked, half ran away, the child's ghost slowly raised its head. Its lips slowly curled into a smile before its skinny figure stood up and began to stagger after the young man. Since that day, Khem started encountering more strange things. First, he had 3 accidents within a week, which had never happened before, like tripping over nothing while walking and nearly falling down 20 steps of stairs. Luckily, he managed to grab the railing that day. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Second, Khem began to see spirits more frequently. Like now, Khem took a deep breath, pretending not to see the faint ghost of a woman in an office outfit, standing with her head bowed in front of the door next to his room. She had been standing there for 3 days now. The room next to Kim's was occupied by a working man and his young son, just the two of them. When he first saw her, Kim almost called out to ask if she needed help, wondering why she wouldn't go inside. But then he noticed she had no feet. So, he quickly opened his own door and went inside. Kim thought she might be the wife of the room's occupant, probably still worried about something and not ready to move on. "Don't, my son." The voice, though faint and faltering, was chillingly cold, making Kim's heart sink. His hands shook as he tried to unlock his door, and by the time he got inside, he was almost relieved. The young man's legs gave out, and he sat down on the floor, his eyes burning. Did she just say, "Don't hurt my son"? Or had something happened to her son? That night, Kim could hardly sleep, thinking about what the female spirit had said. Part of him didn't want to get involved because he had his own issues to deal with, but another part was concerned, fearing something bad might happen to the child. The next morning, around 8, after the man next door had left for work, Kim stood in front of their door. After much hesitation, he decided to knock. The ghost of the office woman was still there, standing so close that their shoulders almost touched. The door slowly opened, revealing a little boy, about 6 or 7 years old, but because of a chain lock, it only opened slightly, just enough to see the boy's face. "Hello." Kim smiled and crouched down to be at eye level with the child. "My name is Khem. I just moved in next door." The little boy didn't reply, but nodded in acknowledgement. Kim peered through the gap unceremoniously, seeing several beer bottles lined up, and the place was cluttered and disorganized. "What's going on here? Have you eaten yet?" This time, the boy shook his head, causing Kim's eyelids to twitch in surprise. The father went out to work without even feeding his child. At the same time, Kim felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of pressure enveloping him. "Would you like to have dinner with me? I'll treat you, and I'll bring you back after." The boy shook his head more vigorously. It was then that Kim noticed a small chain tightly wrapped around the boy's ankle, leaving a terrifying bruise on his pale skin. Kim slowly smiled and said to the boy, "Then wait here for me for a moment." Kim went downstairs, bought some congee, water, and snacks for the boy to eat. The boy hesitated but seemed unable to resist his hunger and finally extended his hand to accept. "Don't tell my dad that I ate your food, please." The boy pleaded with a hopeful look, making Kim feel both heartbroken and angry, but he nodded in agreement. "Okay, I won't tell." That evening, after Kim reported to the landlord, the police raided the room next door, arresting the man who was drunk and beating his son right there. Upon interrogation, it was revealed that the boy was the child of his deceased girlfriend who had died in an accident last month. Currently, the man was deeply in debt. With his girlfriend gone, there was no one to help pay it off, leaving him with the burden, which led to his stress and subsequent violence towards the boy. Kim didn't know what punishment the man received, only that the boy was now under the care of his maternal relatives. Hopefully, he'll have a happier life from now on. Just as Kim was about to drift off to sleep, he heard a whisper by his ear, but being too sleepy, he didn't open his eyes. "Thank you." Silence. "Be careful." Chapter 2. Finally, the university term started. Kim looked at himself in the freshman uniform with a proud expression in front of the mirror, then slung his cloth bag over his shoulder and stepped out of his room. It took Kim exactly 1 hour to walk from his apartment to the university. Tired from the walk, he stopped to buy some water from a stall near the lecture building, still having plenty of time before his class. "I don't need a straw, please," Kim told the vendor who was offering him a plastic straw. If it wasn't a biodegradable straw, Kim would rarely use one, showing he was quite environmentally conscious. As he moved to stand by the stall, in the moment he was about to drink, his eyes caught sight of a flower pot that was about to fall. "Oh no. Watch out." Kim heard someone shout a warning, but even though he wanted to dodge, his body wouldn't move, as if it was pinned in place. Just as the pot was about to smash into his head, someone rushed in, colliding with him, and they both tumbled to the ground. Crash. Scream. The sound of the flower pot shattering was followed by screams of shock. "Are you okay?" The man who rushed in to help Kim exclaimed, his face full of concern. The man had honey-colored skin, bleached blonde hair, and wore a small black headband. Kim turned his pale face towards the flower pot that had almost hit him. Thanks for helping," he managed to say once his shock subsided, then let out a small yelp as he was pulled along. "Hey, where are you taking me?" Kim asked in surprise. The other turned back with a serious expression and intimidated. Khem followed without protest until they stopped under a frangipani tree behind the academic building where it was relatively deserted. The man looked around before turning back to Khem and said, "Dude, you're being followed by a ghost." Silence. "If you don't do anything about it, you're going to die." Khem stood there, mouth agape, shocked by a stranger's sudden proclamation. With a furrowed brow, he asked, "How do you know?" "Just now, when the flower pot fell, I saw it on the 3rd floor. That was the ghost doing it." Khem was still reluctant to believe, though part of him already accepted it. Look at all the strange things he'd encountered since he got here. "It's okay if you don't believe me. I just wanted to warn you to be careful." Khem hesitated for a moment before letting out a sigh. "No, it's not that I don't believe you. I just don't want to accept it." The last sentence seemed more like Khem was talking to himself. "But thanks anyway. If you hadn't come to help, I would have definitely gotten hurt." The other shrugged. "No worries. I'm Jet, that's my real name. And you?" "My name is Khem. Khemjira." Khem introduced himself. When Jet heard his name, he blinked, then looked him over more closely. Khem gave a strained smile. "My mom named me like a girl's name to ward off bad luck." Jet looked surprised and then scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, I thought you were a girl because of your delicate features." "It's okay. When I was younger, I looked more like one." Jet nodded as if to say, "I thought so," then asked, "So, which faculty are you in?" "Fine arts." Khem replied. "Whoa, same here, 1st year, right?" Khem's eyes widened, and he quickly nodded. "Yeah, that's right." Jet laughed at their coincidence. "Cool, let's be friends. First, can I have your line?" Khem was excited and happy, quickly pulling out his phone to add each other as friends. "Let's go to class first. We can talk about your stuff later." Khem bit his lip and then nodded slightly. They had classes until 3 in the afternoon. After class, Jet led Khem to sit at a marble table behind the building, the same spot where they had talked that morning. "Okay, so, do you realize you're being followed by a whole bunch of spirits like this?" Jet said bluntly without giving Khem time to brace himself. Earlier, Jet had talked to him using the formal Thai pronouns instead, but now was using casual pronouns because it felt more natural, and casual pronouns seemed more intimate to say. For friends, people prefer Mung and Ku rather than Nai and Chan, which Khem agreed with, preferring using Rao for himself due to habit. Khem hesitated before answering. "Not really, but there have been many times I felt like I wasn't alone." Silence. "Plus, lately when I go places, I often see strange things. Ghosts." Khem was taken aback by Jet's directness, then nodded in acknowledgement, causing Jet to raise an eyebrow. "So, you see ghosts elsewhere, but you don't see the ones close to you?" Khem's eyes widened in surprise. "You can see them, Jet?" "I see them, but not clearly. Sometimes it's like gray smoke, other times black shadows." Silence. "Like when I first saw you, there was both smoke and dark shadows, swarming all over your back. I'm seriously asking, what did you do to deserve this?" Khem swallowed hard. If he said he hadn't done anything, it wouldn't be entirely truthful, so he decided to tell Jet about the family curse. Upon hearing it, Jet fell silent, which made Khem feel down. "Sorry for not telling you from the start." Silence. "If you want to stop being friends because of this, that's okay." Ouch. Khem clutched his head after getting a light tap, looking bewildered. "That's ridiculous. Who would stop being friends for such a silly reason?" Jet said with a furrowed brow. Khem thought about his high school friends who had distanced themselves from him, but he kept quiet. Khem smiled. "Thanks, Jet. If I didn't want to be your friend, I'd have no friends at all. PSH. Jet, you almost made me tear up. Haha, your face is hilarious." Khem's expression turned sour. "Can we continue? You're the one who led us off topic. Anyway, there are many ghosts following you." Khem felt a chill again. "Right now, too?" Jet scanned the area. "Yeah, but they're keeping their distance." Khem bit his lip, feeling more anxious. "It seems like you've got something powerful with you, or something's protecting you. That's why they can't do much." Khem undid a button and loosened his tie slightly, pulling out a sacred thread to show. "I have this. I've worn it since I was a kid." Jet leaned in to look closer, showing great interest but not reaching out to touch. "Nice item, but its power has faded." "What?" Khem was stunned. "How do you know?" "I just know. I've dealt with stuff like this a lot." Hearing Jet's words made Khem even more stressed, because if the sacred thread's power had diminished, It might explain why he was encountering more strange things lately. So what should I do? Take it easy, don't stress. Just give me your real name, surname, date of birth, and something you use regularly. Anything, right? Except your underwear. Khem blushed, but seeing Jet's serious face, he realized he wasn't joking. Khem took out a notebook and pen to write down what Jet asked for, along with a white handkerchief embroidered with his name, which his mother had made for him before she passed away. Okay. Oh, and in the future, don't give something like this to anyone easily. Jet said seriously, causing Khem to furrow his brows. Didn't you ask for it? How can you be sure I won't use it for something bad? Oh, I'm just playing a scenario. You can trust me, but you can't trust others. I just want to warn you so you don't get hexed. Khem turned pale and quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Good. I'm heading back to my hometown this weekend. I'll consult with a monk about your situation to see if he can help. Thanks, Jet. Yeah. If you die, I won't have a friend to hang out with. Khem wanted to throw something at him. You're so annoying, Jet. You've been at it for a while now. Haha. Damn, you're even swearing at me now. Jet grimaced. You're such a pain, especially when someone's stressed. All right. Come on, I'll treat you to some cold bread. I heard the shop in front of the uni is good. Khem reluctantly agreed, following Jet like a chick following its mother, still a bit sulky but slightly confused about whether they were becoming friends too quickly. Even though they had only known each other for less than a day, it felt like they had been friends for a long time. Khem now fully believed that he was being followed by spirits. Because Jet had told him that when he was around, the ghosts wouldn't approach Khem, thanks to Jet's protective amulets. Since then, Khem stuck close to Jet, going everywhere together except when they had to return to their respective dorms, and nothing major seemed to happen during those times. There were still some minor disturbances though, like catching glimpses of things moving in his peripheral vision, hearing odd knocking sounds or objects falling, but nothing too severe. Khem tried to keep himself busy, watching movies or reading books. Today, after finishing his reading around 11 at night, he moved his chair to face an easel with a sketching board. The next class would assess their skills, judged by a sketch on any topic they were good at, whether it be landscapes, people, animals, or objects. Khem was skilled at drawing people, and he planned to sketch his mother, thinking it was what he was best at. His slender hand gripped a 2B pencil, aligning it perpendicular to the paper, squinting to gauge the distance before starting to sketch the initial outlines of a face. Khem had practiced drawing his mother's face frequently. The memories they shared were etched in his heart, always bringing warmth whenever he thought of her. This enabled him to draw her face from memory without needing a reference. Miss you so much. Khem smiled and muttered softly at the image of his mother's smiling face as he worked on the details, but suddenly he felt overwhelmingly sleepy, yawning despite himself. Ugh, not now. Just a little more and it would be done. Khem told himself, trying to keep his eyes open, but the sleepiness was overpowering his mind until his hand began to droop, and he eventually gave in. Khem fell asleep right there. He woke up with a start, glancing at the wall clock to find it was past 2 in the morning. Shaking his head at himself, he decided to put away the easel. Damn! Khem jumped up from his chair and backed away so fast that his hips hit the table behind. The sketch of his mother, which was smiling, had transformed into a woman with only black, soulless eyes, and her smile had stretched grotesquely wide to her ears. Chapter 3. Khem's legs were shaking so much he collapsed onto the floor. Just then, his phone vibrated. He pulled it out of his trouser pocket and answered without waiting for the other person to finish speaking. Khem, you. Jet. Jet, help me. What's wrong? What happened? Please come over, Jet. Hicksob. At that moment, Jet, who was drying his hair, widened his eyes in shock. He threw aside the towel, grabbed his motorcycle key, and rushed out of the room. I'm on my way. Stay calm and don't hang up. Jet arrived at Khem's apartment in less than 10 minutes on his motorcycle. After parking, he ran up to Khem's room and started knocking. However, after a long time of knocking, nobody opened the door. Khem, it's me, Jet. Can you hear me? The knocking turned into pounding, and he tried twisting the doorknob frantically. Click. Suddenly, the door, which was locked from the inside, opened. Jet didn't hesitate and immediately pushed it open. Damn it, Khem. Jet found his friend passed out on the floor, with an easel set up in front of him. Shit. The terrifying face of a woman in the painting gave Jet goosebumps, prompting him to quickly walk over, tear it off the easel, and crumple it up. Jet tried to wake Khem a few times, but he wouldn't stir, so he had no choice but to carry him out of the room, intending to take him back to his own place for the night. Jet lived in a condominium that his mother had bought as a gift for him. His family was quite wealthy. Both his parents held high-ranking government positions. That night, Khem ended up with such a high fever that he couldn't go to class, so Jet had to attend alone to take notes for him. At noon, he came back to check on Khem, ensuring he ate and took his medicine before heading back for the afternoon session. "Khem, I'm going home tonight. You stay here for now," Jet told Khem, who was lying on the bed with a cooling gel pack. In truth, he wanted to take him along, but he was afraid Khem might collapse on the way. "When will you be back?" Khem asked with a hoarse voice. "I'll be back on Sunday," Jet answered. "Don't worry, I'll take care of him," said Jane, or Sis, Jet's older sister, with a sweet smile as she leaned against the door frame watching them. Jane was an office lady, 5 years older than Jet, and she occasionally stayed over here. This time, Jet called her to look after Khem over the weekend while he was away visiting his family in another province. Of course, nothing in life comes for free. Jet had to pay for her new lipstick, which cost several thousand baht, as her fee. "Thanks, sis." Jane, her salary still untouched, replied with a sweet smile. "Sure thing." The next morning, Jet took a flight back to Ubin Ratchathani, a trip that took over 2 hours. He went to see Farron, the shaman he respected as his master. The master lived in a large traditional Thai house at the end of the village, quite a distance from the other villagers, almost into the forest. It was well known in the village that Farron was skilled in exorcism and treating various ailments. He had many disciples, and now mostly waited for people to come to him. Most of his clients had bad luck, were cursed, or were being harassed by spirits to the point of despair. In his spare time, he made and sold amulets to make a living. There were 2 things Farron would not do: cast spells to harm others, or interfere with karmic debts. A man in his early 30s walked out from a corner inside the house and sat down at his usual spot covered with a dark carpet. Behind him was an altar with a Buddha statue, surrounded by traditional offerings like silver and gold umbrellas, similar to other spirit medium settings. But since Farron practiced white magic, there were only Buddhist images on his altar, no spirits. Jet gave a flattering smile and quickly raised his hands in a respectful Y, but before he could speak, Farron interjected in a stern voice. "Jet, what have you brought into my house this time?" Jet, who was clasping his hands in prayer, felt a chill run through him before forcing a nervous smile. "Haha, just as expected from the monk I respect." Jet quickly took out Khem's handkerchief from his pocket and placed it on the golden tray beside him, along with a piece of paper containing Khem's real name, surname, and date of birth, then set it in front of the monk. "Master, could you please see if there's anything you can do to help?" After that, Jet recounted Khem's situation to the monk. Farron felt like kicking the troublemaker out of the room, but the faint pleasant scent from the handkerchief drew his attention, making him bend down to examine it closely. The scent was nice, but sometimes it was mixed with the stench of spirits, more than one, and one of them was quite powerful. Farron placed it back and pulled out the paper with someone's name and birth date written on it to read. "Khemjira, Jantrapasut." The young man furrowed his brow. "Khemjira? Strange." He felt oddly familiar with that name, though he couldn't recall where he had heard it, so he stopped trying to remember. He read the birth date, then took out his own notebook and pen, writing down the numbers and calculating. Several minutes passed before he finished, the result being quite alarming. "Who is this?" Farron asked while still reviewing the numbers in his notebook. "He's my friend, Monk." "How is it looking?" "Tell your friend to do whatever he wants to do quickly. He's definitely going to die within this year." Jet turned pale and spoke urgently. "CA, can't you help, Monk? I've told you, I don't interfere with karmic debts." Jet clenched his jaw, looking at the monk with reluctance because if the monk said this, it meant he could help but chose not to. "Oh, please, even just a little would help, master. Have some sympathy. Khem is a good person. He wouldn't even dare swat a fly or step on an ant, right?" He hadn't even finished speaking when the monk raised a finger to shush him, causing Jet to pull back his neck in embarrassment. "Jet, other people's karmic debts are not something you should meddle with." Just because someone is good in this life doesn't mean they were good in past lives. You yourself should be careful. Don't think just because you've got strong luck nothing will happen to you. Jet's face fell immediately, knowing that the master was firm and spoke decisively, never changing his mind easily. But he couldn't help but argue. Khem is so pitiful, master. His mother died. His father became a monk for life when he was young. His maternal relatives wouldn't take him in, and his paternal relatives abandoned him, taking his money with them. During high school, no one would befriend him because they feared the curse. It's only me who dared to be his friend. While he was looking down, still grumbling, Jet didn't notice that Farron was writing a protective talisman on a piece of cloth, which he then tossed in front of him. Take this, that's all I can do. Normally, one of Farron's ghost-repelling talismans would cost 5,000 to 6,000 baht and was very effective, as confirmed by actual users like Jet. No spirit could enter Jet's room. Jet didn't know if it was given out of annoyance or pity for Khem, but he was so happy he almost jumped to hug the master. He only thought about it, though, because if he actually did it, the spirits in the house might break his neck. Thank you so much, master. Jet flew back from Ubon Ratchathani early on Sunday morning. Upon arriving in Bangkok, he quickly took a taxi back to the condo, finding Khem had recovered from his illness. I'm leaving now, Jane said, shouldering her bag before leaving, not forgetting to add a last remark. Jet, be careful, his ghost is strong. Last night, they were all over the balcony, she said with a somewhat fearful expression before rushing out of the room. Soon after, Khem came out of the bathroom. Oh, has Sis Jane left already? Khem blinked and asked. Yeah. Her boyfriend was waiting for her downstairs, so she left in a hurry. Khem looked disappointed upon hearing this. I haven't even properly thanked her. Over the past 2 nights, Jane had stayed awake to watch over him. Khem didn't quite understand why she was so dedicated, but she had told him one thing. I'm too scared to sleep, Khem. At that time, Khem had a terrible headache, so he didn't press her to sleep. Jet ruffled Khem's hair affectionately, deciding not to tell him what Jay had said, thinking it would only make him worry needlessly. Yeah, Sis will come over again next time. We can thank her then. Seeing Khem nod, Jet pulled him over to sit on the sofa and handed him back his handkerchief, which now had white inscriptions on it. Thanks. Oh, there's a talisman too. Jet nodded. Silence. Yeah, keep it with you. The monk's talisman can ward off spirits, but it might only work for a certain distance. Khem quickly tucked it into his shirt pocket, feeling strangely comforted. And what did your monk say about my situation? He looked up, eager to know. Over the past 2 days, if it hadn't been for Jane's companionship, Khem would have probably been driven to madness or shock from his recent experiences. He was dying to know if Jet's monk would agree to help, but the area had poor phone reception, so they hadn't been able to communicate. Khem didn't want to go through something like that again. Sorry, I tried. But the monk doesn't really want to get involved with karmic debts. Karmic debts, huh? That's worse than your average ghost story, right? Khem bit his lip, his spirit sinking. It's okay. I understand. Jet, seeing his friend's dejected look, felt a surge of determination. You don't have to worry. I won't let you die easily. I'll find another way myself. Hearing this, Khem's hope was reignited. Is there another way? Jet shrugged. Nah, same old way, but this time I'm taking you with me. Huh. Even I soften up when I see your face. Let's see if the monk can stay hard-hearted then. Khem stood there with his mouth open, the logic baffling him. Chapter 4. In the silence of the night, inside the monk's quarters of Fra Pinto, in his dream, there appeared the figure of a young woman wearing a white blouse and a traditional Thai skirt, sitting with her hands clasped in prayer at the foot of the stairs to his hut. Fra Pinto stood at the top, looking down at her. It's been a long time since we last met, May K. Fra Pinto spoke, and the woman bowed 3 times before looking up with a faint smile, her once beautiful eyes now showing signs of fatigue and sorrow. Paying respects, Reverend Brother, said K, or Kai, Fra Pinto's deceased wife who had passed away over 7 years ago. Yet she still lingered by their child out of concern, occasionally entering dreams to convey messages. What brings you here this time? Reverend Brother, please prevent Khem from returning here. Why? Asked Fra Pinto, and Kai proceeded to explain what had happened to Khem. The protective powers in the amulet blessed by the master have faded. Khem's luck has started to wane, and he's been having accidents frequently. But after meeting a friend, He has found something to protect him, keeping spirits at bay, including myself. She added in a quiet voice at the end. She, too, was considered a spirit. Silence. The boy's name is Jet. He's a disciple of a master, with a much stronger spirit than Khem's, and he's been helping him all along. Silence. If Khem is away from Jet during this break, I fear that this time, they might really take our son away. Kai said with tears before bowing again to the ground. Silence. Please help our child once more. After that, everything in the dream slowly faded, and Fra Pinto woke up. After Khem had the handkerchief with the talisman from Farron, Jet's master, things returned to normal for him. Accidents, whether small or large, ceased to occur frequently, and the recurring dreams of the old Thai house from two different eras no longer came. As for seeing spirits, Khem still had the ability, but because they weren't aggressive towards him, and with the monk's talisman on him, he wasn't as scared anymore. However, since that day, Khem hadn't dared to draw his mother's portrait again. Now, nearly 6 months have passed. The old portrait, which Jet had crumpled and discarded, was taken by Khem to be burned at the temple, where he then offered merit to appease the spirits as suggested by Monk Farron. This period was the time for final exams, and soon Khem's university would be closing for the term. While Khem was hanging out laundry on the balcony, his phone rang. Without needing to look at the screen, he knew who it was. What's up, Jet? Khem, got any plans for the term break? Well, my abbot is unwell. I was planning to go visit him. What? I wanted to invite you to join our volunteer camp. At first, the seniors planned to go to Ubin Ratchathani, which is my hometown. I suggested we go to the village where my monk lives. There's a lot of development needed there. Plus, you'll get activity credits, and I figured it's a chance to take you to see the monk. The club Khem and Jet were part of was a volunteer club. Usually, every year they held camps in nearby provinces, but this year the university had provided a larger budget, allowing them to go as far as Ubin Ratchathani. For Jet, he had initially planned to bring Khem to see the monk during the term break. But since the club was organizing a volunteer camp in his hometown area, it was a perfect opportunity to do some good deeds together. He proposed they go to Monk Farron's rather remote village, which would allow him to bring Khem directly to the monk. At first, there were objections because people were worried it would be too tough, but Jet convinced his father to sponsor the event, and the seniors agreed to it. So what do you say? Want to join? I really want you to come, Jet asked, and Khem hesitated for a moment before responding. Let me call and ask the abbot first. Okay, let me know. All right. After Jet hung up, it wasn't long before the abbot, Khem's father, called. Khem hadn't even had the chance to call him yet. Paying respects, Father Abbot. How are you feeling? Khem asked first, then furrowed his brow slightly when the abbot replied. I am well. No need for concern. During the break, you don't need to come back to visit. Oh, is that so? Yes, if there's somewhere else for you to go, go there. It might be for the better. Khem's heart skipped a beat. Father Abbot, do you know where I plan to go? I'm just saying, follow your heart. Take care of yourself while you're away. Khem bit his lip gently before nodding and responding, agreeing to whatever the abbot suggested. All right, Father Abbot. Please take care of your health too. That night, Khem called Jet back to confirm and asked him to sign up with the club on his behalf. The travel was set for the following week after the exams, with a mix of excitement and apprehension. Before the departure day, Jet stayed over at Khem's place. They planned to go to the university together to catch the bus the next day. Khem, pack more clothes, Jet said, lying on the bed, watching Khem pack. Why? It's just a 4-day trip, isn't it? I've already packed 2 extra sets. Khem replied without turning around. I don't know. You might end up staying with the master until the term starts. What? Are you crazy? Not crazy. I just don't want you to come back and be alone. I might have to stay home to help with family business during the whole break. Khem considered this, wanting to reassure Jet not to worry, but honestly, he was scared too about being alone, so he asked. Then, can't I just stay at Jet's house? It's possible, but how can I help you there? Being with the master is the safest place for you. Khem's face showed concern. Will it bother the monk? Khem felt hesitant. After all, Monk Farron didn't even know him, unlike Jet who was his friend. You don't have to worry about that. The monk's house is as big as a temple. A small guy like you won't take up much space. But I feel bad about imposing, and besides, the monk already said he doesn't want to get involved with my issues. Jet slapped the bed with a loud thud, making Khem jump. This is the face. Remember this expression. When you see the monk, just make this face, guaranteed to soften his heart 100%. Khem's eyebrows twitched, almost throwing his deodorant at Jet. You talk too much. How do you know the monk will soften up? Jet shook his head, recalling his days from when he first became the monk's disciple up until now. Then he gave a sly smile and answered, You're exactly his type. Cough. Khem choked on his own saliva, then grabbed something to throw at Jet, who easily dodged it. What are you talking about? That's a monk master. My master, not yours. Trust me. If you want to save your little life, do what I say. Khem glared at him. If I do what you say and it still doesn't work, I'll be the first ghost to haunt you, Jet. Jet laughed heartily. Yeah, I'll even tear up the monk's talisman and throw it away for you. When it was time for bed, Jet laid out a mattress on the floor next to Khem's bed, just like he always did when staying over here, because his sleeping habits were like clockwork, always waking up with his head at the foot of the bed, fearing that one good night, he might accidentally kick his small friend off. Sweet dreams, Khem. Sweet dreams, Jet. Jet chuckled at Khem's sarcastic reply. His friend's reactions were what made him enjoy teasing him. After turning off the light, silence enveloped the room, and soon both Jet and Khem fell into a deep sleep. Khem was dreaming again. He dreamed of an old, large Thai-style house by the river. Khem saw the lifestyle of the people in the house, a young girl of about 8 or 9 playing mischievously with the servants, and a noblewoman in traditional Thai attire, weaving flower garlands. This time, the dream seemed clearer than before. Khem looked at the face of the young woman and softly exclaimed, Mother! The young woman had pricked her finger with the needle while stringing flowers. The maid, who was sitting and weaving garlands below, quickly crawled over to check her wound. Khem, with concern, intended to go to her, but as if pulled back by an unseen force, he was transported to the eggshell-colored house from a different era. As always, when Khem dreamt of the ancient Thai house, he would be brought here without much chance to observe or do anything more than watch, looking through the windows from outside. Khem often saw a couple, though he could never clearly discern their faces. Sometimes, he would see only a woman, looking forlorn, eating alone in the house. And there would always be a chilling male voice from behind asking if he wanted to stay here, but Khem never responded. Not long after, he would wake up. Lately, he had become somewhat numb to it, until receiving the talisman from Jet's master, after which he stopped having these dreams until now. This time, the atmosphere felt strange. Khem saw no one, not even the lady of the house at the dining table. A cold shiver ran down Khem's back again, making him straighten up. He felt someone standing behind him, but, as usual, couldn't turn around to look. Khem was certain it must be the owner of the mysterious voice that always asked if he wanted to stay, but this time, the other party remained silent, no matter how long he waited. Usually, Khem would wake up after the voice spoke, but several minutes had passed, and he was still here. Khem began to feel anxious, to the point where he spoke first. Why aren't you speaking? The ruler of this dream dimension was overjoyed to hear a response from Khem for the first time, but it couldn't voice out to send him back to reality, because another malevolent spirit's pale hands covered its mouth from behind, while its legs wrapped around and tightly clenched its waist, causing pain. How did it get in here? That was the question echoing in its mind now. Normally, it was already difficult to deal with this evil spirit. This time, it seemed like its power had grown even stronger than before, to the extent that it could encroach upon others' territories, which was very dangerous. Khem didn't get an answer, even though he could still feel the presence of the mysterious voice behind him, but instead, he heard another voice that felt very familiar. Khem, Mother? Is that you? Khem's body trembled with urgency. It was the first time he had heard his mother's voice so clearly. Help me, I'm in so much pain. Mother, where are you? Khem shouted in panic upon hearing his mother's voice in pain, and without thinking about looking back, he rushed out to find her. The mysterious man who owned this dimension was now wide-eyed, yelling out loud. Don't go. Khem returned to the first Thai house, still hearing his mother's cries for help in his ears. Mother, where are you? Khem cried. He ran around the house, now seemingly abandoned, as if it had turned into a desolate place. Then Khem heard another woman's voice he had never heard before. Come to the pier. The voice was slow and cold, showing no emotion, but Khem felt that the speaker was smiling. He didn't have time to care. Knowing where the pier was, Khem ran out of one of the bedrooms directly to his destination. Outside, it was pouring heavily like a storm. Khem saw his mother's figure clinging tightly to the edge of a mooring post on the bridge, her lower half submerged in the swift current. "Khem, help me, help me." Khem heard his mother's voice even though he was still far from the spot, and then his eyes widened in horror as his mother could no longer hold onto the post. She disappeared from sight as if she had never been there. "Mother!" Khem's heart was torn in that instant. He shouted for his mother amidst the raging storm, rushing forward intending to jump into the river to save her. Jet was in deep sleep when suddenly the voice of a woman shouted into his ear. "Jet!" Gasp. Startled awake, he sat up abruptly, pulling off his cartoon-patterned sleep mask. The first thing he saw was the balcony with the light still on, and he noticed his small friend, who should have been asleep on the bed, was up to something. "Hey, Khem." Chapter 5. Khem had run to the end of the bridge, but just before he could jump, he was pulled back from behind. Khem opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the face of his best friend. "Hey, Khem, what are you doing?" Khem looked at Jet's alarmed face in confusion, then glanced around and realized he was standing at the edge of the balcony. "How did I get here?" Khem's eyes widened as he realized the cause, almost collapsing to the floor, but Jet supported him. "Jet, just now I was dreaming." Khem hastily recounted his dream to Jet, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Jet grew even more frustrated, quickly pulling Khem back into the room and locking the balcony door. "I think the Master's talisman might be losing its power," Jet said after sitting Khem down on the floor to talk. Hearing this, Khem swallowed hard, his tightly clasped hands turning cold. Normally, one of the Master's simple talismans would last for years. This ghost must be extremely malevolent. Jet continued, noting that Khem had heard a woman's voice urging him to go to the water, when in reality, it was leading him to the balcony on the 4th floor to jump off. Such malevolence likely indicated it was the karmic creditor of Khem that the Master had mentioned. Khem's face was pale, drained of all color. If Jet hadn't woken up just in time, something terrible could have happened. The thought alone made him want to cry. "Sorry, man. Khem, you almost went away. If no one had woken me up, I probably wouldn't have woken up." Amidst the fear, curiosity arose. Khem furrowed his brows slightly, his eyes still red. "Who was it?" "I don't know, but it was a woman's voice. She called me Jet, and when I woke up, you were standing right there on the balcony. I think it might be some spirit looking out for you." Khem's heart beat faster. He could only think of one person, the only important person in his life who was no longer alive in this world, the one who had always cared for him even in her last moments. It must have been Mom. Khem cried uncontrollably, both scared by what had happened and relieved that his mother's spirit was safe. Jet let Khem cry for nearly 10 minutes. Not being very good at consoling people, he just handed him tissues to wipe his tears. "Jet, I'm scared to sleep now," Khem said after he finished crying. "Yeah, me too." Jet glanced at the wall clock, then turned back to say, "Let's watch a movie. It'll be morning in 2 hours. We can sleep on the bus." Khem nodded in agreement. Once he regained his composure, he didn't forget to say something. "Thanks for saving my life, Jet." Jet ruffled Khem's hair. "Yeah, don't worry about it. When we get to Yuban, I'll take you straight to the monk. He'll definitely help." Jet had planned it out. If the monk didn't want to help, he'd hand out his phone number to every young woman in the village. Arriving at the university, both Jet and Khem were in a state of sleep deprivation. Upon arrival, they had to wait for the tour bus with others who hadn't arrived yet. Unable to bear it, Jet dragged Khem to buy some coffee. "1 iced Americano with an extra shot." Jet ordered first. "Yes, and what would the other gentleman like?" "An iced cocoa, make it strong." Khem answered hesitantly, also sleepy, but finding coffee too bitter for his taste. Hearing this, the staff smiled indulgently but didn't comment further, quickly turning to prepare their orders. After getting their drinks, they walked out of the shop to sit in their usual spot, watching the seniors and other club members going back and forth until they felt dizzy. By the time they boarded the bus, they had just finished their drinks. Jet suggested sitting near the back. He took the window seat and had Khem sit in the aisle, fearing that Khem might see something strange during the journey. But after a while, they couldn't resist the sleepiness and both fell into a deep slumber. When they reached a gas station, which was a rest stop, Jet woke up. He furrowed his brows, looking around, realizing this wasn't the usual route people took. Seeing that Khem was still asleep, he slowly got up to talk to one of the senior staff members, calling out to her by the name tag around her neck. "Excuse me, Phi Sam, why are we going this way?" "Oh, Gnome Jet. The club president didn't want to arrive too late, thinking we might not have enough time for activities. He consulted with the driver, who suggested this route, saying it was shorter." Jet furrowed his brows. "But this route is dangerous." Jet wasn't lying. From here on, there would only be forest, no more gas stations to stop at. The road was narrow and secluded. Although he had used this road before with the master would never take this route unless it was an emergency, because it was known to be a haunt for spirits. This road might get them there faster than the main route, but what if they actually arrive dead? "Oh, well, too late to mention it now, Jet. I'll tell the driver to drive slowly, all right?" Sam gave a strained smile, respecting the political figure's son and the main sponsor of the event. The decision was made in the morning without informing Jet beforehand. She didn't expect him to be this displeased. Realizing that arguing would only stress them out, and they were unlikely to change routes now, Jet nodded and went to buy some snacks and butter for Khem in case he woke up hungry. And he quickly ate something to stay awake. From now on, he won't be able to sleep. As the bus entered the forested area, the atmosphere began to change. Jet started seeing shadowy figures resembling people emerging from both sides of the road. But even more alarming was their number, and how they chased and clung to the bus. Jet jolted when a spirit climbed up the window to stop right in front of him. It seemed to look past him towards Khem, who was still fast asleep, and other spirits began to gather at their window. Jet steadied his mind, silently reciting a mantra, staring intently at the dark mass in front of him. "Itasakato, Araham Putho Namapathia." The dark masses in front of him started to retreat, some jumping away, but new ones kept appearing incessantly. Jet chanted continuously, thankful he had brought a large bottle of water. Otherwise, he would have died of thirst. At that moment, Jet didn't realize that someone else, sitting across the aisle from him, was watching him with suspicion. What is Jet doing, mumbling to himself for nearly half an hour now? That was what Chanwit was thinking. Chanwit knew Jet and Khem as freshmen from the same club, but they weren't particularly close. He was sitting in the aisle seat next to where Jet and Khem were, giving him a clear view of what they were doing. They look like they're messing with spirits, like in the movies. Chanwit glanced at the sleeping Khem. Although he wasn't one to believe in black magic or occult practices, he found Jet's actions unsettling for some reason. Jet and Khem were close, but Khem seemed naive, possibly being tricked. He should find a moment to warn Khem to be careful of Jet. At that moment, Jet, who was in the midst of chanting, suddenly forgot the verses he had learned when he looked up and saw dozens of tall, shadowy figures emerging from the forest. "Shit!" Jet exclaimed in disbelief. Ghosts of the dead. With such numbers, and encountering them in broad daylight like this. Honestly, Jet had never experienced anything like it before in his life. A piercing, ear-splitting screech reached Jet's ears, but it seemed like no one else could hear it. "They're following Khem." Jet broke into a cold sweat, frantically trying to recall the monk's chants, and started reciting again, but to no avail. None of the spirits disappeared from his sight. Some of them were so close, they were almost touching the bus's window. One of the ghosts standing in front of the bus made a gesture towards them, prompting Jet to raise his arm to shield Khem and immediately close his eyes. All these actions did not go unnoticed by Chanwit, who was watching intently, his brows furrowed, his demeanor suggesting he was still questioning. Screech. "Hey, what's happening?" Scream. When the bus suddenly braked and started swerving, Jet decided to get up from his seat and make his way to the driver's area with difficulty. Sean wanted to follow but was held tightly by his friend sitting next to him, unable to move, and could only watch Jet go. Jet reached the driver's zone where both the driver and his assistant were passed out, unconscious. The driver's eyes were rolled back, his mouth agape, drool hanging from his lip, indicating his spirit had left his body, likely from seeing the apparition clinging to the front windshield, which Jet could only see as a dark, blurry female-like shadow hanging its head down. Jet quickly took off his own Buddha pendant and put it on the driver, holding the steering wheel with one hand while the other was clasped in prayer, asking the spirits of the forest to return the driver's soul, or Kwan. Then he chanted a newly remembered mantra. Sabdeva Pisajua Alawakatheo Paya. The dark shadow in front of them writhed briefly before being whisked away by the wind. Gasp! The driver's assistant woke up first, and upon seeing the situation, he screamed in shock, quickly took over the steering wheel from Jet, and shouted to wake the driver. After a few shouts, the driver jolted awake with a dazed look, and together they managed to steer the bus back into its lane. Jet, breathing heavily, wiped the sweat from his face, thinking the danger had passed. He turned back, planning to ask for his ancestral pendant back from the driver once they reached their destination. Jet, what happened? Khem asked when Jet returned to sit beside him. Woken by the shouts and chaos, Khem had seen the bus swaying dangerously close to the edge of the road. Khem figured Jet must have gone to the driver and done something, because soon after, the bus stopped swaying and realigned itself on the road. I'll tell you when we get there, Jet said, not wanting others to overhear. Khem nodded, making room for Jet to sit and rest, then handed him water to drink. You truly are my friend. Jet, who had been chanting until his throat was dry, drank almost the entire bottle. Khem gently patted his friend's head. You did great, Jet. Should I start barking now? Jet asked, causing Khem to laugh before getting a light tap on the head. They chatted about other things for a while before both fell asleep, as Jet assured they were now out of danger. All these actions were almost constantly observed by Chanwit. The tour bus arrived at the village in Ubin Ratchathani in the late afternoon, where the village chief and familiar villagers came out to welcome them. After that, they helped unload the luggage from the bus. Jet took the opportunity when not many were paying attention to him to go and retrieve the sacred necklace from the driver. Hey kid, thanks a lot for stepping in to help. Otherwise, things would have gone really bad, Uncle said as he placed the necklace back into the young man's hand. The assistant driver had recounted the incident when he woke up to find the young man helping to steady the bus, and even gave him his own sacred necklace to wear. Jet nodded, took the necklace, and put it back on before asking out of curiosity. Uncle, what did you see? Did you know you were so shocked you lost your spirit? I had to call out to you for so long before you came back. The driver swallowed hard, brought his own Jatukum amulet to his forehead in a gesture of apology, and said, I saw a woman in ancient Thai dress, who looked like a servant from the old times, very pale with visible veins, long hair hanging down from above, small black eyes, and dark lips that were grinning. Chapter 6. Jet was talking with the bus driver. As he had previously told Khem, he was going to retrieve the sacred necklace. Khem, therefore, separated to help others unload the luggage to store at the village's primary school, which was not far away. During the school holidays, the roof of the school will be repaired, and a new library will be built within the school premises. The temple roof will also be repaired and expanded where necessary. Additionally, water filtration systems will be installed at various points around the village to provide clean drinking water for the villagers. The team will also visit each house to check if any villagers need help with anything, and if it's something they can assist with, they are more than happy to do so. After all the details have been communicated, everyone will disperse to rest at their leisure, saving their energy for the next day. Now, I will announce the names of the householders by house number. Please raise your hand if you hear your name. The volunteers will come to you. House number 36, Girl Ampai. For accommodation, the volunteer group has been divided into 10 groups of 3 members each, with 2 members, Jet and Khem, left over. However, Jet has already mentioned that they would find accommodation on their own. We will be staying with the villagers that Jet coordinated with the village chief. Each selected house has more than 2 family members to help look after the students. One thing Jet didn't tell anyone is that all 10 houses belong to individuals who possess magical abilities. This village is located at the foot of a mountain near a forest. Known for its forest, aside from wildlife, there are also wandering spirits and ghosts. Villagers often venture into the forest to gather items to sell or to collect herbs to boil and drink, especially since the nearest hospital is many kilometers away. However, entering the forest isn't something anyone can do. Some people without magical protection have been known to wander lost for weeks, nearly losing their lives. Therefore, it's necessary to learn occult arts for protection against unseen dangers. In modern times, however, those with magical abilities are rare. Considering the incident that occurred on the tour bus earlier, Jet thought it wise to have the club members stay with these knowledgeable villagers. The village chief and many villagers are aware of the incident. They have promised to protect and look after the children who have traveled far to help develop their village's living conditions in return. House number 46, Boy Chia and Boy Cape. After mentioning the last host's name, the two kind-hearted village chiefs raised their hands in unison. The group, led by Chanwit, consisting of one man and two women, then walked towards them. All right, from now on, please rest well, and we'll meet at the school at 7 in the morning. Let's not be late, concluded the club president. After that, he turned off the portable microphone and speaker, packed up his things, and everyone dispersed. Come on, Khem, I'll take you to the monk, Jet said, helping to pick up Khem's clothes bag from the ground and sling it over his shoulder, followed by the bedsheet. Khem hugged his belongings, following Jet with mixed feelings of worry. He imagined the monk as someone similar to the abbot he knew, likely covered in tattoos, stern-faced, ready to strike with a cane the moment Khem stepped into his home. What if the monk chases us away? Khem couldn't help but ask, remembering that Jet had just confessed on the bus that he hadn't informed the monk about Khem staying over. They might have to rely on whatever good karma they had left. Every step Khem took was filled with fear, but now that they were here, turning back seemed impossible. Don't be scared, I've got a last-ditch plan. Jet grinned wickedly. Khem didn't know whether to laugh or be scared, but decided to go with the flow. If you don't try, you won't know. Jet and Khem walked towards the western part of the village, going in the opposite direction of everyone else, heading where it didn't even look like houses existed. Again, these two are doing something odd, separate from the group. Chanwit felt uneasy and wanted to follow them. For some reason, he couldn't take his eyes off them, even though he wasn't usually one to meddle in others' affairs to this extent. What are you looking at, Chan? Aren't you coming? Asked the female friend who was staying at the same place, following Chanwit's gaze, but all she saw was a dark path and banana trees by the road. Nothing, let's go. Chanwit adjusted his glasses as he answered, then turned to follow the host who had already walked a considerable distance. Until he found an answer for himself, Chanwit would keep an eye on Jet and Khem to see what secrets they were hiding. Some parts of this village still lacked electricity. Jet used the flashlight on his phone to guide them to the monk's house at the end of this road, walking past banana plantations and rubber trees that lined the path on both sides. The eerie whistling of the wind could be heard, and the deeper Khem walked into the forest, the more his heart filled with trepidation. The cold wind made the hairs on his body stand up, and he clutched his blanket tightly, looking around with suspicion, but all he could see was darkness. Khem, frightened, couldn't help but ask, "Are we almost there, Jet?" Jet raised his finger to his lips, signaling for silence without hesitation. "Shoo, don't make any noise. Don't acknowledge anything you see. Just follow me quietly." Khem swallowed hard. He didn't dare ask more because so far, by following Jet's instructions, he had managed to survive until now. Whatever Jet said, Khem was ready to comply. Jet tried to keep his mind focused, not letting his fear, a natural human response, distract him. The atmosphere was too strange. The forest was too quiet. No sound of birds. No sound of insects. Only the howling wind, seemingly on the verge of turning into a storm. Something bad was surely about to happen. Finally, Jet and Khem arrived. Khem looked at the large traditional Thai house surrounded by tamarind trees as tall as a person's head. Tamarind trees are believed to protect against and repel bad omens. Khem had noticed that other villagers also planted them, but only a couple of trees at most, unlike here where they formed a fence around the house. "We're here. When you see the master, make sure to bow respectfully." Khem swallowed audibly again as his blanket was taken from him. His wide eyes looked up to the second-floor balcony of the house, where two kerosene lamps provided light, casting it down below. Previously, Farron had become aware of everything that happened since the bus carrying his disciples nearly met with an accident due to the forest spirits, as told by his spirit followers. Were there a lot of them? He had asked while he was still asleep, opening his eyes upon receiving the answer. The whole forest was full of them, master. Farron walked over to sit in front of the Buddha statue, lighting 3 incense sticks and clasping his hands in prayer, focusing his mind on helping his student. However, Jet's mind was so filled with fear that he couldn't maintain his focus, his concentration scattered almost beyond control. He could only chant prayers for divine protection to keep them safe. Thankfully, he remembered one mantra, which had narrowly saved his life. All of this was because he got involved with that kid named Khemjira. But it seemed that Khem's karmic debt was not with an ordinary ghost. It could summon dozens of hungry ghosts to gather in one place, when typically these spirits are solitary and avoid even their own kind. To have such power, one must have accumulated karma for hundreds of years, gaining immense strength. Fijet is bringing that friend here, Master. Thong, a spirit disciple in the form of a 12-year-old boy, crawled over to whisper. This made Farron's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Such stubbornness was indeed inherited from generation to generation. But it seemed Jet cared deeply for this friend, enough to disregard warnings and even dare to bring him here. He was genuinely curious about what kind of kid this was. If he didn't like what he saw, they might have to spend the night under the house with the spotted dog. A mixed-breed dog ran out to bark at Jet and Khem. When it heard Jet call out, it stopped barking and approached to nuzzle their legs. Jet gave it a large bone-shaped cookie he had prepared for this purpose as a passage fee, and the dog ran back under the stairs to chew on it. Khem and Jet didn't have to wait long before the light from the upstairs balcony flickered, revealing the figure of a man slowly walking out. The man stopped at the wooden fence, looking down at Khem with an expressionless face. From where he stood, Khem couldn't clearly see the man's expression, but his heart thumped violently, causing him to clutch his shirt over his left chest with shock. What was this feeling? Farron looked at Khemjira's face, half illuminated by the lantern light. The moment their eyes met, countless scenes from past lives flooded into Farron's mind without warning. Farron had known since he was young that he could remember his past lives, but he had never desired to recall them. He never wanted to know who he was or what he had done before. He only wanted to live in the present and lead a simple life like an ordinary person. Remembering or not, it served no purpose. That's what Farron had always thought. However, at this moment, he felt a peculiar sensation in his chest. The face of Khemjira greatly disturbed Farron's mind. This boy was his lover from a past life, from whom he had been separated. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly as he looked past Khemjira and the man standing behind him. Khem swallowed as Farron descended from the second floor holding a lantern. He stood rigidly like Jet, who didn't dare even to greet the master, the atmosphere around the master making one feel uneasy, with chills running down the spine, despite his handsome face showing no emotion. Khem held his breath as the master approached, the scent of a cool fragrance tickling his nose. He saw the tattoo of a pair of magpies and lotuses on the master's chest, clear as day, but he didn't dare look up to see what the master was doing. Farron paid no mind to Khem, who was trembling. He slowly raised the lantern above the young man's head to see the face of the person standing behind him more clearly. The other thing was a tall, slender young man dressed in khaki, indicating a government job, but his clothes were stained with blood down to his trousers. His skin was pale, almost a light green, and one eye was rolled up so much that the pupil was barely visible, while the other stared at him in astonishment. Farron spoke emotionlessly. "It's you." This spirit's name was Chayo, but in a past life, he was bound by blood to Farron as a sibling. Memories, half remembered, flowed into Farron, telling him this. Chapter 7. Chayo, upon hearing the greeting, instinctively sensed that the man before him remembered the tales of times past. The sharp, coal-black eyes that looked at him seemed like a predator eyeing its prey, and the aura of dark magic spread throughout the area like flames from hell capable of scorching even souls. His eyes remained wide open, fearing he might be obliterated, so he immediately retreated into his own dimension to hide. Farron let Chayo go, despite his lingering suspicions about his former younger brother. Leaving the two children standing there like dewdrops was out of the question. He moved away from the young man who had been asleep since earlier, glancing at his disciple who stood there with a forced smile before turning to walk back to the house. "Khem, has the spirit escaped yet or what?" Jet asked, lightly patting Khem on the shoulder. Khem turned to look at his friend, his mouth twisting as if about to cry. The master was far more frightening than he had anticipated. "Jet, I want to go home." "Oh, you scaredy cat, let's go." Once they reached the second-floor balcony after climbing the stairs, the master took a lantern from another post and handed it to Jet. Go wash up, then go to bed quickly, and don't leave your room until morning." Farron instructed. Jet felt an ominous chill from the master's gaze but quickly nodded in acknowledgement, fearing the master might change his mind. Hello," Khem said softly, raising his hand in a respectful gesture when there was a pause. The master glanced back, his dark eyes reflecting the lantern's light, before nodding and walking away, leaving Khem to watch his broad back with a sense of unease and despair. "Come on, Khem, our room is that way," Jet said, his lips tight, as he followed Jet, who carried the lantern through the darkness. The room Jet led to was on the left wing of this Thai house, a bedroom with a large bed. The bathroom was downstairs. Once they reached the room, they set down their bags, arranged the bedding, and then went downstairs to take a quick shower as instructed by the master to get to bed swiftly. As for Farron, after parting with the two boys, he returned to the central part of the house used for ceremonies. The tall figure sat down on a dark carpet near the altar with the Buddha statue, placed the still-lit lantern beside him, and clasped his hands in meditation. He steadied his mind to meditate, for the first time allowing his spirit to journey back into the past. In the year 2482 B, 1939 C, in a traditional Thai house on stilts with a hip roof in the center of a town, lived the Wong Pradit family, consisting of 4 members: the father, a military officer; the mother, a master; the eldest son, a doctor named Fawat, who is Farron in this life; and the youngest son, who was about to be inducted into civil service as a master, named Chiyo, who now haunts Khemjira. Farron wanted to understand the cause of this, because if there was karma between them and he was somehow involved, he could seek a solution to release Chayo's spirit to where it should go. The first image he saw was of the 4 family members having dinner together at the dining table, the atmosphere within the family relaxed and normal. The scene shifted to a petite woman who looked very similar to Khemjira. Her name was Khemika, daughter of the district officer, a close friend of Chayo, and Fawat's lover. Fawat and Khemika first met at a birthday party for a high-ranking civil servant. During a dull moment, both escaped the party's chaos to stroll in the garden behind the house, where they coincidentally met. Fawat recognized Khemika as his younger brother's close school friend, having seen her from afar a few times, so he took the opportunity to strike up a conversation to get to know her better. They hit it off until it was time to return to the party. On the way back, they heard a cat meowing from a tree. Fawat discovered that Khemika was quite the spirited and mischievous woman. This was evident when she took off her high heels and climbed the tree despite wearing a skirt. Fawat tried to dissuade her, but she didn't listen, and he had to turn away in embarrassment. Ultimately, she safely rescued an orange kitten from the tree by sending it down to Fawat waiting below, while she herself ended up stuck in the tree, unable to get down. Fawat laughed, breaking his usual gentlemanly demeanor, then went to fetch a wooden ladder for the young woman to climb down by herself because the young man was too shy to touch her as she was a lady. After the party, Fawat returned home, unable to sleep as thoughts of Khemika filled his mind. He realized instantly that he had fallen in love with Khemika. Therefore, he decided to earnestly pursue her. After several years of courtship, Khemika finally agreed to be his girlfriend and accepted the engagement, amidst the joy of relatives and friends at Fawat's birthday celebration. Farron, in his spiritual form, saw the pained look in Chayo's eyes as he stood at a distance. His red, sorrowful eyes gazed at Khemika and Fawat as if holding back. He began to understand more. Chayo loved Khemika. Perhaps he loved her even before Fawat did. Fawat and Khemika had been together for 6 years and planned to marry after Khemika completed her master's degree. Fawat's father even favored his future daughter-in-law, investing in building an eggshell-colored wooden house for their marital home. Fawat and Khemika often spent their free time there, with Chayo and another maid accompanying them to prevent any gossip from the villagers about impropriety. Only 3 months remained before Khemika would graduate, and their dream of marriage was coming ever closer. However, one day, Dr. Fawat, who was the provincial doctor, was transferred to a military camp on the border due to ongoing border conflicts, and he couldn't refuse the orders of his superiors. The wedding had to be postponed indefinitely. "Yacht, take care of Khemika for me. I'll come back as soon as I can," Fawat told his younger brother. "What? Don't worry. I will look after Khem forever. This is something I can do," Chayo replied with a smile, But Fawad didn't suspect the underlying implications of those words. He simply hugged his brother one last time. After that day, Chayo began to approach Khemjira, taking on Fawad's role. He was straightforward about his feelings, confessing that he had loved her since high school, but Khemjira was steadfast in her love for Fawad, unable to return Chayo's feelings, no matter how much he tried to win her over. Every day, Khemjira seemed to live just for the letters from her lover. Both she and Fawad kept in constant contact through letters for nearly 2 years. However, Khemjira, despite her lively nature, had a frail body, and her longing and worry for Fawad led to her health deteriorating significantly. Chayo watched in pain as Khemjira coughed up blood. But after 2 years, the letters that used to come regularly suddenly stopped. No matter how many letters Khemjira sent, there was no reply. For years passed before a letter from the army, addressed to Khemjira, arrived at her home. Dear Ms. Khemjira, fiancée of Dr. Fawad, we regret to inform you that Dr. Fawad has perished in a bombing incident. Before she could finish reading, Khemjira coughed up blood, and the maid beside her screamed in shock. Eventually, Khemjira was rushed to the hospital. Chayo drove to the hospital upon hearing the news, his face filled with horror at Khemjira's sudden deterioration upon receiving the army's letter. Chayo intended to use this opportunity to change Khemjira's mind, hoping that with Fawad gone, she wouldn't have to suffer waiting anymore and could start anew with him. However, the outcome was the opposite. Khemjira went into shock and suffered a heart attack, dying that very evening. Chayo felt as if he had been struck in the head by a hammer, confused and dizzy, before his heart shattered upon seeing Khemjira's lifeless body. The young man collapsed, crying as if to bring down the heavens, for he had never anticipated this outcome. He had never thought that this situation would lead to Khemjira's death. Ironically, no one could have foreseen that Fawad, whom everyone thought was dead, would return on the very last day of Khemjira's funeral rites. Farron could feel Fawad's heart-wrenching pain through the spirit's eyes, seeing despair with no way out in those grief-stricken eyes, leading to an uncontrollable surge of emotion rising within him. Farron steadied his meditation, moving past the sorrow of the past to focus on unfolding the rest of the story. It turned out that Chayo had forged the letter to deceive the family and Khemjira so that he could marry her in place of Fawad. Additionally, all the letters Fawad sent back were intercepted by Chayo, who had bribed the postman to destroy them before they reached anyone else. How could you do something so despicable, Yat? I'm your brother. Khem is your friend. Fawad yelled through tears, clutching the forged letter tightly in his hand, his tall frame trembling with anger. If it hadn't been his own flesh and blood before him, Fawad swore he would have killed him with his own hands. Chayo was kneeling on the floor, crying like a madman, hands clasped in prayer, repeating apologies that were now utterly pointless. Fawad looked at his brother with bloodshot eyes, his voice quivering as he spoke. All the inheritance, everything that was mine, I bequeath to you. From now on, you and I, we're no longer brothers. I'm going back to the military camp. If I die, let me die as a ghost without a brother. Don't bother bringing my body back for ceremonies. This family can have you, but it won't have me. From that day forward, Fawad could not bear to look at his brother's face, but he also couldn't bring himself to throw him out to fend for himself. So, he decided to leave instead. The spirit of Farron observed his past self, bowing to apologize to his parents for the last time before his physical body called back his spirit, and he slowly opened his eyes. In the darkness, only the light from the lantern illuminated the room. In the distance, there was the figure of a young woman in a white blouse and traditional skirt, sitting serenely, waiting for him to wake. Hello, Master. My name is Kay. I am Khem's mother. Thank you for letting me come up. The female spirit said. A child ghost had been the one to invite her, saying it was the Master's order. Farron's expression softened slightly, as he could guess who she was. He nodded in acknowledgement. This spirit was one that lingered to protect her son with a pure heart, possessing only minor powers, not considered a threat. Do you know the ghost of the man in the khaki uniform who's been following Khem? He asked politely. This was why he had instructed Thong to bring her up. Kay nodded in response. I know. That man has been protecting Khem from the ghost of Madame Ramfewing all this time. Farron didn't respond, his sharp eyes fixed on the female spirit, signaling her to continue. Madame Ramfewing's ghost comes from 400 years ago, from the time before the abolition of slavery. I don't know the other details, but I know she harbors intense resentment towards the family. She curses and pursues the lives of all male descendants born into the family, turning them into her spirit slaves. Silence. The reason Jet sees so many spirits following Khem is partly because of these deceased descendants. Farron furrowed his brows slightly. Since Khemjira arrived here, apart from Chayos' ghost and Khemjira's mother, he hadn't sensed any other spirits. Chayos' ghost isn't one that follows Khemjira's life. It doesn't possess the power to rally all the spirits of the forest or cause the bus Khemjira was on to nearly have an accident. But there's another ghost not present here. And where could it be? Farron closed his eyes to meditate once more, focusing his spirit to search for the malevolent ghost. His spirit extended out from the Thai house in all 8 directions, rushing into the dense forest, before he had to open his eyes abruptly when he saw something. Farron took a pot that had been blessed and placed it in front of Khemjira's mother's spirit, saying, "Hide inside for now, it's dangerous outside." The spirit of Kai looked into the eyes of the young man before her as if under a spell. She felt no fear or suspicion at his words, willingly stepping into the pot. Farron closed the lid and held it in one hand, the other gripping the lantern as he walked to a room where ancestral portraits and bone urns were kept. He placed the pot in an empty spot, raised his hands in a respectful gesture above his head, asking his ancestors to look after this spirit before turning to leave. Farron then took a large bundle of sacred thread downstairs, tying it around the trunks of the tamarind trees, one after another, that encircled the house, then returned to the altar with the Buddha statue to light a large candle that stood in front of it. Suddenly, a fierce wind began to blow without cause. A large flock of owls circled in the sky, some perched on the house's roof, screeching in unison as if to disrupt the concentration. Eyes the color of midnight stared at the candle flame, using the fire element concentration technique to keep the flame steady, unaffected by the wind. Once he had focused his mind, he clasped his hands together, moving his lips in a chant. Sarachang, Saisnang, Safantung, Naranthang. Chapter 8. The magic practitioners in the village opened their eyes simultaneously, sensing danger creeping in. The sound of the owls carried on the wind from the west, the direction where Farron, the revered spirit doctor of the village, lived. Everyone threw off their blankets, got up, and packed essentials into cloth bags, including Chai, the owner of house number 46, one of the 10 most skilled magic practitioners in this village. "What's happening, dear?" Mrs. Ko felt uneasy when she saw her husband suddenly get up to change clothes, looking hurried as if he intended to go somewhere. "I'm going to Farron's house. It seems something bad is about to happen. Please take care of the students. Don't let anyone go outside until morning." Mrs. Ko nodded in agreement. If her husband was set on helping Farron, she wouldn't try to stop him. That man had done much for their family and the village. "Take care of yourself." Chai nodded, slung his satchel over his shoulder, and left the house. Outside Chai's house, La and Mek, who were of similar magical prowess, were waiting. After a brief conversation, they headed towards Farron's house. At that time, Changwit, who hadn't been able to sleep due to a strange feeling, opened his eyes in the dark of his bedroom. He heard the sound of the door opening and voices talking outside. Who's doing what at this hour? Changwit furrowed his brows. Unable to resist his curiosity, he got up, slightly opened the window, and peered out to see Uncle Chai with 2 other men whom Changwit recognized as the owners of the houses where club members were staying. Where are they going? Changwit's mind was filled with doubt. Apart from these 3, there were several other strong-looking men with a similar aura walking on the road, passing by Changwit's house, heading west. Isn't that the same direction Jet and Khemjira went earlier in the evening? The incident on the bus was still unanswered, and now this. What exactly are those 2 and the people in this village hiding? Changwit opened the door, intent on following Uncle Chai to get to the bottom of it. However, upon opening the door, he saw Aunt Ko, Uncle Chai's wife, sitting in the middle of the house, sewing by the light of a lantern. "Oh, where are you going?" Aunt Ko asked. She was also surprised that Changwit was still up at this hour. Before leaving, her husband had cast a spell to make everyone in the house sleep soundly, except for her, and the 2 girls sleeping in another room. She had tried to wake them only to find they were deeply asleep. How could this young man still be awake? Where is Uncle Chai going, Aunt Kao? Chanwit asked directly. Aunt Kao looked into the young man's eyes for a long time, realizing that Chanwit had a strong mind. Even if she told him, he might not believe her, thinking it was superstition. There's nothing, son. Uncle Chai has some business with a friend. It's late. Go back to sleep. Don't go out anywhere. Trust me, okay? Chanwit wrestled with his curiosity for a moment before letting out a soft sigh and nodding. As much as he wanted to know, he shouldn't cause trouble for his hosts, so he went back to his room to sleep. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't fall asleep. The small temple in the village housed only 13 monks and novices. At this time, the abbot, Longpoor Sua, paced along the path and stopped in front of the hut of one of the monks, calling softly, Frau Morn. The door to Frau Morn's hut opened, and Frau Morn, who was kneeling behind the door, bowed 3 times before clasping his hands together and asking, What can I do for you, venerable one? Go fetch the other monks and novices to the pavilion, right now. Frau Morn sensed from the abbot's tone that something ominous was about to happen. The young monk accepted the command and bowed before heading off to fulfill his task. Soon, 13 monks and novices gathered at the pavilion. Some were calm, others looked alarmed, not knowing why the abbot had called them at this hour, but none dared to ask. When the senior monk instructed, they followed. The temple boys had prepared seats for all the monks to sit in a row, holding rosaries that were passed along until everyone had one. When the abbot began chanting, everyone joined in unison. Bura Pharisang, Perkuda Kanong, Bura Pharisang, Perkamatang, Bura Pharisang, Prakasakanang, Dukarokafine, Bawanchayi, Safaduka, Safasaka, Safaroka, Safafaya Safakuro, Siniad Kanrai, Bawanchayi, Safatanong, Safalapang, Bavantium, Rakantu, Surikau. The harmonious chant filled the temple grounds, creating a sense of calm. Golden Pali script, invisible to the naked eye, began to form a protective wall around the village, safeguarding it from any malevolent forces that might try to intrude. Monks have their path of practice, and so do those with magical abilities. But above all, their purpose is the same: to protect themselves, their families, and the people of this village. Upon arriving at Farron's house, some dispersed to stand guard around the perimeter of the house, readying themselves for battle. The 10 most powerful magic practitioners marched up the stairs in formation. The sounds of footsteps on the stairs creaked. At the foot of the stairs, 2 boys who looked alike were kneeling, hands clasped in prayer on either side, as if inviting the assembly of practitioners to ascend. If one arrives here without encountering these 2 spirit servants waiting at the stairs, it means that on that day, Master Farron is not available to meet anyone. This is well known among all the spirituals. Chai, La, and Mek, once students of Master Sek, the grandfather of Master Farron, believed that Master Farron was born with significant spiritual merit. His character and disposition from childhood suggested this to them. Master Sek loved this grandson dearly, and before he passed, he entrusted the villagers to look after him. However, it was usually Master Farron who ended up taking care of the villagers. For instance, 10 years ago, when Chai's 6-year-old son wandered into the forest and was lost for 3 days and nights, it was Master Farron, then a monk, who found and carried the exhausted child back. That image was indelibly etched in Chai's memory. La and Mek, too, had been helped by Master Farron on numerous occasions, much like everyone who came here. There had been no chance to repay his kindness until now, when numerous malevolent spirits were heading towards this Thai house. They would not stand by idly. Upon reaching the house, they saw Master Farron's towering figure in front of the Buddha altar. They all knelt down and bowed in reverence. Master Farron was still in meditation, aware that both his and his grandfather's disciples would come. His lips continued to chant mantras without pause. Chai, the eldest among the 10, crawled forward, took out a tray with candles, and distributed them for everyone to light, arranging them in a square formation around themselves and the master. Then, they crawled to kneel behind the master. Some pulled out books with written chants, opening them and beginning to chant in unison with the master. Lak, Game, Charipe, Karisu Karatate. Jet also felt a sense of foreboding, which he had been feeling for some time now. The loud, Piercing calls of the owls resounded, startling Jet awake, though Khem continued to sleep deeply. The owls called for a while before going silent, dispersing in different directions. But no matter how tired Jet was, he dared not sleep again. He wanted to check outside but didn't dare, as the master had instructed not to leave the room until morning. After a while, the sound of several footsteps climbing the stairs could be heard. Jet woke up with wide eyes and sat up, looking over at Khem, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Khem. Hey, Khem. Jet tried calling out a little louder than usual, but Khem didn't wake up. Jet then got up to check his breathing, letting out a sigh of relief when he confirmed that Khem was still breathing. But this wasn't good. Each day, Khem seemed to be sleeping more deeply, to the point where he could sleepwalk outside, which was very dangerous. Jet was worried that one day Khem might fall into such a deep sleep that he wouldn't wake up again. Jet was restless and uncomfortable. He didn't know what was happening outside, but when he heard the sound of chanting, he paled instantly. The chant he heard was the Assembly of Deities chant, meant to invite gods from all realms to listen to the Dharma prayers, seeking their protection against dangers and evil forces. It was believed that the louder the chant was, the higher the spiritual power of the chanter, reaching up to the highest heavens. After the incident in the haunted forest 5 years ago, Jet hadn't heard the master recite this chant. There was no need to guess what was about to happen. Jet quickly got up, lit a candle, placed it in front of him, clasped his hands in prayer, closed his eyes to focus on the chant, and listened to which part they were at before joining in. Tit Thanta, Santai Kyom, Munivarawa Jana. The spirit of Farron saw a large group of ghosts and demons, numbering over 100, advancing towards this village. These malevolent spirits were heading straight here, aiming to take Khemjira's life. Why go to such lengths? Farron pondered inwardly while his spirit spread out, searching for the malevolent spirit that was Khemjira's nemesis, a woman from 400 years ago, dressed in the attire of a slave owner from that era. But he couldn't find her, nor could he find the spirit of Chayo, his brother from a past life. Where could they be? As his spirit lingered in the deep forest for a long time, the scene in front of Farron suddenly changed. From a horde of terrifyingly shaped and grotesque spirits, some running, some walking, some crawling, the scene transformed into an ancient, abandoned Thai house, now filled with dust and debris. Are you looking for me? Master Farron heard only the cold voice of a woman but saw no one speaking, so he did not respond. Don't meddle in this. Hand over the boy and his mother's spirit to me, and I'll let you all go. Master Farron replied softly. What does the boy have to do with this? Can't you just let him go? The disciples sitting behind could hear the conversation, but they continued chanting. Shut up. What I do is none of your business. Silence. Will you surrender them? Or do you want to test me? Silence. But I'll tell you this. Even your grandfather, SEK, couldn't do anything against me. A child like you dares to challenge me. Silence. Because no matter what, I will never give up on them. Master Farron called his spirit back to his body. His sharp black eyes opened, looking at the candle flames while his ears caught the sound of wailing and shrill shrieks not far away. The stench of decay and the foul odor of spirits wafted through the air. 13 pretas and over 100 spirits had emerged from the forest to encircle his house, but they couldn't enter due to the multiple layers of magical barriers set by several skilled practitioners. Chia and the other disciples could hear, smell, and sense the presence of these spirits, but they did not show undue panic. Despite the sweat dripping down to soak the collars of their shirts, they remained with hands clasped, waiting to see what Master Farron would do next. After finishing the chant to summon the Assembly of Deities, the next step was to invoke the gods and all sacred entities. Everyone, maintain your concentration, keep your minds clear, let go of all attachments. Don't let your focus waver even for a moment. Farron warned while still sitting with his back turned. He closed his eyes once more to recite the invocation. I, Farron, with my power, hereby invite the authority of all my masters, all the Buddhas, the Dhamma, the Sangha, my parents, those who have given birth to me, and those who have nurtured me in all lifetimes, all the deities that protect me, including the great deities, the great bodhisattvas, and all the exalted beings in the 19 heavens, the 16 Brahmas, the 15 layers of earth, the 14 subterranean realms, the 21 realms of Mother Earth, and the sacred river Ganges. Please protect, guard, and keep safe me, my loved ones, my students, and all the lives in this village from any harm. Let no danger approach. Wangpur Sua, who was leading a chant at the temple, seemed to hear Farron's voice carried by the wind, sensing the pure and compassionate spirit of the young man who wished to keep the village safe. Feeling inspired and emboldened, Wangpur Sua raised his chant louder, prompting the other monks to follow suit. In this auspicious universe, in all 8 directions, may a wall of glass, in 7 layers, come forth to protect and encircle us, Anata. At that moment, after finishing the invocation of gods and sacred beings from all realms, suddenly the sky flashed with golden light, and rain began to fall, but not ordinary rain. The demons writhed and screamed in agony as the rain touched them, and 13 bolts of lightning struck down, hitting the heads of 13 ghostly figures, the sound shaking the entire house. Jet was jolted out of his meditation, but Khem remained in deep sleep. Besides the falling rain, the ground that was getting wet began to turn into a mud pit, pulling down the malevolent spirits struggling to escape, their screams of protest echoing before the mud flowed into their mouths, all under the watchful eyes of the practitioners below who were standing in the rain, chanting their spells. Those above could see this through their own visions. Everyone thought the same thing, that the rain and lightning were sent by Indra, and the mud pit that swallowed the demons was the work of Mother Earth. Both deities had responded to the call, and if the one invoking them were not of great merit or of a pure heart, such a result would not have been witnessed. Soon, everything vanished, and calm returned. The soft morning sunlight streamed into the house, touching the figure of the master, who was still seated. At that moment, all the disciples bowed in unison. Chapter 9. Khem felt as though he had drifted into a vast, empty void. Everything around him was pitch black, with only a dense white mist and smoke swirling in the air, obscuring all visibility. Where is this place? Khem could only ponder to himself, the uncertainty making him too scared to even move. Khem was certain he was dreaming, but the unfamiliar situation filled him with fear. Please wake up, Khem, I beg you. Time passed slowly. Khem felt like he had been standing there for hours. Just as he was about to reach the peak of his anxiety, he suddenly heard a voice. Khem, come this way, my child. In the distance, a woman in a white blouse and a traditional Thai skirt was standing, waving him over. Mom, is it really you, Mom? Khem bit his lip, holding back tears, his heart beating rapidly out of fear that it might not truly be his mother. It's me, my son. Don't be afraid. I'll take you out of here. Her voice was warm, something telling him that it was indeed his mother. Mom, overwhelmed by his longing for his mother, Khem quickly wiped his tears and ran towards her with joy. Mom, I missed you so much. Khem embraced his mother, but he could not feel her warmth, as if he was hugging emptiness itself. This only confirmed that she was no longer alive in the real world, merely a spirit appearing in his dream. His mother nodded and smiled at Khem, then took his hand and led him forward. Not long after, Khem saw a light, and suddenly his mother stopped walking. She turned to him with a smile and said, Khem, follow that light, my child. Khem looked at his mother with concern, his heart aching so much he almost cried. And what about you, Mom? I can't go, dear. Hurry up, don't worry about me. But Khem was about to argue when another voice intruded into this dimension. Khem, can you hear me, Khem? It was Jet's voice, sounding very urgent. Khem bit his lip to hold back tears, gently squeezing his mother's cold hands. Mom, come find me again, okay? I'll wait for you, Mom. His mother smiled and nodded. Go quickly. After his mother agreed, Khem reluctantly turned and ran towards the white light that was not far away, which was growing larger and larger until, gasp, Khem jolted awake, his heart pounding so fast he was breathing heavily. Then he saw Jet's face sitting by the bed. Jet, yeah, you finally woke up. Jet looked greatly relieved. Khem slowly sat up, gently rubbing his face. I dreamt I was somewhere unknown. It was so dark, full of fog and smoke. At first, I was really scared, but then suddenly Mom came to me, Jet. Since she passed away, I've never felt her presence until now. What happened? Before Khem could finish speaking, He noticed how weary Jet looked, with dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't slept at all. "Jet, what happened last night?" Khem asked, his large eyes flickering with curiosity. Jet had already told Khem about the incident on the tour bus before they went to sleep, how he had nearly put everyone in danger. He hadn't realized that it wasn't over yet. Looking at Khem, Jet felt pity for his friend. He didn't want to tell him, but Khem needed to know because it was Farron and the other village shamans who had saved him. "Khem, you need to calm down and listen to me." Jet recounted everything he knew. From hearing the loud screeches of the owls on the roof, which are considered an ill omen since owls are believed to be ghost birds, to many people with magical abilities coming to this place. Jet heard the master chanting the Assembly of Deities spell, which the master had once used to subdue numerous spirits during the incident of the forest breaking 5 years ago when he was still a monk. Last night was the second time Jet heard the master chant this spell, indicating that a large number of spirits were approaching, which turned out to be true. After that, Jet heard the high-pitched shrieks of the pretas, similar to what he heard on the tour bus, along with the stench of decay like that of corpses and the foul smell of ghosts carried by the wind. Jet thought they must have come for Khem. 5 years ago, after the master finished invoking the deities, the spirits retreated back into the deep forest. They didn't bother the villagers again, but last night, I heard the sound of rain and thunder multiple times consecutively. After that, the sun rose, and everything returned to normal. It was amazing, but I regret not going out to see it. Khem bit his lip tightly. "I'm sorry, Jet. Hey, I didn't say it to make you feel bad. I just wanted you to know that last night, the master and the villagers saved you. Go take a shower, and then go see the master. Thank him properly." Khem nodded in agreement, although his eyes were still somewhat downcast. It was now only 6:30, with half an hour to spare. After showering and dressing, Khem followed Jet to the central area used for ceremonies. The master, in a long-sleeved black shirt and matching trousers, was still sitting on a raised wooden platform. Jet crawled forward, stopped at a respectful distance, and bowed, then looked up to pay respects with his hands clasped, smiling shyly. Khem followed suit, but after bowing, he kept his eyes down, unable to meet the master's gaze, who looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes far worse than Jet's, feeling guilty. Farron looked at Jet with a gaze as sharp as a knife before turning to the other boy, who was sitting small beside him. Are you Khem?" "Yes, that's me, sir." "Come closer." Khem gave a small start, looked up, blinking as if unsure whether he heard correctly. "Go ahead." Jet, still with his hands clasped, leaned in to whisper. Khem opened his mouth slightly, and then closed it, quickly crawling forward to kneel and clasp his hands before the master who was seated higher, but he didn't dare to look up at the master's face. Earlier, after taking a shower, before meeting the master, Jet had told Khem not to make eye contact with the master for more than 3 seconds, but he didn't explain why. If Jet didn't tell him, Khem wouldn't ask. He always followed what Jet said without question. Farron wasn't concerned with how Khem reacted to him. What he was curious about, and had been pondering since last night, were the words of the ghost Madame Ramfewing, the nemesis of Khem. "But I'll tell you this, your grandfather's magic can't do anything to me." Madame Ramfewing knew Farron's grandfather. No doubt they had met before, and he felt very familiar with Khem's real name, so he wanted to verify something to put his mind at ease. "The thing you're wearing around your neck, show it to me," he said calmly. The other boy trembled slightly before pretending to take off the necklace. "Just show it. No need to take it off." Khem swallowed, slightly startled by the stern tone of the master, but complied by pulling out the sacred thread necklace over his shirt, then placed his hands on his lap and tilted his head back, closing his eyes for the master to see clearly. "Here it is." The master's face was expressionless, while Jet tried hard not to laugh. He had never seen anyone so scared of the master, yet look so funny in their fear. Farron, who was sitting in meditation, unfolded his legs and placed his feet on the ground, picking up a beetle leaf from a brass tray, using it to lift Khem's talisman. He leaned in close to examine it. Khem caught a faint pleasant scent from the master and closed his eyes tightly, not daring to breathe deeply. Farron narrowed his eyes. This was a genuine tiger hide talisman, one of only 3 in the world, blessed by his grandfather. One was in the possession of his grandfather's close friend, a well-known monk who now lived as a forest-dwelling monk. Farron hadn't heard from him in years. The The second was his, as he was his grandson. The last one, he never thought, would belong to this boy who had no apparent connection to his grandfather. Farron remembered now. This was about 16 years ago. At that time, he was in middle school, and his grandfather often traveled to various provinces to exorcise ghosts as requested, accompanied by 3 disciples: Uncle Chia, Uncle La, and Uncle Mek, the 3 most powerful shamans in this village. That day, Grandpa came to visit him at home. At that time, he was still with his father. Grandpa brought snacks and local souvenirs from the provinces he had visited, and as usual, he shared stories about his work. Grandpa had met a family in Kanchanaburi. It was a family of 3, father, mother, and child. The parents aren't the issue, but the 3-year-old child has a bad fate, cursed by a spirit with a vendetta against his life. No matter how many times they tried to ward off the curse, it didn't get better. Every time the child gets sick, he's on the brink of death. At this rate, he probably won't live to see 5. Oh, the child's name is Khemjira. It's quite fitting, but the bearer of the name is a boy, you know. Seeing the child's adorable face, Grandpa took a liking to him. So, he gave him a tiger claw amulet. Huh. Grandpa laughed merrily. But at that time, Farron, not quite understanding, frowned and asked, "Grandpa, didn't you say we shouldn't interfere with others' karmic debts?" Grandpa nodded. Well, yes, but when I saw his face, I couldn't help but feel pity for him. Once you help, you help. After that, 10 years passed, and Grandpa died of old age, but before passing, he suffered greatly and was in excruciating pain. The image of Grandpa vomiting black blood, writhing in pain, and deliriously seeking death every night was still vivid in Farron's memory, especially Grandpa's dying wish that he would remember forever. Be a white magician, not a black one, and don't meddle in others' karmic affairs. Unless you want to suffer like me. Farron let go of the amulet and moved back to his original position after receiving the answer. What he was about to tell the boy in front of him was this. A pottery jar inscribed with runes to bind a spirit was placed in front of Khem. The master said, "The spirit in this jar is your mother's." Upon hearing this, Khem's heart sank. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the pottery jar as if he couldn't believe it. Mom. Farron nodded slightly, not caring whether Khem believed it or not. Your mother has been with you all this time. She's a spirit with little power, but she's managed to stay because of her pure intention to protect her child. Silence. Her accumulated merit from when she was alive, combined with the protective amulet you've worn since childhood, has kept her from being taken by other spirits to become their servant. Silence. But now, the magic in the talisman has completely faded. Your mother only survived because someone has been sending her merit and loving kindness. Khem's eyes burned with emotion. The person referred to must have been the father abbot, as Khem hadn't had time to make merit for his mother in recent months. Farron watched Khem's face, which was beginning to tear up, without any intention of sparing his feelings. Your mother isn't a protected spirit. Last night, if I hadn't sheltered her in this pot, she would likely have been destroyed by the stray magic. Remembering the dream he had this morning, Khem couldn't hold back his tears. He believed every word the master said, so he bowed down to the floor. Thank you so much, master. Thank you for saving my mother. Farron looked at Khem without acknowledging the thanks, then continued. From now on, the ghost that's your nemesis will grow even more powerful. If your mother continues to linger around to protect you like this, it won't be long before that ghost takes her. Khem shook his head in refusal, tears streaming down his face, his large eyes pleading as he looked at the master's face. Then, what should I do, master? Farron placed the magical pot in front. Take it to the temple, perform the rites to send her spirit to the reincarnation where it should be. Huh. Khem nodded, wiping his tears with his sleeve before embracing the pot. Can I do it tomorrow, master? I want to spend one more night with my mother. Farron watched Khem, who was crying with a runny nose. Not wanting to admit he felt sorry for him, he pretended to sip his black coffee and replied softly, Do whatever you want. Thank you, master. Khem bowed again with joy. It was almost time to meet with the club members. He quickly took the pot containing his mother to his bedroom. Khem placed his mother's pot on the head of the bed. Before leaving, he gently stroked the lid and spoke to his mother's spirit. I have so much I want to talk to you about, Mom. I'll come back soon. As for Jet, As soon as Khem waddled off with his mother's pot, he quickly crawled closer to the master. Master, was it the vengeful spirit after Khem last night? Farron looked at Jet with a reprimanding gaze before answering curtly. Yes. Jet gave a strained smile. Thank you for protecting Khem, Master. You're truly amazing, Jet exclaimed, but then yelped as the master tapped his head with the edge of a stainless steel tray, causing tears from the pain. Just this once. If anything happens again, I won't help. You deal with it yourself. Oh, Master, don't you see how pitiful Khem is? He'd be blown away by a mere breeze. How could he possibly confront such a spirit? Farron fixed Jet with a stern look. Don't make me repeat myself. Jet clenched his lips. He usually didn't argue with the master. If the answer was no, then it was no. But he wanted to plead just this one time for Khem. Master, if you won't help Khem, I'll leak your phone number too. Ouch. Farron kicked Jet, sending him sprawling backwards. Chapter 10. Jet thought about getting even with an elbow smack, but this time he feared he'd lose both his elbow and his ground. So he retreated, clasping his hands in apology over his head. When Khem returned, Jet almost carried him away from the house. Farron watched the two boys until they were out of sight, then shook his head in mild exasperation. Khem is quite cute, isn't he, Master? Won't you help him for real? Yeah, Master, he's really pitiful. Thong and Ek, the twin ghost boys, appeared, sitting formally and clasping their hands in supplication. These two ghosts were quite close to Jet. Whenever they were together, they got along like peas in a pod, causing trouble since Jet was knee-high to a grasshopper. Want to get your heads knocked like Jet? Both ghosts gaped at each other before quickly crawling away. Ordinary people might not be able to touch spirits, but the master could. We're leaving. Jet and Khem arrived at the assembly point right on time at 7 in the morning for their scheduled meeting. The first thing they had to do was exercise by doing aerobics to stretch their muscles, led by a senior female club staff member. Many villagers also joined in the exercise. Oh, I'm hungry. Jet groaned while rubbing his stomach. After exercising in front of the flagpole, they all gathered at the school cafeteria for breakfast. We didn't eat anything last night, and Jet hasn't slept all night. I'll go get some porridge for you, wait here, Khem said, and Jet nodded while yawning. While waiting for Khem to fetch the food, Jet slumped his face down onto the table to nap. Changwit, who was in a similar condition, sat down at the table opposite Jet with some porridge. The events of last night left him curious and sleepless. Uncle Chai, the homeowner, had returned at some unknown time. When he went to take a shower, he saw Uncle Chai sleeping on a bamboo bed behind the house. Seeing Jet this sleepy only reinforced Changwit's suspicion that whatever happened last night, Jet and Khem were definitely involved. Today, he would keep a close eye on these two to find out exactly what happened last night. Jet devoured 2 full bowls of pork porridge and a strong cup of black coffee, the bitterness of which woke him up completely, making him ready for the hard work ahead. Next, they divided into groups to head to different sites. One group to repair the school roof, another to build a library, and another to go to the temple to restore and repair the damaged areas, which were not far from each other, allowing for help if one group needed more people. The installation of the water filter was scheduled for the next day. After the major Buddhist holiday and the ceremony to honor Indra and Mother Earth, which the village chief had just announced to the volunteer students this morning. I heard that the big Buddhist holiday and the ceremony to honor heaven and earth here are usually held in the 9th month, and we're only in the 4th month. Why the rush? One student remarked to another while they were painting the school fence. The villagers might want us to experience their culture. That's good, I brought my camera. Another responded. Yeah, that's great. We'll get lots of pictures to post on the university page, which might help us get more funding next year. They said, laughing cheerfully. Cut to Jet and Khem, who were part of the temple restoration team. Jet, looking more robust than Khem, was recruited to fix the roof of the pavilion. After helping others scrub and clean the temple walls, Khem was assigned to be the mural painter on the walls, along with 5 other club members. Wow, Khem, you draw really well, praised Freemai, a fellow student sitting next to him. Khem's drawing depicted a woman in a white blouse and traditional tie skirt, kneeling with hands clasped in prayer, with a small boy around 3 or 4 years old sitting beside her, and a monk in front giving blessings. The scene captured the early morning atmosphere of a crowded community. Indeed, Khem had drawn his own family. Yours is beautiful too, Frey. The color balance is great, and the detail on the clothing is excellent. Khem complimented Freemai in return. She had drawn a woman in ancient Thai attire floating on a boat in a pond surrounded by lotus flowers. Freemai laughed when she saw Khem sincerely admiring her work. Haha, you're too kind, thanks. Seeing you so focused made me serious too. Khem blushed at the compliment, slightly easing his tension as he noticed how easily Freemai got along with others. They chatted a bit more before each returned to their work. Jet watched Khem from the temple roof, while Chan, who was helping the villagers mix cement below, also kept an eye on both of them. Come lunchtime, they had sticky rice and fried pork wrapped in banana leaves for lunch, courtesy of the villagers. The sweet and salty taste was something Khem especially liked, reminiscent of how his mother used to fry pork for him with stir-fried vegetables when he was a child. Missing his mom, Khem wanted to finish his work quickly and return to the master's house to be with her. The temple work finished around 3 in the afternoon, later than the school project. This was a free time for the students in the club. Some went back home to rest, while others hitched a ride on the village chief's truck to the market in the sub-district, as the next day was a major Buddhist holiday with a planned ritual requiring preparations. Once Jet came down from the temple roof, he was immediately engaged in conversations by various villagers. Meanwhile, Khem was all over the place, running in and out of village houses. Jet had told him that last night, many of the village's spirit doctors had to rise and deal with spirits to assist Master Farron, not getting any sleep, which Khem felt responsible for, even though no one knew this, as the master had kept it secret. To make amends, Khem wanted to help the villagers. In some houses, he helped repair water pipes. In others, he cleaned. He helped dig in gardens for planting. And at some places, he assisted in sorting grains. After Jet finished talking with one of the villagers, he couldn't find Khem. He had seen him heading towards Grandma C's house. But when he asked her, she said he had finished cleaning her house and then left. Chanwit watched Jet, who seemed restless whenever Khemjira wasn't nearby, and he couldn't help but furrow his brows in suspicion about their relationship. It was unusual for friends to not let the other out of their sight like this. Or were they more than just friends? Chanwit was left to ponder this on his own. The world had moved on. Even though he might seem like he was from another era, it wasn't as if he didn't understand human rights. But the look in the eyes of people with romantic interest was not like this. His father had once been entranced by a woman, leading to his divorce from Chanwit's mother. The way his father looked at that woman was filled with love and desire. But the look in Jet's eyes when he looked at Khemjira was more like how a mother watches her toddler taking his first steps, as if Khemjira stumbled, Jet's world would end, or so he thought. Damn it! Chanwit pinched his temples, not understanding why he was so fixated on Jet and Khemjira. Hey you! Chanwit lowered his hand, his eyebrow twitching slightly when someone called him you, in the rudest way possible. But when he saw who it was, his body tensed up instantly. Confused, suspicious, and excited, these 3 feelings clashed in Chanwit's head. Jet! Chanwit accidentally called out, which made Jet raise an eyebrow, wondering how the other knew his name, but then he remembered he was somewhat famous and didn't think much of it. Right now, he had to find Khem. Yeah, have you seen my friend? He's small, big eyes, brown hair, and is wearing a blue t-shirt. Jet described Khem to Chan, but the answer he got left Jet momentarily speechless. My name is Chanwit, you can just call me Chan. Chan responded with a frown. He was usually polite to others, but being called you by someone he wasn't close to was really irritating, especially by Jet. Oh right, okay. Chan, have you seen my friend? Small, big eyes, brown hair, wearing a blue t-shirt. Jet corrected himself by adding the name, thinking the other just wanted to introduce himself. Chanwit was still annoyed, but it was better than being called you earlier. Why do you keep following Khem around all the time? Chan thought it was best to ask directly because he had been observing these two all day without getting any answers, and it was wasting his time. Huh. The incident where the bus nearly crashed, and then many villagers walking down the road to the west in the middle of the night, in the same direction Jet and Khem went earlier. What exactly is going on? What are you two up to? Chanwit fired off questions without giving Jet a chance to respond. Hearing the accusations, Jet started to get irritated, about to curse out Chan, when Khem's voice rang out from behind. Jet, help me, help me. Damn, watch out. Khem was struggling to carry a whole bunch of bananas, his arms laden with bags of food and snacks hanging off them. He stumbled over a stone. Both Jet and Chan felt like they'd been zapped, their bodies jerking as they rushed to help Khem. Chan, being the largest and strongest, took on the task of carrying the banana bunch, which was quite heavy. Meanwhile, Jet quickly relieved Khem of the bags of snacks and other food, complaining as he did so. "Why did you bring back so much stuff? Are you starving, or what, Khem? The villagers gave these to me, okay? Keep talking, and I won't share any." Khem retorted immediately. In truth, Khem initially didn't want any reward, intending to repay the villagers and atone for the trouble he caused. But the villagers wouldn't take no for an answer. Eventually, Khem couldn't refuse their kindness and accepted everything they gave, including this entire bunch of bananas. "You've gotten quite bold, huh?" Khem stuck out his tongue at Jet before turning to the man who had come to help carry the bananas. This man was tall, with jet black hair slicked back and wearing square-framed glasses, giving off a scholarly vibe. Khem vaguely remembered his name was Chanwit. "Is your name Chanwit? Thank you for helping. Otherwise, I'd have fallen flat on my face. Here, let me take it now," Khem said, checking his hands and shirt, which were already stained with paint. He then extended his arms to take back the bananas, thinking he could manage now that his arms were free from the other bags. However, Chan shook his head in refusal. He stole a quick glance at the red mark on Khem's arm before replying. "I think it's better if I hold it for you. Let me choose one for you to hold," Jet quickly said, feeling a strong aversion to Chanwit since the earlier incident, wanting to send Chanwit away. But Khem felt an immediate liking for Chanwit, sensing he was probably a good person. There was something about Chanwit that made him feel safe, and he seemed more mature than both Khem and Jet. If they could be friends, it wouldn't be bad at all. "Then, how about we go sit and eat some snacks? We've got so much, no way we can finish it all," Khem suggested with a flushed face. Chanwit looked at him and felt a sense of endearment, so he nodded. "Sure, there's a small wooden pavilion up ahead where we can sit and rest." "No way, Khem. Let's just go home. I want to take a shower." Jet objected with a displeased face, but he was taken aback when Khem turned to look at him with a pout and raised eyes. "Can't we sit and have some snacks first, Jet? I'm hungry, and if we walk all the way to the master's house, I'll definitely faint." Jet's mouth opened and closed as he glared at his friend in annoyance. "Fine, but you turned to stone in front of the master, remember?" Khem put both hands over his ears as if to block out the words. Just thinking about the master's face made his legs tremble. All right, Chan, lead the way." While eating snacks at the village's central wooden pavilion, Khem eagerly asked Chanwit about himself, his major, and year of study. It turned out Chanwit was studying social sciences, majoring in psychology, and was in the same year as Jet and Khem. "Wow, you're really smart." "It's just okay, ouch." Jet yelped as Khem pinched his waist. Chan wasn't paying attention to Jet. He nodded to Khem and responded. Khem, you are smart too." "Ugh, sorry. Sorry on behalf of Jet, he's just got a foul mouth like this, but he's actually a good person." Khem apologizes on behalf of his friend while Jet turns his face away, and Chan gives a small smile. "I don't mind crazy people," Jet says, turning back with his neck almost snapping. "Damn, do you want to punch, Khem? My waist is all bruised now." "Jet, calm down." For the sake of Khem, both Chan and Jet temporarily stop their bickering and focus on eating, with some small talk about tomorrow's plans. After eating, they helped clean up the trash, but Khem had set aside some food for himself, his mother, and the priest. Khem hadn't properly thanked the priest for the events of the previous night. Then, Chan walked Khem and Jet to the end of the concrete road, flanked by banana trees, with a rubber plantation ahead where a narrow dirt road cuts through. Earlier, Chan found out that Jet and Khem were staying at the house of Master Farron, a respected shaman in the village. Khem explained that Jet was also a disciple of Master Farron, which is why they were staying there since Jet's real home was far away in the district. "Just drop us here, you can go back." Jet quickly grabs a bunch of bananas from Chan, while Khem stands waiting not far away. "About what you asked me, don't go asking Khem about it, got it?" Jet warns as a final note. Even though Chan didn't mention it to Khem earlier, one can never be too sure in the future. Chan shrugs. "Next time, if I ask you and you don't give me a good answer, I'll ask Khem." Jet glared at him. "Damn, you'll get it from me," Khem shouts, hearing something about getting it. Jet, what are you saying? Jet immediately gets annoyed. Ugh, you're really annoying, you know that. Chapter 11. After arriving home, having taken turns to shower and change clothes, Jet told Khem to go prepare the meal for the priest in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Jet would go invite the priest downstairs for dinner. The villagers had provided both savory and sweet dishes, along with homegrown brown rice, so Khem didn't need to spend time cooking rice. The master came downstairs alone. Where Jet had gone, nobody knew. Khem stole a glance and noticed that the other man seemed to have just woken up. His hair was slightly messy, but he still looked very handsome. Khem shook his head to clear his irrelevant thoughts before quickly pulling out a chair from the fine wooden table for the priest to sit down, where the table was laden with food. Farron sat down, immediately started serving himself some food, and then quietly said to Khem, who was standing awkwardly behind him, "You can go find your mother if you wish." Khem pressed his lips together before nodding quickly. "Thank you, master." After saying this, he went into the kitchen, grabbed the trays of food for his mother and himself, and headed straight up the stairs to the bedroom. Farron looked at the abundance of food on the table and sighed to himself, as he had actually already eaten dinner before these two young men returned. It was quite a commotion. "Tonight, you stay with your mother, I'll sleep outside." Khem nodded. "Thank you, Jet. Easy, just call me if you need anything." Jet ruffled Khem's hair gently before taking his pillow and blanket outside. Khem placed his mother's food tray on the floor, separated his own plate from the tray, got up to open the pot lid on the bed's headboard, then sat back down on his knees to light an incense stick, as per tradition. He closed his eyes and said, "Mother, I've brought the food. There's your favorite green curry too. Come out and eat with me, mother." A warm breeze passed through, and Khem slowly opened his eyes to see his mother's face, which, though slightly pale, was still as beautiful as ever. "I am here." Khem held back his tears as best he could and nodded, giving his mother a sweet smile. "Let's eat, Mom. There's nothing but delicious food here." Kai nodded, looking at her child's plate, which only had an omelet over white rice because her child had given her the best and tastiest food. Her eyes felt hot. Her heart ached with unbearable pain. She wanted to scoop some of everything onto her child's plate so they could eat together, just like when she was still alive. But now, she couldn't do that. Because she had passed away, she was no longer in the same world as her child. Therefore, the food offered to the dead, the living can't eat together. "Thank you, my child." Between mother and child, there was the barrier of the incense pot. Kai, swallowing hard, forced herself to eat the food with tears in her eyes. "Mom, please don't cry. I'm very happy to be able to eat with you again," Khem said with a smile, though tears streamed down his cheeks as he ate, wiping his tears because he couldn't stop crying. Kai nodded. "Okay, dear, you shouldn't cry either." They both ate until they finished. Then Khem took the dishes downstairs to wash and brushed his teeth before bed. "I'll run up quickly, Mom." Kai shook her head. "No running, dear. Be considerate of the spirits of the house." Khem smiled and nodded. "Okay, Mom, I won't run." Meanwhile, Jet leaned a wooden ladder against the house by Khem's bedroom window, with a shoulder bag containing a hammer and nails, and in one hand, he carried a solid wooden rod about a meter long or so. He placed nails into the wood to block the window, preventing anyone inside from opening it and jumping out. After the day Khem almost jumped from the balcony, Jet didn't trust him to sleep alone anymore, and even when sleeping together, he tied Khem's leg to himself. Today, not sleeping together, he couldn't help but be wary, fearing Khem might have strange dreams, and opened the window. Once done, he put the tools away and returned to the house, setting up the mosquito net and laying out the bed near the door. At this time, Farron was meditating to enter a trance as usual when he heard the sound of someone hammering something, and he immediately guessed who it was. That Jet. Khem came back upstairs once more, passing by Jet, who was lying guard near the door. His mother was still sitting on the bed, waiting, so he quickly climbed onto the bed to be close to her. "Mother, can I sleep in your lap?" Kai smiled. "Of course, my child." Khem lay down with his head in his mother's lap and told her about what he had done that day. Her pale hands gently stroked his hair to lull him to sleep, as she often did when he was a child. She didn't dare to appear in front of her son, fearing he might become too attached and worried, so she had always just watched from a distance. Khem looked up at his mother, taking her cold hands and holding them to his chest. Mother, tomorrow I'll take you to the temple, okay, mother? Kai pressed her lips together, tears in her eyes, nodding slightly, though it was hard for her to let go. But ultimately, she had to allow her son to face his destiny alone. Master Farron had told her that if she continued to follow her son like this, it would only make Khem's life harder. The more spirits that followed him, the weaker he would become. Because she was a spirit with very little power, unable to contend with anyone, if one day her spirit were to vanish or be taken as a servant by another, her son would surely suffer and blame himself. I will go with you. Khem reached up to wipe his mother's tears, then gave her a faint smile. Mother doesn't need to worry about me. I'll get through it. I'll live until I'm old. Believe in me, mother. Kai nodded again. I believe in you. It's very late now. Go to sleep, my child. You have to wake up early tomorrow. Khem shook his head from side to side. But I still want to talk to you, Mom. Khem tried to keep the conversation going with various topics, but soon, his body couldn't resist fatigue, especially with his mother's hand combing through his hair and her lullaby soothing him to sleep. Khem slowly sank into a deep slumber. Sleep now, my dear, I'll sing you to sleep. Gently rocking, my lullaby deep. Golden mother, don't cry and weep. Your love, my dear, forever to keep. The lullaby was melodious, carried by the breeze, echoing eerily, mixed with the chirping of crickets and interspersed with intermittent sobs that would touch anyone's heart. Some villagers, half awake, even got up to chant prayers out of compassion, not knowing who the singer of this child's lullaby was. When Khem was soundly asleep with a slight smile of contentment on his face, Kai gently placed his head on the pillow, covered him with a blanket, and stroked his head one last time before whispering softly, "Sweet dreams, my child." Kai stepped out of the bedroom. Seeing Jet sleeping in the mosquito net near the door, she smiled with affection, knelt down, and gently stroked the young man's head. Thank you very much for always taking care of Khem. May blessings protect you from now on. May you be safe, my child. Jet felt a cool touch on his head, but being too sleepy, he didn't open his eyes. He just took note of it in his heart. Farron, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes. The light from the large candle helped him see who had come to visit, though not very clearly. "Hello, master," Kai said before bowing to the ground. Farron felt reluctant to have her bow to him, but didn't interrupt her faith, so he just nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you for helping me and my child." She looked up with a beautiful smile, and Farron's expression softened slightly. "I just did what I could. It's not a favor." Kai nodded. "Master, Khem is a good boy." Farron listened silently, not quite understanding why she brought this up. "He speaks well, studies well, draws beautifully, cooks well, and does all the household chores competently." Silence. "If in the future, master, should you wish to have someone by your side, please consider my son too, okay?" Farron believed that if he had taken a sip of the tea next to him a moment ago, he would have scalded his mouth. Thong and ex-spirits sitting in the corner of the room even raised their hands to stifle their laughter, while sending teasing glances his way. Farron didn't know how to react facially, but he nodded in acknowledgement to the young spirit before him and replied, "Yes, Auntie." Kai smiled. She didn't know why, but she felt that this man would help Khem survive safely, especially after what had happened before. She felt confident about this. "Please take care of Khem, master." She bowed again. Even though Master Farron didn't explicitly promise, his eyes softened, which reassured her a lot, and then her body gradually faded into the air. Kai appeared again in front of Fra Pinto's cabin, her former husband. This time, Fra Pinto wasn't standing on the steps anymore. He walked down and stopped in front of her, where she sat cross-legged on the ground, the distance neither too close nor too far. Kai clasped her hands in prayer and bowed 3 times, then looked up with a faint smile. "I've come to say goodbye, my dear monk." A tear streamed down from her beautiful eyes, even though her lips were still smiling. A sudden pang of emptiness filled her heart, but Fra Pinto remained composed, then spoke to his former wife's spirit. "Goodbye, Kai. Do not worry. Do not be anxious anymore." Kai nodded through her tears. "Thank you so much for everything, my dear monk." Silence. "If I hadn't met you in this life, I wouldn't know how much I would have suffered." Silence. "If there is a next life, I hope we can meet again, Kai said, then bowed at Fra Pinto's feet, her tears dropping onto the ground, making it damp. Her ears caught the sound of chanting, and her pale body suddenly glowed with a bright golden light. Sabapada, Sabadhama, Sabasanga, Palapata, Paxicanum, Jeong Palong. Chapter 12. Khem woke up at 4 in the morning, looked around the room, didn't see anyone, so he quickly sat up. Glancing at the clay pot, he saw it was tightly closed, realizing his mother had returned inside it. Knock knock. Khem, are you awake? Jet's voice called out, waking him. Khem replied that he was awake, then got up to tidy his bed before hurrying out. Master Farron was waiting on a bamboo platform not far from the kitchen, with a cup of black coffee beside him, and a dog named Ai Dang was lying guard underneath. Go wash your face and come help prepare things, Master Farron said quietly without turning to look. At that moment, he was wrapping tobacco, betel nut, and meong into bite-sized portions on a tray with banana leaves. Jet and Khem took turns washing up and brushing their teeth before rushing into the kitchen. Jet had steamed the sticky rice in a pot since 3 in the morning before going back to sleep. Now, with the rice cooked, he took it out of the pot, flipped it onto a tray, and used a clean stick to spread it out, letting the steam escape. Khem took charge of preparing the savory dishes, which included fried pork and fried fish, simple meals as instructed by Jet. Once done, they both carried the food out to Master Farron's bamboo platform, then found low stools to sit on below while Master Farron sat alone on the platform. Oh, damn, I forgot I asked the village chief to buy some sweets, Jet said as he remembered, scratching his head, putting down the banana leaf, and standing up. Khem was also startled. Should I go with you, Jet? No need. You stay here to help Master Farron. I'll go quickly and come back. Master, may I borrow your bike, please? When Master Farron nodded, Jet ran to grab the master's bike with a front basket, pulled it from under the house, and cycled off immediately. Khem could only watch with drooping eyes as he was abandoned by his friend, before he made up his mind and slowly turned back to look at Master Farron, who was wrapping sticky rice and fried pork in banana leaves. He watched Master Farron's slender, veined hands, observing his movements and trying to mimic them. But the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Master Farron made Khem feel like he couldn't breathe properly, so he gathered his courage to strike up a conversation, figuring if he got scolded, he'd just stay quiet. What is this called, Master? Farron glanced at Khem's face for just a moment before answering calmly. Small rice packets. Seeing that Master Farron was willing to respond, Khem's spirits lifted, and he immediately asked another question. What are they for? They're placed at the base of trees around a few temples, as an offering for the spirits. Farron, seeing Khem listening intently with wide eyes, continued to explain when, where, why, and how, until Jet returned on his bicycle with a bag of sweets. Then Master Farron stopped his explanation and focused back on wrapping the rice in banana leaves. Khem understood from what Master Farron had explained that this tradition is also known as the merit-making ceremony of decorating the earth with rice, a long-standing practice in the northeastern part of Thailand. On the 14th day of the waning moon in the 9th month of every year, villagers would bring various foods, both savory and sweet, fruits, betel nuts, and cigarettes, wrap them in banana leaves, and place them under large trees, on the ground near the temple area, around the stupa, or the ordination hall, to make merit for the spirits of deceased relatives or ancestors, as well as for wandering spirits, those without kin, and hungry ghosts. Jet handed a bag of sweets to Khem to wrap in banana leaves, then went to cut a banana bunch that Khem had received from the villagers the day before into small pieces to be placed in bowls. Once everything was prepared, Jet and Khem followed Master Farron into the woods behind the house. Not far into the woods, Master Farron placed 9 small rice packets at the base of a Bodhi tree, lit 1 candle and 1 incense stick, chanted an invocation for the spirits in the area to come and receive the food, and then planted the incense into the ground. Stay here, Master Farron turned to say briefly before, carrying a bag of small rice packets. He walked further into the woods. Once alone with Jet, Khem quietly asked, Jet, Master said this tradition is held in the 9th month, but it's only the 4th month now. Why are we doing it so early? Jet scratched his head, having completely forgotten to tell Khem about this. It's about the incident where the spirits invaded the village 2 days ago. Today is the Buddhist holy day, so Master Farron suggested to the other shamans who came that day that we should hold this ceremony now, rather than waiting for the 9th month when the spirits might come out to cause trouble again. Khem said with a nod of understanding, pursing his lips. I'm sorry. Jet shook Khem's head back and forth. Don't overthink it, it's over now. No one wanted it to happen. Better to spend your time thinking about how to deal with the spirits or karmic debts. Khem nodded, and Jet was right again. After a while, Master Farron returned. Jet explained that Master Farron had gone alone because he was worried about their safety, as there were not only many spirits, but also potentially harmful animals in there. Then Master Farron went back inside the house. Meanwhile, Jet and Khem cycled around on Master Farron's bike, placing offerings at various locations from the rubber plantation, Banana Grove, the village's three-way junction, to the temple area. Several volunteer students who were interested in local culture also joined in. Although it was done quietly, the atmosphere was quite lively. Wherever Jet and Khem cycled, they were greeted and called to by villagers all along the way. When they met Chan, Khem quickly pulled Jet's shirt collar to make him stop the bike. Let me go, Khem. Khem ignored Jet's whining and greeted Chan. Chan, you're out too? Chan had just finished watering the plants by the roadside and stood up with a polite smile. Hello. Khem, where are you heading? Jet was about to curse, but Khem covered his mouth. We're going to the temple. Want to join Chan? At first, Chan was going to decline, as he had already done his merit making, but seeing Jet's glare, he nodded in agreement. Khem immediately jumped off the bike to walk with Chan, forcing Jet to get off and push the bike, restraining himself from cursing the thick-skinned Chan since they were now near a sacred area. The three of them arrived at the area beside the temple's ordination hall and sat next to Grandma C, a 70-year-old woman lighting incense, clasping her hands together, calling out for her relatives and ancestors to come and receive the merit. Come, dear parents and siblings, grandparents, today we offer food and alms. There's plenty to eat, a big fish cake, rice, water, sweets, bananas, sugarcane. May all suffering be relieved. May all karmic debts be resolved. May you ascend to heaven. Amen. As Grandma C said, Amen, Jet, Khem, and Chan followed suit, then helped her up from the ground. Oh, thank you very much, boys. Go get the sweets from home. There are plenty. After receiving the sweets, Chan parted ways with Khem and Jet at Grandma C's house. Each went back home to bathe and get dressed, preparing to return to the temple to offer food to the monks and listen to the sermon at 8 in the morning. After Khem had bathed and dressed, he prepared food in a lacquered food container while waiting for Jet. The food had been set aside earlier for offering to the monks. Khem, are you done? Jet, dressed in a white round-neck shirt and baggy jeans styled like the 90s, asked while putting on his sneakers at the bottom of the stairs. Khem nodded after neatly stacking the food containers. Done. Just wait a moment. I need to get my mother's pot first. After saying this, Khem ran past Jet upstairs to the bedroom to get his mother's pot, wrapped it in white cloth, tied it up, and placed it in a yellow shoulder bag. Here we go, Khem said after slinging the bag over his shoulder and picking up the food container. Jet went to fetch the priest's bicycle again. Get on. Khem hesitated, not daring to move forward, secretly looking up to the balcony to see if anyone was watching. Is it okay to take the priest's bicycle, Jet? It's fine. At this time, the priest is asleep and not going anywhere. Don't worry. Khem made a doubtful face, but then agreed to sit on the back of the bicycle. Wait, isn't the priest coming to the temple? No, he usually doesn't go to the temple much, only when there's something important. But later in the morning, there will be a spirit worship ceremony. I'll come back to pick him up. Khem nodded in agreement to whatever Jet said. Once they arrived at the temple, the first thing to do was to deliver his mother's pot to one of the senior monks. You wait here, I'll go invite the abbot, Jet said, leaving Khem standing under a tree while he went to the monk's quarters. Soon, a monk returned with Jet. Seeing the monk, Khem quickly knelt down, placed his mother's wrapped pot beside him, and bowed 3 times on the ground. Paying respects, Father Abbot. Blessings to you, benefactor. Jet came around to sit beside Khem after paying respects with his hands over his head and introduced the monk to his close friend. Khem, this is Luang Por Sua, the abbot of this temple. Khem's eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly bowed again, not expecting his friend to bring such an esteemed monk. Namaste long pour sua. My name is Khem. No need for too much formality. Your mother isn't there, right? Bring her here. I will perform the rites. The abbot said, his eyes softening with compassion, knowing this child's karma was unusually heavy. Here, thank you very much, Father Abbot, Khem said after handing over the pot. He stepped back and bowed 3 more times. You don't need to worry. Your mother's spirit is a good one. Her path ahead is certainly not one of hardship. Hearing this, Khem felt relieved, quickly wiping away his tears and smiling. Understood, Father Abbot. Thank you for your trouble. After that, Khem and Jet joined the other villagers and students in the temple's pavilion. They began the ceremony of offering alms for the morning meal to the monks and novices. After the offering, Khem returned to the same Bodhi tree to perform the water-pouring ritual to transfer merit to his mother. I wish for my mother to have only happiness, to become an angel in heaven, and for us to be mother and child again in the next life, Mom. With delicate hands, he poured water from a brass vessel onto the ground, unaware that behind him appeared the figure of his mother, waiting to receive the merit. Keikai's beautiful face smiled brightly, her body glowing with a golden radiance. Her hand gently stroked her son's hair as he performed the ritual, though Khem could neither see nor feel it. Thank you, my child. Then, Keikai's spirit slowly dispersed into golden particles that floated up into the sky, leaving only a warm breeze to embrace her beloved son before departing forever. Farron woke up again in the morning, about an hour before the scheduled ceremony. Today he dressed in a long-sleeved white shirt, black well-fitted slacks, matching leather shoes, and sunglasses to shield his eyes. Once properly dressed, he walked to the area designated for parking bicycles. However, there was nothing. Farron looked up at a window of a bedroom, made of fine golden teak wood, which had been blocked off with decayed wooden shutters without permission, and at the bicycle parking spot that was now empty. He could only close his eyes to suppress his feelings, and decided to walk into the village like this. In the center of the village, where the ceremony to worship the heavens and earth was taking place, the square table, formed by connecting 4 tables, was now laden with offerings. There were the Brahmin and the Hindu celestial offerings, 5 kinds of savory dishes, 9 types of auspicious sweets, including boiled pig's head, boiled duck, boiled chicken, and steamed snakehead fish, 1 each, plus 9 types of fruits and various grains in 1 bowl, 2 bouquets of flowers in vases, betel nuts, tobacco, 2 garlands of marigolds, popped rice, and incense with 4 incense holders at the corners, all in adherence to the 12 traditional items. Jet and Khem were so busy helping the villagers set up for the ceremony that they completely forgot something important, and by the time they remembered, it was too late. Khem's jaw dropped when someone appeared, while Jet slapped his forehead loudly. Damn it, I forgot to pick up the master. After this event, it was expected that Jet would certainly be cut out of the inheritance by the priest. The atmosphere at the worship ceremony changed immediately when Master Farron appeared. His handsome face, though partially hidden by sunglasses, and his strong, confident demeanor made it impossible for onlookers to look away, especially the women. Some even tried to position themselves closer to the priest, but they were pushed back by his disciples. Master Farron, accustomed to ignoring his surroundings, was only focused on fulfilling his duties so he could return home to sleep early. Jet, why do the women in the village seem so excited? Khem asked upon seeing the slight commotion at the front, while he was holding his hands in prayer, watching Master Farron light 9 incense sticks to worship the triple gem from afar. Jet, also with his hands in prayer, replied, I could tell you about this all day and still not finish. Let's just say the priest usually keeps to himself at home. He rarely comes out among people like this. Khem nodded in understanding. The vibe was like when a friend who rarely comes to class shows up, and everyone gets excited to see him. Farron performed his duty as the master of ceremonies, his large hands holding 16 lit incense sticks at chest level, his lips moving in chants to invite and praise the gods and deities. I invoke the gods and deities, the sacred Frau Pyron and Mother Earth, to protect and safeguard the lives of the villagers here from all inauspicious things. The villagers all clasped their hands in prayer, while Master Farron conducted the ceremony step by step. Those close to the ritual area sat cross-legged on the mats, while those further away stood with hands clasped in prayer, mostly the volunteer student members. Suddenly, it began to rain, amidst the sound of traditional Thai music being played and the dancers performing to honor the gods. Master Farron stood tall in front of the altar, his white shirt soaked by the rain, clinging to his body, revealing the intricate tattoos by a renowned monk covering his back. Despite the rain, the incense and candles still burned. No one moved to seek shelter. Instead, they all raised their hands in reverence, covering their heads in respect. Chapter 13. At a time when many, including Jet and Khem, were filled with faith in Master Farron, a whisper could be heard from two young men standing at the front. I think the villagers are just being superstitious. Right. Like any ordinary person could summon rain. Kornkin replied, with Pandit nodding in agreement. This was their reaction after seeing the villagers almost bowing to the man in a white shirt leading the ceremony, believing the rain was due to mere coincidence. Both were first-year engineering students who had ended up joining the volunteer club because their preferred clubs were full. They weren't really enthusiastic about participating in this event, but they were worried about not meeting the activity points criteria in the future and also wanted to experience a trip out of town, so they reluctantly agreed. Upon hearing this, Jet's eyebrows furrowed sharply. Khem, who heard the same, quickly grabbed his friend's sleeve, tugging to prevent Jet from saying or doing anything, as the ceremony was still in progress. Chan, standing quietly beside Khem, couldn't help but furrow his brows as he looked towards the two people. He himself had a rather agnostic view on religious matters. Although he had some experience, he wouldn't believe anything unless he saw it with his own eyes. Yet he never disrespected or spoke out in a way that made others feel uncomfortable, unlike what those two were doing. People don't necessarily have to say everything they think, but they should think before they speak. Jet could only seethe internally because there was nothing he could do except remember the faces of the two men in front of him. Next time if he hears them say anything offensive, he won't just stand by. Farron was invited by the village chief to watch the traditional dance performance accompanied by local music inside a tent, seated on a long wooden chair reserved for the chief of the ceremony. Before the performance, one of his students brought a clean cloth for him to wipe his face. Once the performance ended, Farron prepared to walk back home, but someone half walked, half ran, pushing a bicycle alongside him. Master, your bicycle, sir. Khem spoke kindly, with beads of sweat on his face, fearing he might get scolded. Farron looked at Khem for a moment. Then his gaze went over the young man's head, spotting Jet hiding behind a mango tree, using his friend as a scapegoat. Although he felt annoyed, he kept it to himself, planning to deal with it later. Farron placed his hand on one of the bike handles, causing Khem to let go and step back. What are you guys planning to do next? Khem, who had been looking down in fear, immediately looked up at the master, surprised he wasn't scolded and was instead being asked a question. After we finish installing the water purifier, the village chief will take us to plant trees in the forest, and then we'll go to the waterfall, sir. Farron slightly frowned at the mention of the waterfall. This village indeed had a small one, about 500 meters north into the forest. At this time of year, the water wasn't swift or deep enough to be dangerous, making it possible to play safely, but with Khem, who knows? He considered forbidding him from playing in the water, but was afraid it might cause an unnecessary fuss. Farron sighed softly, pushed down the bike stand with his foot, and said, "Give me your arm." Khem blinked once before quickly extending his arm to Master Farron. The other man took a thread from his shirt pocket, tied it around Khem's wrist, and mumbled some incantations that Khem couldn't understand. Then he tapped Khem's wrist and blew on it softly. Master Farron's actions shocked Khem so much he almost fainted, his face growing so hot it felt like it would burn. "Don't let it come off," Master Farron said with a calm voice after raising his head, and Khem felt fortunate that Master Farron was wearing sunglasses. Otherwise, he would have seen how red his face had become. "Yes, understood. Thank you, Master," Khem said with a bow. Master Farron then let go of his arm and turned to mount his bicycle, cycling back to his home, leaving behind the warmth at Khem's wrist, which he absent-mindedly touched while his light brown eyes followed Master Farron until he was out of sight. The village chief had brought the volunteer club students to plant trees in the forest because the students wanted photos of their activities to post on the university's page to promote their club. They also wanted to visit a nearby waterfall. Seeing that the kids had worked hard for 2 full days and needed a break, the village chief reluctantly agreed to take them, despite not wanting to go into the forest during this time. The volunteer students worked with zeal to finish planting the trees quickly, eager to head to the waterfall sooner rather than later, as the later it got, the less time they would have to enjoy. Except for Jet, who was already tired of playing. It took less than an hour to finish planting. The village chief led the students deeper into the forest, about 300 meters further. Soon they encountered a small waterfall, about waist deep and 10 meters wide, cascading from the mountain through the forest. But before letting the students play in the water, the village chief lit incense to ask for forgiveness from the forest spirits, to prevent any disturbance or unintentional disrespect. The villagers here had been taught from their ancestors that every part of this forest has its guardians, and one cannot do as they please without regard. Man, even for playing in the water, they have to light incense and pray. Cornkin's voice remarked to Pondit, shaking his head in disgust. I don't know why these villagers are so blindly believing in things science can't prove. None of what they do makes any sense. Pondit laughed under his breath, nodding in agreement. Yet, it was Jet, Khem, and Chan who once again overheard this conversation. However, before Jet could take a step, Chan moved in first to speak with Corncan and Pondit. This time, Khem didn't think to stop Jet because what those two had said was too harsh, even for him, who was much calmer than Jet. Both of you should watch what you say. How do you think people who believe feel when they hear you talk like this? Corncan and Pondit, feeling embarrassed after being scolded like that. One of them even pushed Chan's chest in response. Who are you to lecture us, you glasses-wearing nerd? Want to get hurt? I'm already in a bad mood. Corncan said aggressively, but Jet stepped in front of Chan with an even more confrontational stance, pushing the other back. Khem, unable to intervene in time, could only follow and stand nearby. Whoever I am, it doesn't matter. You two have filthy mouths. Who could stand by and not say anything? Cornkin nearly threw a punch at Jet's face, but Pondit held him back. You are the son of... Hearing this, Cornkin gritted his teeth in anger but didn't dare do anything to Jet and stormed off in frustration. Khem sighed with relief as the situation ended peacefully, without the violence he initially feared. Let's go clean ourselves up, Chan said calmly after looking at his own dirt-stained hands, then started walking away. Khem tugged at Jet's shirt to stop him from glaring after Corncan and Pondit, and Jet reluctantly followed Chan without his usual hostility. After cleaning up, Jet and Chan stood on a large rock above a waterfall stream, watching Khem playing in the water with a girl named Freemai. One seemed to have played until bored, the other never liked such childish activities, despite knowing how to swim. Jet standing there watching over Khem wasn't unusual, but for Chan, who had only recently met them, it felt odd to share Jet's concern for Khem without any apparent reason, and Chan wasn't even trying to figure out why anymore. Thanks for earlier, Jet said quickly, almost too fast for anyone to catch, causing Chan to turn and look at him, asking for clarification. What? Jet frowned in irritation, but repeated himself slowly and clearly. I said, thank you. Chan blinked once. I must have misheard. Could you say that again? Jet nodded, and then kicked Chan into the water without warning. Chan, not expecting this from Jet, fell into the water unprepared. Thump. You deserve it for annoying me. Hey, Chan. Khem, seeing the incident, quickly swam over, and Freemai, who also witnessed it, followed to check if their friend, who lived in the same house, was okay. Freemai had met Chan when they both joined the club, but they weren't particularly close. They only started talking more frequently when they came here. Hearing Khem's voice, Chan slowly stood up, his wet black t-shirt clinging to his body, revealing his abdominal muscles clearly. He brushed back his now disheveled, water-soaked hair that was once neat. His sharp, dark brown eyes narrowed slightly before he turned to Khem and said, I'm fine. Khem, please continue playing in the water. Khem slapped his forehead in frustration. Chan, that's Freemai. We're over here. Freemai, momentarily stunned by Chan's appearance without his thick glasses, quickly came back to her senses and burst out laughing. Oh my, are you short-sighted or just blind, Chan? She exclaimed. Sorry. Where did my glasses go? Chan tried to dive back into the water to look for his glasses. Seeing this, Khem put his hands on his hips in anger, pointing at Jet, who was standing on a rock, and shouted an order. Jet, get down here and take responsibility right now. At first, Jet seemed reluctant to help search for Chan's glasses, but Khem chased him down and dragged him into the water, so he ended up helping look for the glasses anyway. Found it. Freemai, who was several meters away, shouted. Luckily, the glasses had floated to a crevice in the rocks and hadn't been swept further away. She quickly swam over to retrieve and return them to Chan. Chan put his glasses on immediately, even though they were wet, but it was better than not having them at all. Thank you very much. No problem. I'm off now. See you later. Freemai said before waving goodbye to Jet, Khem, and Chan, as another female friend called her to come out of the water. Khem gently patted his friends on the shoulder to stop them from glaring at each other. Let's stick together, the three of us. On the other side, Corncan, Pandit, and another male friend named Tejathon, who had been close friends since middle school but went to different university faculties, approached the village chief who was waiting for the students to finish their water activities under a banyan tree. It was now time to head back. Village chief, I heard there's a viewpoint up there. Can we go up and take some photos? Corncan asked, pointing towards the forest on the opposite side of the waterfall where steps had been cleared for climbing the mountain. He had learned about this from Tejathon, who heard it from Freemai, his girlfriend, but he lacked the courage to ask the village chief himself. Corncan, being the bravest among them, took the initiative, partly because he also wanted to enjoy the view from the top. However, the village chief shook his head, quickly denying the request. No way, young man. It's getting late. Better we all head back to the village. The village chief didn't provide the real reason for not allowing them up there, fearing it might scare them or they might think he was making up stories. He simply walked away to gather the students from the water. Corncan frowned in frustration, compounded by his earlier altercation with the likes of Jet. He was now even more irritated. Seriously, what's the big deal about just sitting up there? Pandit was equally annoyed. Tejathon sighed in disappointment. I say, let's sneak up there anyway. The path isn't that complicated. We'll be back fine. Corncan proposed. The three hadn't gone into the water because they didn't want to get wet, so they weren't enjoying themselves like the others. They wanted to do something they liked before returning to Bangkok the next day. Otherwise, it would feel like they hadn't really been there. Yeah, count me in. What about you, Tay? Pandit asked Tejathon, who thought for a moment before nodding in agreement. Seeing his friends ready to join, Corncan smirked with satisfaction. Great, I won't let you guys down. Back in the village, Corncan arranged to meet Pandit and Tejathon at a wooden pavilion near the forest edge, a place not frequented at night. Each brought their backpacks and lanterns. Fortunately, they were staying in different homes, so they had told their hosts they would be sleeping over at a friend's place, confident they wouldn't be caught. Hey, pray. Pandit greeted Freemai as she walked over with Tejathon, though it looked like she wasn't too keen on coming. Freemai smiled awkwardly before greeting Pandit, and Corncan somewhat reluctantly. Hi, Corn, hello, Poon. Corncan nodded in acknowledgement. Having Freemai here was good. If they got caught tomorrow, they'd have company for the scolding. Freemai didn't want to come because she was afraid of the dark and the unseen, but she couldn't resist her boyfriend's insistence. She and Tejathon had been dating for 5 months, and since she was the one who pursued him, she didn't want to upset him. She was willing to compromise for the person she liked a lot. However, Freemai didn't particularly like her boyfriend's 2 friends. Both were troublemakers who often didn't listen to others, frequently got into fights, and liked to drag her boyfriend to bars, even introducing him to other women. Despite this, her boyfriend always returned to his room on time and never cheated on her, as per his friend's teasing. Once everyone was there, Corncan spoke up. Shall we go? Pandit nodded in agreement. Yeah, lead the way. Corncan used a lantern to guide everyone along the path he remembered. When they reached the waterfall, they crossed a wooden bridge to the other side, then climbed a set of stairs leading up. As Freemai had mentioned, there was a viewpoint not too far away. But Freemai hadn't expected to be taken to see the view at night like this. Suddenly, she had an uneasy feeling. Hey, I want to go back, Freemai said with a trembling voice. Tejathon didn't want to give in to his girlfriend's wish, not wanting to upset his other 2 friends. Why go back, pray? We've come this far. Don't be scared. I'll hold your hand all the way, Tejathon said. Freemai bit her lip, and seeing Corncan and Pondit look back at her with annoyed expressions, she was too scared to say anything more and quietly followed the three of them. Finally, they reached the viewpoint, which was a flat area with a large rock jutting out from the cliff, well fenced with wooden railings to prevent falls. It seemed like this spot was frequently visited because there were no weeds or undergrowth, making it look neat. Above all, the air here was much fresher than below, and looking down, you could see the village still brightly lit. The cool breeze gently blew, and the sky was full of stars, a rare sight in the urban areas of the city. "Damn, this is how it should be," Corncan said with a proud smile, feeling justified in convincing his friends to come up here. "Yeah, you three set up the tents. I'll start the fire," Pondit said cheerfully, equally pleased. Freemai, seeing that things weren't as bad as she had feared, felt reassured and went along with them. Soon, 3 tents were set up, and the fire was lit. All 4 sat around the campfire. Freemai boiled water on the small stove she brought to cook instant noodles. Meanwhile, Tejathon took out his acoustic guitar to play and sing happily. Corncan raised his hand in a mock salute, then opened his bag and placed what he had prepared on the ground for everyone to see. "Holy crap, Corncan, you actually brought it?" "Heck yeah, would I miss out?" What Corncan laid out were over 10 cans of beer. He had bought them and stashed them in his backpack back at the rest stop, anticipating that the staff would check bags for illegal items, including alcohol, before boarding the tour bus. Pondit burst out laughing. "True to form, Corncan, your life revolves around booze. You carry it everywhere. Talk too much and you won't get any." "Hey, I was just kidding, give me one." Pondit then distributed the cans to everyone except Freemai, who wasn't much of a drinker and was worried about getting drunk and falling off the cliff, so she politely declined. After finishing his first can, Corncan habitually tossed the empty can off the cliff, which furrowed Freemai's brows because she didn't approve of such crude behavior, but she didn't dare to say anything. She quickly picked up the can Tejathon had discarded and put it in a trash bag, fearing he might follow his friend's example. Time passed leisurely as they relaxed until Corncan stood up, announcing he needed to pee. Pondit and Tejathon, having consumed several cans themselves, felt the same and followed him. This left Freemai alone by the nearly extinguished fire. But several minutes passed, and neither her boyfriend nor his 2 friends returned, and the firewood they had brought was all used up. Not daring to go alone to fetch more wood, she got up and walked in the direction where the 3 had disappeared. "Tay, Corn, Poon, do you hear me, Freemai?" Freemai called out in a rather loud voice, but there was no response from anyone. Freemai started to feel disheartened. She lifted her lantern, looking around, seeing only trees of various sizes. But as she looked, her imagination conjured faces peering out from the darkness. The darkness and silence gnawed at her mind until she could hardly stand it. Freemai's mind was in turmoil as fear took root, her delicate face covered in sweat from the pressure, yet her concern for her boyfriend and the others still outweighed her fear. She forced herself to take short steps deeper into the forest to find the 3 of them. "Tay, can you hear me? Please answer me." Silence. "Tay, don't play around like this with me. I'm really scared, Tay." The deeper she went, the quieter it got, and Freemai began to cry. She thought they might have left her alone up here. Perhaps everyone else had gone back down. Fear, disappointment, and anger mixed together in her heart until she burst into tears, thinking that if she made it back and found them, she would slap each one for daring to do this to her, and she would break up with her boyfriend. Ding. Suddenly, Freemai heard a sound like a bell from behind. With hope that her boyfriend had stopped teasing, she turned around immediately. But what she saw was not Tejathon, Corncan, or Pondit. Instead, it was a woman in a vibrant red tie dress, her face pale with dark veins spread across it, her eyes completely white without pupils, her lips a dark purple, open wide as she screamed at her. "Get out!" Chapter 14. When the light revealed something she did not want to see, Freemai, in her utmost fright, threw the lantern away and ran for her life, not caring what lay ahead, only knowing she couldn't stay there for even a second longer. The sound of the tie-dressed woman in red repeatedly echoed in her ears. "Leave, leave, 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 aha!" Freemai's scream echoed through the forest, startling the birds into flight from their nests. Simultaneously, Farron, who was meditating with his eyes closed in a room lit by candles, opened his eyes abruptly. It was almost midnight. While the villagers were asleep, suddenly there was crying and loud banging coming from one of the houses. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. Please open the door. Help. Help. Sob. Chan, who was sleeping in a room near the door, was startled. The voice he heard now sounded a lot like Freemai's. Realizing this, he quickly got up to check the situation and found that Uncle Chai, Auntie Keo, and Mint, Freemai's close friend, were also rushing out of their rooms to the front door. Knock, knock, knock. Mint, Chan, Auntie Keo, Uncle Chai, help me. Uncle Chai, who tried to sense if it was a ghost or some other entity, realized it was truly Freemai, not an apparition, and quickly opened the door. Pray. Mint's eyes widened, and she rushed out to meet her friend. Chan was fully alert when he saw Freemai's condition, as if she had just run through a battlefield, covered in mud, her hair disheveled, her usually sweet face marred by tears and scratches, with bits of wood and leaves stuck to her clothes. Help! Help! I'm scared! Help! Freemai, her hands clasped in a pleading gesture to Mint, cried out as she slumped to the ground, shaking her head in a panic. Auntie Keo and Uncle Chai exchanged concerned glances. This wasn't the first time they had seen someone in such a state, but they were curious about what had caused it. Scared. Scared. Sob. Pray. Calm down. Try to gather yourself. What happened? Mint knelt down to hug Freemai, asking gently. The more she was asked what happened, the more the previous events replayed in Freemai's mind, despite her attempts to forget. The image of the woman in the red tie dress and her shrill voice still echoed in her head. The overwhelming fear caused Freemai's eyes to roll back, her lips to twist, and her limbs to stiffen and convulse. Pray! Mint cried out in shock upon seeing her friend's condition, starting to weep out of fear. Oh no! Uncle Chai exclaimed, along with several villagers and students who had come out to see what was happening. Once almost everyone had gathered, the host of Corncan, La, spoke in the local Isan dialect, looking around immediately. Hey, Tud, I heard that my student said he was going to sleep at your place. Where is he now? Tud shook his head. No, he's not at my house. My kid also said he was going to sleep at your place. Yeah, that's what mine said too. Mek added. Hearing this, the village chief's face tensed up, a vein popping out on his temple. I think they sneaked into the forest to have fun. They told me they wanted to go up, but I didn't allow it. They must have not listened. This girl probably went with them. Mint, understanding the local dialect, quickly nodded in agreement, wiping away tears. Yes, Prey told me she was going to sleep with Tay, the one staying at Uncle Tud's house, but I didn't know they would sneak into the forest. If I had known, I would have stopped her. Village chief, can you take Prey to see a doctor? I'll fill up the gas. The club president said with concern, knowing if something serious happened to Freemai, it would become a big issue. However, many villagers, including the village chief, shook their heads. By the time we get to the hospital, your friend might be dead. Besides, doctors can't help with this. Only a shaman can. The village chief said. Chai then nodded quickly, instructing his wife to bring out their sidecar motorcycle from the garage. Madame Khem hurried to comply, as they would take this child to see Master Farron. Come on, let's carry Prey up. When Madame Keo brought out the sidecar motorcycle, Chan, who was nearby, helped lift Freemai onto the bike, with Mint holding her close. They all got on. Chai started the motorcycle, letting his wife ride behind, and before driving off, he turned to tell the village chief. Village chief, go get Grandma C, take her to the master's house. This ghost girl is Maying. The master won't handle this himself. All right, go. The village chief agreed, and quickly headed towards Grandma C's house. Meanwhile, Chai drove the motorcycle with Freemai towards Farron's house. At that moment, someone else brought a pickup truck, and the students, too worried to go back to sleep, hopped on to follow the villagers. The president of the volunteer club wasn't confident in Master Farron's abilities at all. He didn't even know the man, but what the villagers said made some sense. The hospital was nearly 100 kilometers away from the village, and without preliminary treatment now, she might not make it there in time. What should we do, Kit? Should we call her parents? Sam, a fellow staff member, asked. Kit, the club president, quickly shook his head. Let's not call yet. It's too late. Let's wait and see. The master might really be able to help. Sam bit her lip, hoping Kit was right, before they both followed the others to another truck heading to Farron's house. At that moment, the lights around Farron's house were already on, as if anticipating the arrival of many people. Jet, sensing something was amiss, woke Khem from his sleep, and they went to find the master at the central ceremony area. They saw Farron lighting incense and candles, paying respects to the triple gem, so they quickly crawled in to pay their respects as well. Ek and Thong stood waiting at the bottom of the house stairs. Some noticed, some didn't. Soon, Freemai was carried up by Chan, followed by Mint, Uncle Chai, and Annie Keo, along with nearly all the villagers and students present. Pray! Khem couldn't help but shout, trying to get up to go see his friend, but was held back by Jet. Don't go near her. Khem swallowed hard, sat back down next to Jet, but kept watching intently as Chan laid Freemai down in front of the master, who was seated higher up, following Uncle Chai's instructions, then sat back next to Khem. Chan, what happened? Khem asked with a pale face, but Chan shook his head, having not understood the villagers' earlier conversation, so he just reported what he had seen. I'm not sure, but it looks like Freemai went into the forest, and when she came back, she was like this. Khem turned even paler. Jet, upon hearing this, could only think, oh no, repeatedly in his mind. Master, it seems this young lady and 3 other guys sneaked into the forest, but only she came back, and in this state. Chai explained with his hands clasped to Master Farron. They had brought her to see the master first because the forest was still dangerous. It wasn't safe to go in carelessly, so they came to consult Master Farron on what to do next. Master Farron looked at Freemai, who was still twitching, and spoke calmly. It's good they let her return. The students, who had gathered in the house until it was packed, exchanged looks upon hearing this. Some, observing Freemai's condition combined with Master's words, got goosebumps and rubbed their arms. Where's Grandma Si? Master Farron asked Chai. Before Chai could answer, Grandma Si walked into the house with a white shoulder bag and a bamboo container of sticky rice, followed by the village chief. Grandma Si sat down and raised her hands over her head to pay respects to Master Farron, who was younger than her. Master Farron, in return, clasped his hands in respect as he always did when meeting her. Master Farron considered Grandma Si as a senior relative because she was friends with his grandfather. When he was young, Grandma Si had helped raise him when his grandfather was out working. His grandfather was a shaman, and Grandma Si was a soul healer, the best in the village. Master, how should we proceed? Can we go up the mountain? If we don't call back her spirit, it might get worse. Grandma Si said, having prepared everything necessary for the ritual after hearing from the village chief, ready to act if Master Farron gave the go-ahead. Master Farron nodded, replying in the same dialect, but with a softer tone. We can go. It's fine. Take many people with you to help find the other 3 children. Grandma Si raised her hands over her head once before looking around. Anyone close to this young lady, come with me. I'll perform the soul-calling ritual to bring her spirit back. The soul-calling ceremony, also known as the spirit-fetching ritual, is an ancient rite among the Ison people. It's believed to cure ailments caused by accidents or shocking events that might cause someone to lose consciousness, like Freemai. Mint, who had just finished crying, quickly raised her hand and crawled towards Grandma Si. Then, the village chief explained the current situation to the students. The atmosphere grew tenser when they learned that 3 of their club members were missing. Right now, the forest is quite dangerous. I'm looking for men who are confident they have strong luck, born on Saturday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Sunday. We're going into the forest to look for your 3 friends. We might be searching all night until noon. One of the male students raised his hand, puzzled. Why before noon? The village chief hesitated, not wanting to answer, but had to tell the truth. If we haven't found them by noon, it means they're dead. A collective gulp could be heard from the back, fear and anxiety gripping the students. The club president, born on a Tuesday, quickly crawled towards the village chief to join them first, not wanting to delay any longer, followed closely by the other 9 men. Khem, seeing there were few volunteers, stood up to join, but the master was quicker. He swung a cane through the air in front of Khem, startling him back into his seat. Jet and Chan were startled as well. The master's stern gaze seemed to tell Khem not to get involved, suggesting he would likely be more of a burden than help, as had been the case before. Realizing this, Khem sat back down, looking dejected. Jet understood both the master's and his friend's feelings, but could say nothing, only patting Khem's back to comfort him. You know why he can't go? And you? Why aren't you going? Farron glanced at Jet, who was born on a Sunday and known to be quite tough-minded. Jet quickly clasped his hands together, lying, but Farron knew it immediately from just a look. Who will look after you, and Khem if I go? Jet gave a cheeky smile. The truth was he just didn't want to help. Those guys had loose tongues. They deserved whatever was coming to them. Farron frowned at Jet, seemingly aware of his thoughts, then turned to another bespectacled boy sitting next to Khem. And you, why aren't you going? His sharp eyes locked onto the eyes of the boy, who looked slightly astonished. Chan was born on a Wednesday night, which according to the village chief's rules, could have implications, but he was hesitant about whether to go or not. On one hand, he was worried about Freemai, who was his housemate, especially since Mint had gone with Grandma C. On the other hand, he also wanted to help search for the missing three. Right now, Chan felt like a child caught hiding something by an adult, so he started to stand up to follow the village chief and the others. However, Jet reached around Khem to pull Chan's shirt, making him sit back down. Master, Chan is very nearsighted and also very clumsy. If he loses his glasses in the forest, he'll just be a burden to others. Jet said. In truth, he just didn't want Chan to go help find those three, especially since Chan shouldn't be the one to go out of his way to help them. Master Farron immediately sensed that Jet had issues with the group of missing kids, which explained his reaction. He was surprised that Jet had made a new friend and was now preventing this friend from helping others. This kind of extreme loyalty and dislike was something Jet had exhibited since childhood. Master Farron sighed and nodded, not wanting to prolong the discussion. There's nothing more to do here. Uncle Chai, have someone take the rest back to rest. Lock the doors well, and don't go out until morning. Uncle Chai acknowledged the order with a bow before passing it on to another student who had brought a pickup truck to take the rest back home to wait for news, making sure to emphasize Master Farron's instructions. Soon, only a few people were left in the house. Master Farron closed his eyes to meditate, sending his spirit out to check on Grandma C's situation. From afar, he saw several lanterns slowly moving up the mountain. Once Grandma C reached the destination with help, she saw the scattered remains of civilization. Her heart sank, realizing why the three children were taken, but she knew she couldn't do much. This was beyond the capabilities of a soul healer like her. Grandma C took out her equipment from her shoulder bag: a banana, a boiled egg, a ball of sticky rice, and a garland of jasmine flowers, arranging them on a plate and lighting a candle, placing it near the extinguished campfire. Come, spirit, Grandma C said before opening the bamboo container of sticky rice, now containing Freemai's personal items like a face cloth, a compact of powder, and lipstick, which Mint had run to get from the house. Grandma C lifted the container and made motions as if scooping the spirit from the air, all while calling for Freemai's spirit to return. Come on, Freemai, do not stay among the crows in the fallow fields. Do not stay among the chickens in the rice paddies. Do not linger in the wide wilderness that is not home. Come back to our home. When Grandma C called out, Mint, who was kneeling nearby with her hands clasped, also helped in calling. Come back to me, pray. I'll take you home to your parents. This time, not only the village chief, but also the villagers and the male student friends started calling out. Something tried to approach the rice basket, but Grandma C quickly closed the lid. She frowned and shooed it away. Go away. I didn't call for you. Leave. The master opened his eyes at that moment, looking down at the piece of paper someone had given him with Freemai's real name and surname written on it. He clasped his hands together and chanted incantations to ward off forest spirits, preventing them from scaring away the soul and taking its place. Budhang, Vantami, Damning, Vantami, Sanghang, Vantami, by the power of the triple gem, please dispel the forest spirits, do not let them near, and call back the spirit of Freemai, so that she may return home safe and sound. Not long after, Grandma C opened the lid of the sticky rice basket, scooped something out, and quickly closed it, then said loudly, She's back, Freemai is back, let's go home. Chapter 15. Uncle Chai's sidecar motorcycle, driven by a villager asked by the village chief to bring Grandma C and Mint, stopped next to the stairs of Farron's large Thai house. Then, Grandma C and Mint hurried up to the central area for the ceremony. Farron opened his eyes from meditation, and upon seeing Grandma C and Mint return, Jet, Khem, and Chan all sighed in relief, watching Freemai, who was still convulsing with her eyes rolled back, hoping for her recovery. "She's back, Freemai is back," Grandma C announced before placing the sticky rice basket beside Freemai. With her age-worn hands, she opened the lid, took out a sacred thread, and tied it around Freemai's wrist, all while chanting, "Spirit of Freemai, come back and enter the body. Come to peace, come to happiness, come to purity, come to health, come to prosperity, come to serenity, come to be with the body." At that moment, Master Farron saw a faint white smoke emerging from the bamboo container and entering Freemai's mouth, causing his eyebrows to relax. Freemai had truly returned. Buddha protects, Dhamma protects, Sangha protects. Do not wander, stay with this body, so be it. Once Grandma C finished chanting, the body that had been convulsing relaxed, the eyes that had rolled back returned to their proper position, and the twisted mouth returned to normal. Soon, her eyelids gently closed, and her breathing became steady. Khem couldn't help but smile with relief. Mint, on the other hand, wiped her tears, her skepticism about such matters instantly transformed. Then Grandma C called for those present to come and tie the sacred thread around Freemai's wrist to welcome her spirit back. Master Farron was the first to do so, followed by Uncle Chai, Auntie Kay, Mint, Khem, Jet, and Chan in order of seniority. Once Freemai's situation was resolved peacefully, Master Farron instructed everyone to return home to rest, except for Uncle Chai and Jet, who had to stay to assist him. Tonight, Master Farron would perform an out-of-body spirit journey, leaving his physical body behind, and the house needed someone to watch over it, ensuring no disturbance. Chan carried Freemai down from Master Farron's house as he had brought her up, following Grandma C and Auntie Cabe, with Mint bringing up the rear. Chan's sharp eyes turned to Khem before he said, "You should also stay at Auntie Cabe's house." Jet was left with his mouth agape, while Khem blinked, not understanding. But thinking back to the recent events, Khem realized he would only be in the way here and wouldn't be able to help Master Farron. He stood up with a bowed head and followed Chan. "Master, why do you need to send Khem away to sleep elsewhere?" Jet asked with a furrowed brow, not understanding. Master Farron, accused by his student, took a switch and tapped him on the head. "Ow," Jet mumbled, rubbing his head. "And why do you want him to stay awake here with you?" The reason was simple. If Khem stayed here, he wouldn't leave his friends to sleep alone in his room, and with less rest, his body would be weak, making it easier for his spirit to leave his body. Jet gave a sheepish grin and quickly raised his hands above his head in apology, misunderstanding Farron. "Haha, I forgot, sorry, Master." Then Farron began meditating to enter a trance, with Uncle Chai by his side to keep the oil lamp filled and ensure the candle didn't go out. Meanwhile, Jet went downstairs, untying the sacred thread and winding it around the fence of the house, then went into the kitchen under the house to make black coffee and grab some snacks, intending to stay vigilant against any wandering spirits entering the area, confirming he wouldn't sleep that night as the Master had implied. That night, Auntie Kay arranged for everyone to sleep together in the central hall of the house, separating the genders, with Auntie Kay herself sitting close by, sorting grains while keeping watch, with a lamp providing light. Khem lay down next to Chan, his mind replaying the image of the Master lifting the cane as if to strike, along with the stern look the Master gave him, and being chased out of the house. These thoughts kept running through his head, causing his eyes to well up uncontrollably. Khem couldn't understand why he felt so hurt by what the Master did, even though the Master hadn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, the Master was right. The more he thought, the more his heart ached until tears started to flow. Khem cried quietly by himself until he fell asleep. At around 3 in the morning, Khem woke up groggily when he felt someone walk past him. Looking closely, he saw Freemai heading towards the door to go outside. "Pray," Khem called out, but she didn't even turn around. Seeing this, he quickly got up and shook Chan, but Chan wouldn't wake up. He then crawled to wake Mint, but she, too, was deeply asleep. Auntie Kay was no longer there. Khem was scared for himself, but he couldn't let Freemai go out alone. He put on his shoes and ran after her. "Pray wait for me." Khem tried calling out, but Fremai seemed deaf to his voice, walking as if in a trance. Khem understood this well, because he had sleepwalked almost to the point of jumping off a balcony himself. The only thing to do was to catch up to her and grab her. Pray. But even as he ran, it seemed like Fremai was still far ahead, disappearing into the forest. Khem stopped in his tracks, looking around frantically, trying to wake Chan, who wouldn't stir. All the villagers who could have helped had already gone up the mountain. Running to Master Farron or Jet was too far, and Khem was afraid Fremai might disappear for good this time. He decided to run after her into the forest. Chan turned over, the light from the lantern flickering before his eyes, forcing him awake. But instead of seeing Khem's small head, he saw only emptiness beside him, and next to that, Fremai's face, still fast asleep next to Mint. Rising, he reached for his glasses, the clarity confirming Khem was gone. Auntie Kao, have you seen Khem? Chan asked Auntie Kao, who was still sorting grains nearby. Oh, he's sleeping. Wait. Auntie Kao was about to say that Khem was right next to Chan, but upon looking again, he was not there. At that moment, Mek and the search team leader were performing a ceremony, asking for forgiveness from the spirits of the land and forest to help clear the path, open their ears to hear, and their eyes to see, so they could bring the children back home. Master Farron sent out 8 spirits in all directions to trace the children, but there was no sign of them. While lighting incense and candles, suddenly a strong wind blew, making it impossible to light them. Everyone quickly knelt, hands clasped in prayer. Master Farron, observing from afar, shook his head and sighed. It seemed like the other side that had taken Fremai's friends wasn't willing to give them up easily. Even the students, who weren't afraid of ghosts, found themselves looking around nervously, as this was an experience they had never encountered. Master Farron decided to unite all 8 spirits into one, soaring towards the peak of Mount Carey, passing through the dense forest until reaching the deepest, untouched part, where there appeared a medium-sized cave behind a waterfall. The spirit in the form of a person walked through the waterfall's veil into the cave. Farron had always been aware of the presence here, acknowledging the existence of something within, but he had never thought to disturb it. However, this situation could not be avoided. He had to ask for help. Farron stopped in his tracks when he reached the end of a long pool with no further path. He bowed down on the stone floor and addressed what was observing him. O spirits of the land, the forest, and the mountains, if I, Farron Rewangdage, have inadvertently offended you in body, speech, or mind, whether intentionally or not, please forgive me. Farron bowed once more, then stood up and continued. Today, I am troubled and come to seek your help. Please show mercy and grant my request. If my merit is insufficient, I am willing to leave peacefully. Suddenly, the cave lit up with the light from countless fireflies, illuminating everything clearly. Farron heard something moving through the water, approaching him. The shadow on the cave wall took the shape of a large serpent. A black snake emerged from the water, lifting its head about 2 meters high, its amber eyes looking down at the young man who was bowing below. It spoke in a deep voice through the mind. If your merit wasn't enough, you wouldn't have made it here. Farron bowed in acknowledgement. The snake, named Fuchong, continued. You're here because of those 3 kids, right? Farron nodded, then looked up at the giant serpent leaning closer, peering into its large amber eyes, and he saw the sequence of events from when the 3 kids entered the forest. From speaking disrespectfully, challenging, spitting, littering, making loud noises, to even urinating on a tree inhabited by a tree spirit, without any apology or request for forgiveness. It was as if it was explaining to Farron why those children had disappeared. After this, I will make them atone for their actions, just release them, while they still breathe. Fuchong observed Farron, who met its gaze without fear, daring to bargain for the lives of those who had wronged it. Fuchong's memories from centuries past stirred at this man's familiar traits. This man's nature had not changed across lifetimes. Fuchong straightened up and retreated into the water until its head was level. Then it said, I can make the Takian Nong spirit release those kids, but they must ordain as monks for at least 6 monastic years and live by the 8 precepts for life. If they don't do this, I will retrieve them, and they'll become wandering forest spirits, never to be reborn. Master Farron bowed again in gratitude, but he froze when he heard the next sentence, before the other entity sank back into the water. The fireflies slowly dimmed, but the previous words still echoed. But I can only release 3. You'll have to find the way for the last one yourself. Master Farron's spirit returned to his physical body, his sharp, dark eyes opening instantly. At the same moment, Jet and another boy, Chan, ran up the stairs and then crawled to clasp their hands in prayer to him with faces full of panic. Father, Khem has disappeared. The words hit Master Farron like a heavy object on his head, especially after hearing from Chan that Khem vanished without anyone noticing. Even Annie Kao, who was awake watching, hadn't seen when Khem left, which only added to his frustration. The last words from the guardian spirit indicated that it was not involved in this matter and couldn't help further, suggesting that Khem's disappearance was due to his own personal karma. Uncle Chai, go help the village chief and the students. Tell everyone the children are still alive. Keep searching. They'll be found. Yes, master. Uncle Chai bowed in acknowledgement and hurried out, knowing there was nothing more he could do here. After Uncle Chai left, Master Farron turned to Jet and Chan. You two keep an eye on the candles and lanterns. Don't let them go out. If I'm not back in an hour, light one incense stick to call me. Jet immediately bowed in agreement. Though Chan was still confused, he also bowed to accept the instruction. Master Farron closed his eyes, recalling when he had entered the dimension of a vengeful spirit named Ramfuing. He concentrated on the memory and feeling of that time to find his way back into that dimension. After a long search, he finally entered, but he could only reach the ancient Thai house's boat dock in this dimension, unable to go further. What Master Farron saw now were signs of a lightning strike. The dock area where he stood was covered with black burn marks, and several trees around the house had fallen, their branches breaking through the roof. The lightning event from the previous night must have affected Madame Ramfuing's dimension as well. Farron could sense that the spirit of Madame Ramfuing was hiding within this Thai house, as her spirit must have been injured, and thus she had been quiet, not causing any disturbances outside for a while. However, Khem's spirit was not here. So where could he have gone? Khem didn't know when he had lost consciousness, but he woke up in a bedroom that felt oddly familiar. Wake up, Khem. The speaker was a tall man in a khaki uniform, with a handsome face and a voice that sounded strangely familiar, causing Khem to furrow his brow and back away as the man stepped closer. Who are you? The man in front of him let out a soft laugh, but his dark eyes lacked any humor before he sat down on the bed and leaned in close to Khem. We haven't seen each other in many nights. Have you forgotten me? Khem looked into the man's eyes, trying to dredge up a fading memory. Haven't seen each other in many nights, huh? Take a good look at this house, Khem. As Khem did so, he noticed that everything around him was from an old era, like a set from a Thai period drama from the 1980s he had once watched, with wooden walls that had an eggshell color. Khem's eyes widened, and he quickly turned back to look at the man in front of him. Are you the person from my dreams? Chayo nodded, then took Khem's hand into his own. Khem, stay here with me. I'll take care of you from now on, okay? Khem pulled his hand back and shook his head vigorously. No way. If I stay here, that means I'm dead. I don't want to die yet. Khem's refusal caused Chayo's expression to darken. When will you stop rejecting me, Khem? When will you start looking back at me? Khem startled, quickly retreating as the man's face, which had looked normal, began to turn pale and then greenish. Chayo slowly crawled onto the bed, bringing his now horrifying face closer to Khem, speaking with a chilling voice that Khem had heard before. I've cherished and protected you for centuries. Do you think I'd let someone else have you? Dream on. Khem felt like he was being electrocuted and cried out in fear before jumping off the bed and dashing out of the room, hoping to escape the house, praying to wake up from this nightmare. Where do you think you're going? Chayo's voice echoed through the house. When Khem turned around, he was so shocked his legs nearly gave out. The sight was of a man in khaki clothes with a grotesquely twisted body, as if all his bones were broken, blood everywhere, his skull caved in, neck bent against his shoulder, using his seemingly lifeless legs to chase after Khem with alarming speed. Khem turned back and ran down the stairs, but he tripped on the last step, twisting his ankle. The pain felt real, not like it was from a dream. Despite the pain making it impossible to walk, Khem still chose to crawl away, crying silently. The door that was left ajar was suddenly slammed shut with a loud bang. Khem, whose hopes were crushed, stared wide-eyed before the closed door was replaced by the sight of the twisted, khaki-clad legs. Khem immediately looked down, not wanting to see, fear consuming every bit of his being until he could barely breathe. He curled up, hugging himself and crying without sound. Chayo knelt down and leaned in, just a moment away from embracing Khem. However, someone's hand reached out, grabbed Chayo's hair tightly, and pulled him back. What appeared before Khem was the face of Farron, glaring at him with such anger that his black eyes seemed to shrink. Chapter 16. Farron glanced at Khem, who was still overwhelmed by fear, unable to lift his head. "Master, it's been an hour, please come back." But Farron could do little more than pull Chayo's head out of its dimension along with him. "Master," Jet called out. At that moment, Farron opened his physical eyes and spoke firmly. "Go fetch a pot." The shadowy figure, emitting a strong odor of decay, was struggling in the master's grip. Jet swallowed hard and ran to grab a clay pot enchanted with protective spells, handing it to Farron immediately. Meanwhile, Chan could only frown in confusion, looking from one person to another, as he didn't see what others were seeing. Without further ado, Farron opened the lid and stuffed Chayo's spirit into the pot, then closed it and wrapped it in a red cloth inscribed with mystical symbols, indicating he would deal with it later. "Follow me," he said shortly before walking down from the house. Jet and Chan followed the master into the forest behind the house, which was a different path from where the group was searching for Corncan and his friends. The three of them ventured deeper into the woods, each carrying a lantern for light. Jet and Chan trailed behind Farron, not knowing where they were being led. As it approached 5 in the morning, Farron stopped and looked around, telling the two young men that Khem was nearby and instructed them to split up and search. Chan started to walk in another direction, but Jet pulled him back. "Where do you think you're going? You'll probably fall off a cliff and die." Chan furrowed his brows and pointed ahead. "It's just a normal path. How could there be a cliff?" "Huh." Jet looked again, rubbing his eyes once more, and what he once saw as a cliff now appeared as a small, walkable path. Jet clicked his tongue in annoyance. He hadn't realized he was under a spirit's illusion. What a complete misjudgment. Farron turned back and walked toward where Chan indicated. Soon, they saw a faint golden light shining from behind a large tree. Farron approached the tree, followed by Jet and Chan. Upon reaching it, they found the source of the light, the sacred thread he had blessed and tied around Khem the previous day. "Khem!" Jet shouted, joyfully jumping toward his friend, but Khem lay there motionless, his eyes lifeless and unresponsive, much like Freemai had been. "Call his spirit back first," Farron instructed. Jet stepped back to allow the master to light incense and candles for the ceremony to summon Khem's spirit. Fortunately, Jet had instinctively grabbed the master's bag of supplies. After planting the incense in the ground, Farron clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to pray. "Spirit, oh spirit, come back. Where has the spirit of Khemjira flown to? May the deities of the forest watch over and protect. Bring him back to where he belongs. Let him not wander away again." Khem's eyes slowly closed, his previously stiff body relaxing against the trees. Khem had returned. Now, just sleeping, Jet didn't want to wake him, so he carried him as he was, though it was somewhat cumbersome since Jet wasn't particularly strong or large, and after being up all night, he wasn't in the best shape. Chan was about to offer his help, but Master Farron was quicker. "Give him here. I'll carry him," Master Farron said, seeing that Jet might end up rolling down the mountain with Khem. Are you sure, Master? I can carry him. It won't be a bother for you." Jet was startled, barely keeping his composure. Even though Master Farron had been a layman for years, he still carried himself like a monk. Jet had never seen him carry anyone before, be it man or woman. "Give him here. Here you go." Sensing the chill in Master Farron's voice, Jet quickly handed over Khem. Master Farron shook his head, tired of repeating himself, before turning to the other person who had been watching from a distance. "You're Chan, right?" The other nodded in confirmation. "Yes, Master." "Lead the way," Master Farron said calmly. Chan nodded again, though he didn't fully understand, before turning and walking ahead. Once out of the forest, Master Farron carried Khem back to the house. Seeing that the villagers and student friends searching for Corncan and his group hadn't returned, Jet couldn't stay indifferent. He grabbed a coffee, took Master Farron's bicycle, and went to help in the search, dragging along the more determined Chan, leaving Khem in Master Farron's care. Master Farron left Khem's bedroom, heading to the room where Chayo's jar was kept. He opened the lid, reached inside, grabbed Chayo's head, and pulled his body out. This room was surrounded by magical incantations. Spirits inside couldn't leave, and those outside couldn't enter. It was a room specifically used by Farron and his grandfather to subdue ghosts. The many candles placed on the floor suddenly illuminated the room with their flames, yet the atmosphere remained chillingly cold. Chayo felt as if his spirit might dissolve just by meeting Farron's gaze. Overwhelmed by frustration and fear, he began to cry. Farron slowly released the head of his former younger brother, seeing that his power had waned. He then brought over a wooden chair, placed it in front of Chayo, and sat down. "Why are you doing this?" Farron asked, and Chayo thought the question seemed to reflect back on past events as well. The spirit in the khaki uniform slumped to the floor, kneeling, gripping his pants tightly as he responded. "How long I've loved him, you never knew. Last time you abandoned him. And in this life, you haven't shown him love or care, so why dash?" Before he could finish, Farron kicked Chayo with full force, catching him off guard, sending him sprawling backward with a loud thud. Not satisfied, Farron then crouched beside him, grabbed his hair, and forced him to look into his eyes as if to burn his spirit away. "You don't love him, Chayo. You love yourself." Farron's words felt like a sharp spear piercing through Chayo's heart, causing such pain that it seemed it might shatter into pieces. His black eyes rolled in resistance, unwilling to accept the truth, while tears continued to flow. "Last time, you forged my letter, causing his death. Now you want his life again, you arrogant fool. What am I supposed to do with you? You don't understand. I just wanted to protect Khem from that evil spirit. If I had his spirit, my power would increase, and I could definitely protect Khem from it." Arf. Chayo cried out in pain as Farron's grip tightened, forcing his head back. "Did you ever ask him if he wanted you to protect him? You don't have to mention the past. Your selfish nature hasn't changed. You think if you love someone, they must love you back. You want what you want, and when your good deeds don't get rewarded, you react like this. Who asked you to do all this?" Chayo squirmed, trying to escape, but the more he struggled, the more it hurt. Such pain was something this ghost hadn't felt in a long time. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. I'm scared. Let me go." You also hurt him, scared him just the same, and yet you dare to say you love him even as a ghost. After all these lifetimes, and you still don't get it? How about spending 10 or 20 years at the bottom of the river, tied with a rock, inside a jar? Chayo's eyes rolled back as he shook his head. The thought of being confined in such a cramped space, unable to move, was tormenting in less than a day, let alone 10 or 20 years. "No, don't do this to me. I want to stay with Khem. She'll come back. If I'm not here, who will protect Khem?" Chayo sobbed, begging for mercy. Hearing this, Master Farron paused, a mix of emotions swirling inside him with hesitation. If not Chayo, then who would protect Khem? His sharp, stern eyes narrowed dangerously. "That's not the duty of a ghost like you. So remember my words well today, and reflect on your actions in that jar. If you haven't changed your ways by the time I come back, prepare to be weighed down at the bottom of the river." "No, no. Ah." Master Farron closed the lid after shoving Chayo's spirit back into the jar, wrapped it with the same red sacred cloth, securely tied it, and placed it back on the table before leaving the room. This morning, the sky was clear and the sun bright, a stark contrast to the night before when everyone expected heavy rain all day. But last night, around 3 or nearly 4 in the morning, when Chai came to tell everyone to keep searching for the 3 students and assured them that they were still alive, it reignited hope in the search team. The ominous cloud that seemed to hover over the village, created by Mech's worry, gradually dissipated in a miraculous way. It was obvious who could achieve such a thing. Jet and Chan joined the search team at 6 in the morning to help find Corncan and his group. Since there were already many people searching higher up, they decided to focus on areas near the base of the mountain. The 2 split up to search, but stayed close enough to shout if they found anything. Chan walked along the stream of the waterfall, catching sight of a beer can floating by. He adjusted his glasses and followed the water upstream, his heart pounding with anticipation. And then he found them. Chan swallowed hard upon seeing the condition of the three bodies before averting his gaze to shout across the waterfall to Jet. "Kun Jet, over here." Jet, who was looking down under a wooden bridge, immediately looked up when he saw Chan waving from behind a large rock, his eyes wide with surprise. "Did you find them?" Without waiting for an answer, Jet ran across the bridge to reach him. Chan moved aside to let Jet see closely, and upon seeing it, Jet couldn't help but curse. Damn. For most people, Freemai's condition from last night was already terrifying, but the state of Corncan, Pondit, and Tejathon now surpassed that by far. The three were lying on the riverbank, surrounded by several beer cans and debris, their clothes tattered and dirty, their pale skin covered with dark bruises, mouths agape, eyes rolled back, hands and feet bloated from prolonged exposure to water. Yet, their chests were still moving faintly, indicating they were still alive. It was a horrifying and heart-wrenching sight. "What do we do?" Chan asked, hesitant to touch them, fearing they might have internal injuries, and they had no equipment to carry them. "You stay here. I'll go get help," Jet said, turning to run off immediately. Chan didn't have to wait long before Jet returned with several villagers and male students, bringing first aid kits and stretchers. Everyone was taken aback by the scene. Some even clasped their hands in a prayer of thanks and apology to the spirits. Then they began to carefully lift the three onto stretchers for preliminary first aid before sending them to the hospital. By morning, after everything was settled, Jet reported back to Farron that they had found Corncan and his friends, but their condition was critical. They had been taken to the hospital, and Chan, who was quite dazed, was told to stay with Khem as a form of responsibility for finding him. Chan didn't object. Seeing Chan with his bag packed, Farron nodded in agreement, though not without giving Jet a look of reprimand for acting without consultation, before continuing to make holy water by dropping candle wax into a basin. After showering and changing into nightwear, Jet and Chan went to sleep in the same room as Khem, each on a different side of the bed with Khem in the middle. The master had said that Khem wouldn't wake up soon, but definitely by tomorrow at the latest, and seeing no immediate danger, combined with their accumulated fatigue, both fell into a deep sleep as soon as their heads hit the pillow. In the dead of night, the bedroom door of Khem was gently pushed open. Master Farron chanted a spell to ensure that the two guardians slept soundly and wouldn't wake until morning before he slowly entered and sat on the bed. His sharp eyes gazed at Khem's face, which was beaded with sweat. Earlier, he had asked Anikeo to come in and help with changing Khem's clothes and wiping him down, but he needed to check periodically to see if Khem had a fever. Master Farron felt responsible for this situation, having been the one to suggest that Khem sleep elsewhere. It wasn't out of any personal feelings. He gently placed his hand on Khem's forehead, only to find that Khem wasn't hot, yet tears streamed continuously from the corners of his eyes. He must be having a nightmare. And Master Farron could guess what Khem was dreaming about. In the realm of dreams Khem was currently facing, it was their past lives where he and Master Farron had been lovers, but their love wasn't as sweet and enduring as others. Duty and career had kept them apart for an eternity, and death had separated them forever, preventing any return to the love they once dreamed of. It was a pity, as they missed each other by such a brief moment. Khem stood at his own funeral, seeing how devastated the person who arrived just a step too late was. In Khem's mind, he was crying out, why? Why did he believe others' deceit? Why wasn't he strong? Why didn't he wait patiently? It was just a little while longer. As he was about to embrace the person kneeling and crying in front of his photo, Khem was suddenly pulled out of that moment. His body jolted in fright, and he woke up to see Master Farron's face looking at him. Ugh! Khem looked at Farron's face and burst into tears, feeling a sharp pain in his heart upon learning why they parted in their past life, still immersed in those emotions, finding it hard to detach. He sat up and lunged to hug the other, driven by a longing, momentarily forgetting who he was now and who the other was. Farron immediately understood what Khem had dreamt about to react this way, so he didn't push him away or reject him, but he also didn't reciprocate Khem's feelings, instead reminding him to think rationally. You can hug as much as you want, cry to your heart's content, but remember, I'm not Fawad, and you're not Khemika. The past is long gone. Now we are just people who happen to meet. Not lovers, understand. Kim's heart slowed down. After hugging and crying to satisfaction, he came to his senses about his actions, though it was difficult to control his emotions, unlike Farron, who could clearly distinguish between past and present. But would it matter if Khem wanted to cherish this moment a little longer? Master, can you please stay with me a bit longer, until I fall asleep? I promise I won't ask for this again, Khem pleaded, tears still streaming down his cheeks, his body still hiccuping slightly. The master fell silent, making Khem feel disheartened, but then he smiled when he heard the next sentence. His tears stopped as if the tap had been turned off. If that's the case, then lie down. Yes. Khem quickly lay down as instructed. Even though his eyes still followed Farron, who turned to open a drawer in the wooden cabinet by the bed and pulled out a book of Dhamma to read while waiting for Khem to fall asleep, he didn't miss the stern look sent his way. You're staring like that. When will you ever fall asleep? Khem closed his eyes out of slight fear, but felt reassured because he knew the master was kind. Can I hold your hand? The response was a look that seemed to threaten discipline, so Khem promptly closed his eyes in feigned sleep. Not long after, Khem felt a single finger slide into his hand, and without hesitation, he grabbed it like a cat catching a mouse. Khem's heart was beating so hard it felt like it might burst out, and he opened his eyes to look at Master Farron, who was intently reading a book on Dharma, overwhelmed with joy. Master Farron, annoyed by Khem's gaze, spoke up. Only this once. Next time, you get the switch. Chapter 17. Khem woke up early in the morning and turned to see that Master Farron was no longer there. However, the sense of satisfaction from the night before made Khem smile. Initially, he had planned to return to Bangkok if Master Farron didn't help, but now, Khem had changed his mind. Jet wouldn't need to persuade Master Farron or do anything else on behalf of Khem because from now on, Khem would handle it himself. Khem would make Master Farron's heart soften. First, he would start by tidying his own bed. Khem got up and was slightly startled to see Jet and Chan sleeping on either side of his bed. When did you guys get here? Khem blushed, thinking they might have heard his conversation with Master Farron last night, given how loudly he had been crying. Seeing they were sleeping comfortably, he didn't want to wake them, but he had to because Khem intended to clean the entire Thai-style house, though he didn't know where to find the cleaning supplies. Jet, wake up, wake up. Khem gently shook Jet's shoulder, and soon Jet sat up, rubbing his eyes. Is it morning already? It's, 5 in the morning. Jet almost bit Khem's head off. Damn it. Why are you up so early? Sorry. I want to clean the house for Master Farron, but I don't know where the cleaning supplies are. Khem replied sheepishly, feeling guilty. Maybe if we do this, the master will be more lenient and let us stay here. Jet slapped his knee excitedly, flames of determination in his eyes. Good. That's how we should do it. Let's go wash up, and I'll help clean. Jet stood up abruptly, heading to wake the other friend. Chan, wake up, man. When Chan woke, Khem first apologized to him. Seeing that his friend wasn't angry, he explained his plan. Chan, still a bit confused since being dragged here by Jet the day before, nodded in agreement once again. The three of them lined up to leave the room, heading downstairs to wash their faces and brush their teeth before going to the cleaning supplies room. Usually, the master hired a trusted maid to clean weekly, but she had recently gone on maternity leave, so lately, the master had been cleaning the house himself. The kids, now well-rested and full of energy, cleaned with such fervor that the noise reached Farron's ears as he lay in bed. The sounds of clinking kitchen utensils and the banging of a ladle against a pan mixed intermittently, causing the master to furrow his brows. The older ones are cleaning the house, master. The teak floors are as shiny as mirrors, whispered Ek, standing to the left of the bed, followed by Thong from the other side. Phi Khem is cooking as well, it smells delicious. Phi Khem's mother was right, master, you won't. But seeing the master reach for the cane by the bedside, they both dashed out of the room. Who would have guessed that Farron would leave the children's room at almost 4 in the morning? Dressed in a white t-shirt and black cotton trousers for sleeping, Farron had to get up. He walked out to sit at the ceremonial area and saw the 3 children, sweat covering them, already waiting. As soon as he sat on the higher seat, Jet, being the eager student, quickly crawled up to him. Master, Khem woke us up to clean together today. That is, well, you see. Jet hesitated when he met the master's look that seemed to say, and then what? Chan glanced up, having just tried to speak to the master himself. Seeing that things weren't going well, Khem quickly crawled closer to the master, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and looked up with wide, hopeful eyes. Can I stay here until the new term starts? I promise I'll help with all the housework and won't be a burden to you, master. Khem blinked at Master Farron once, who felt like smacking that handsome forehead with a coconut, but Jet was to blame for this behavior. However, he could only think it because in reality, Master Farron just sighed with exasperation. These guys were arguing without him even saying he wouldn't let them stay. If you're going to stay, you must formally become my disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, Khem smiled broadly with joy, and Jet almost hugged him but restrained himself out of respect for Master Farron, only jumping for joy quietly in his mind. But the matter wasn't settled there. And you? Do you know the situation with these two? Is that why you followed them here? Master Farron turned his question to Chan, who shook his head in response. Jet immediately looked uncomfortable. Oh no. If Master Farron tells the truth, their plan to trick Chan into being Khem's protector would fall apart. Khem bit his lip, feeling guilty when Master Farron's look seemed to scold him for not telling the truth to his friend, so he quickly crawled back to Chan, leaving Jet to be disciplined with a tap on the head by Master Farron. Chan, I'm sorry for not telling you everything. It's just that. Khem proceeded to tell Chan everything, from the curse on his maternal family to the near-death experiences. Chan was visibly shocked by what he heard. If anyone else had told him this story, he wouldn't have believed it, but after getting to know Khem and Jet, he could accept it easily. You all need to decide carefully. If you're in this together, it means you three are willing to risk your lives for each other when faced with danger. But if you're not sure you can do that, it's best to go your separate ways from now. What he said was the truth. He couldn't guarantee everything would end well. If someone later panicked and feared for their life, all his teachings would be in vain. It was better to make the decision now, to avoid wasting everyone's time. Jet and Khem looked at each other before turning to Chan. Chan adjusted his glasses slightly before crawling closer to Master Farron, and bowed in a way he never had before. If asked how he felt after hearing what the master said, he would have to admit he was scared. Who isn't afraid of death, right? But watching over Jet and Khem had become another reason for him to live, and he didn't think he could just stop doing it, so he wanted to try asking, I'd like to become your student, master. Jet stood up straighter, as if to say Chan spoke well. Khem was both overjoyed and relieved to the point of tears, but quickly wiped them away and smiled to thank Chan. To become a student, one had to perform the traditional Y-Crew ceremony like the other students of Farron. So, they would need to prepare offerings and incense for the ceremony tomorrow. Today, after setting up the meal for the master, they had to inform their volunteer club friends that they would be staying behind, to not worry everyone. Regarding Corncan, Pandit, and Tejitan, they were now out of danger but still needed to stay in the hospital for observation for several days, with their parents closely watching over them. Once they were better and returned home, they would have to fulfill their promise to ordain as monks for 6 years and maintain the 8 precepts for the rest of their lives. It was hoped that their experiences would serve as a lesson, making them respect places they visit and refrain from rude behavior or disrespectful challenges. After the ordeal had passed, the villagers organized a Bai Sri Su Kwan, or in the Isan dialect, Sut Kwan ceremony for the students to call back their spirits and morale, and to wish them good fortune before their long journey back to Bangkok. Khem, Jet, and Chan went to Grandma C's house, where the ceremony was to be held. Grandma C's house was half concrete and half wood, with a spacious ground floor that could accommodate dozens of people. From the front, one could see the prominent 7-tiered golden tray for the spirit calling, with village elders and residents seated around the walls, each holding several sacred threads. Upon arrival, Khem, Jet, and Chan walked respectfully through the crowd to get inside, then crawled to sit near Freemai, who was positioned at the front. Pray, how are you feeling? Are you okay now? Pray almost burst into tears again seeing Khem. I'm okay. You're okay now, right, Khem? I heard that. Freemai bit her lip, not daring to say the word ghost, but Auntie Ko had told her that Khem had disappeared without anyone noticing, only to be found later lying in the forest, luckily found and brought back by Farron. Sorry, Khem. It's because you were watching over us, right, that this happened. Khem shook his head. It's not because of you, Pray. My luck has just been down lately, but it will get better soon. Don't worry. Prey exhaled before nodding. When the term starts, let's have a barbecue. Including Chan and Jet. Freemai didn't forget to turn to tell the other two friends sitting next to Khem, because everyone here had been affected because of her. Jet and Chan nodded with a smile, hoping they would all survive until the term started. Soon, Grandma C began the ceremony chants, asking everyone present to clasp their hands in prayer. Namo, me, Buddha Jeza, Ratanatea Thamika, Tejapasit Hapasathi Deva, Narayana, Parmesvara. Shri, Shri, this is a good day, Shri, Shri. This day, elders say is good, a day of divine luck, for calling back the spirit. We then recite the spirit calling chant. Come here, spirit, 32 spirits, gather 92 spirits, come back to be whole in the body, to continue the lineage. The old healer calls for the spirit to return, saying, Come, spirit, the head spirit stay at the head, the eye spirit at the eyes, do not leave, the mouth spirit at the mouth, do not flee, the hair spirit from feet to crown, come to admire the new, the shoulder and round eye spirits, come to fill the body, both the foot spirit and the hand spirit, the navel and small belly spirits, do not separate, come to be placed in the body, calling, come, spirit. The chest spirit come to the two breasts, the hair spirit come to the hair, the leg spirit come to the legs, the shin spirit come to the shins, the neck spirit come to the neck, the belly and chin spirits, the slender waist and arched eyebrow spirits, all spirits within, calling, come, spirit. After that, Grandma C took the holy water that Farron had blessed and used the sprig of jasmine to dip in it and sprinkle it over the students, especially drenching Freemai and Khem. After receiving the holy water, they lined up to have the villagers tie sacred threads around their wrists. Over these 4 days, they had experienced much, both in terms of care and protection. May you be happy, always surrounded by good things. May you not know pain or sickness, young lady. Upon receiving these blessings, and as the time to leave approached, some students were moved to tears from the emotional attachment, especially Freemai, who cried immediately upon seeing Auntie Kao and Uncle Chai, even before they could tie the threads. Auntie Khem hugged her for several minutes to calm her down before tying the thread. Jet, seeing Grandma C chewing beetle nut alone, crawled over to her. Grandma C, please tie a thread for me. Grandma C, who had just taken a break, pulled a thread from the golden tray. She had known Jet since he was little. Back then, he was a chubby, cute, yet mischievous child. He had always called out to her, and now, grown up, he was still as playful as a monkey, just like his father's ancestors. May you be strong and healthy, free from pain and illness. May you sleep soundly and wake up refreshed, and remember to wear shoes when you walk outside. Jet burst into laughter, thinking that only Grandma C would bless him like this. It was worth all the times he had refilled her refrigerator with water. Once the ceremony was over and it was time to go home, Jet, Khem, Chan, and many villagers stood to see off the students onto the bus. They didn't forget to hand over gifts for everyone to share on the journey, waving goodbye for the last time. As the tour bus departed, leaving behind a faint cloud of dust, it was time for everyone to go their separate ways and resume their duties. Let's go back home. We need to prepare the offerings for the master's ceremony, Jet said. Khem nodded hesitantly. Chan, as usual, followed quietly behind. Chapter 18. Before returning to the master's house, Jet, Khem, and Chan stopped by the banana grove to cut some banana leaves. They didn't forget to ask for forgiveness before cutting, and after that, they continued walking, picking up beautiful flowers along the way. They got so engrossed in collecting flowers that Khem had to use his shirt as a makeshift container when his hands were full. Master Farron, who had come down to the kitchen to make some coffee, raised an eyebrow when he saw Khem walking in with his belly exposed, but quickly turned away and went upstairs to continue his meditation. The trio carried banana leaves, flowers, and borrowed tools from Grandma C to a bamboo platform. As soon as they picked up their tools, the artistic blood within Khem and Jet started to boil. They decided that their work had to be something Master Farron could be proud of. Chan, who wasn't artistically inclined, could only help by tearing the leaves for Jet and Khem to fold. When there were no more leaves to tear, Chan switched to helping with other tools like needles, thread, flowers, or scissors, quietly observing the duo's work. Jet and Khem worked away, heads down in concentration, not speaking a word to each other, each lost in their own world. Time passed until it was well after 1 in the morning. Ouch! Ouch! Jet and Khem exclaimed together after finishing attaching the last piece of banana leaf. When they lifted their heads, their necks cracked in unison, their backs aching so much they nearly cried. Damn, Khem. Next time, I'm not going all out like this with you, Jet said with a grimace, while Khem, looking at his hand pricked full of needle marks, agreed in pain. Yeah, me too. Sean was amazed at the sight of their work, his eyes sparkling with admiration, so he took out his phone to take pictures. How could he not? His two friends had crafted a tray in the shape of a 7-headed naga. This piece was Khem's idea, inspired by an image from a ceremony where rain suddenly fell, soaking Master Farron's back, revealing his tattoo clearly to Khem, who was very impressed. Jet explained that Master Farron's tattoo was the Mahayant Anantafaya Nakaraj, or the 7-headed Naga, the king of all Nagas in the cosmic ocean. It was inked by a famous monk who was a close friend of Master Farron's grandfather. The next morning, Farron looked at the tray of offerings with an inscrutable gaze, before locking eyes with Khem, who was watching with bated breath, and then said something that Khem never expected to hear. You can stay here too, but you don't have to offer yourself as a disciple. I'll only accept Chan. Khem was left with his mouth agape, while Jet and Chan also looked equally stunned. Why, sir? Khem asked in a rush, almost unable to get the words out, as Jet turned to look at his friend, knowing that the master must have had some reason. And indeed, after much contemplation, Farron had his reasons for not wanting to accept Khem as his disciple. Farron met Khem's eyes again, his calm and serene gaze subtly trembling. To become someone's disciple, you must swear an oath to revere that person as your master. You cannot disrespect, harm, or have any impure thoughts towards them. If you break this oath one day, not even 100 Jets and Chans could help you. Everything the master said was true, and Jet could confirm this because he knew of a student who betrayed the master to join a dark sorcerer, stealing personal items to perform unorthodox rituals. Within 3 days, that student had lost his mind. Those who believe in mysticism call this phenomenon the power of the master. Khem slowly lowered his head, unable to refute the master's words, admitting that since the dream about their past life last night, he had seen how much they loved each other and how painfully they parted. Even if he tried to forget the past, Khem couldn't do it. He couldn't think of the other as his close friend's master anymore. I understand, master. Khem nodded before backing away to sit at a distance, leaving Jet and Chan to handle the tray together. Jet was confused and bewildered, not understanding what the master and his best friend were discussing, but seeing the master's gaze, he had to refocus on the ceremony. Chan felt the same. Jet had conducted this ceremony before. This time, he was merely guiding Chan, much like a tour guide leading a chant and explaining the next steps. The master turned to light incense and candles to honor the triple gem, nodding for Jet and Chan to bow first before he clasped his hands in prayer. After finishing their prayers, they all chanted Namo 3 times as they had practiced. Namo Tassa, Bhagavato, Arahato, Sama, Sambadhasa. After chanting, Jet instructed Chan to recite his oath, then moved to sit beside Khem, allowing Chan to proceed with the next steps. Chan recited his oath in a soft, pleasant voice, his eyes firm and unwavering. Dear revered master, I, Chamwat Panichakern, hereby offer my body and soul as your student to learn your teachings. I promise to study diligently, obey your instructions, and treat you with respect. I will never do anything to dishonor you. He then bowed down. The master nodded and placed the offering tray beside him before touching Chan's head, closing his eyes, and chanting a mantra to connect their spirits. This was to aid Chan in times of danger, similar to what Jet had experienced during an incident on a bus. After the mantra, he tied a sacred thread around Chan's wrist, blessing him for happiness and success. Khem watched with a mix of envy and sadness. Once done, Jet took the tray to store in the master's storage room. Khem glanced at his own work, which he had meticulously crafted late into the night, but noticed the master seemed uninterested. Khem then looked at his hands with a heavy heart. The master then suggested they all go to rest, knowing they had stayed up late and woken early. By 3 in the afternoon, He called them back downstairs for the final step of the disciple initiation ceremony. Hearing this, Jet swallowed hard. You will go into the forest behind the house and find a red piece of paper rolled into a spiral. Bring back the first one you find. Chan clasped his hands in respect. Yes, master. Farron glanced at his good student, standing there relieved, then continued. Jet, you go too. What? Jet turned sharply to look at the master, mouth gaping. But when the master raised an eyebrow, he had no argument, just stood there accepting his fate. Jet, Chan, good luck, said Khem. Though he wanted to join the fun with his friends, he didn't dare enter the forest again. The master must have known this, hence not ordering Khem to participate. Seeing his friend downcast, Jet quickly walked over to pat his head, promising to bring back delicious wild berries. Chan also approached, giving an awkward fist bump, unsure how to comfort Khem, but this made Khem smile happily, waving them off before sitting to wait for his friends on a low stool by the bamboo bed where the master was reading. Suddenly, the master stood up, went up to the house, and returned with a silver bowl containing about 1,000 to 2,000 baht in coins, placing it in front of Khem. In the bowl were small scissors and several colored ribbons. Coins for almsgiving, folded into flowers? The master asked. Khem, not yet daring to look up at the master, nodded, pulled the bowl towards him, and bent over his assigned task. Farron watched Khem silently, knowing what was on his mind, but he couldn't force Khem's feelings to stop, nor offer any comforting words. Instead, he left him to find distraction in the task. Luckily, Khem had been trained in handicrafts since childhood, including folding coins like this to make a living for his education. He took any job he could get. Khem began using the ribbons to fold the coins into various shapes like jasmine, roses, lotuses, and even fruits like oranges and apples, and soon he was enjoying himself, forgetting about the master's earlier words. Cute. Dragon fruit is hard to make. When Farron saw that Khem's mood had improved, he returned to his book, but his ears were still tuned to Khem's quiet murmurs. Switching to Chan and Jet. While searching for red-colored paper rolls on the ground and among the bushes, Jet kept looking for something he dreaded to find. This was the main reason he feared entering the forest behind the master's house. It was something that usually slept during the night and woke during the day, unlike other spirits. Hey, Chan, have you found it yet? Jet asked with a nervous tone. Truthfully, if he wasn't afraid of getting a beating from the master with a stick, he would have run back out immediately. Chan was looking up and down for a while until he found a red paper roll. When he turned to tell Jet, his eyes caught sight of something else. He slowly raised a finger to point at it and said, Jet, behind you. Jet's eyes widened. His hair stood on end, praying it wasn't what he thought, and slowly turned to look. And it was exactly what he feared. A fierce wild boar, nearly 30 years old, almost as old as the master, was staring at them intently, reminding Jet of the time he was chased by it like it was a matter of life and death. The master had named it Frey, and it was the lord of this forest. Listen, Chan, I'll count to 3, then run. 1, bang. Jet was left with his mouth agape when he felt a gust of wind rush past him. He then shouted after Chan, I haven't even counted to 2 yet, you bastard. Chan ignored the insult and the person insulting him who was running close behind, not understanding why they had to wait for 3. Couldn't they just run already? Crash. The wild boar, seeing people running, chased them, and it was fast. Chan and Jet ran until they reached the outskirts of the forest. The wild boar, having chased them to the edge of its territory, stopped, looked at the 2 kids who had escaped with a slight sense of regret, then turned back into the forest. As evening approached, Jet and Chan returned to the master, looking quite the worse for wear. One had lost a shoe, the other had lost his glasses. Here you go, master. Chan handed over the red paper roll after kneeling down, before Jet's hand could slap him on the back. Damn, that's the wrong guy. The master is over here. The scene was Chan kneeling on the ground. The master, however, was sitting on the same old bamboo bed, this time with a dog named Dang lying by his side. Besides having terrible eyesight, Chan's attention was also off. Farron shook his head in exasperation, picked up the red paper Chan had retrieved, and read it. Meta Mahanium, Kong Krapan Chatri. He nodded, then pulled something out of his bag and handed it to Chan. Jet grabbed Chan's hand to accept it. Chan, peering closely, saw that it was a coin made from meteoric iron. I give this to you. Keep it with you. It'll help in times of danger. It's not hard to honor, but you must never break the third precept. Farron explained that each sacred item has its own way of veneration and precautions. Chan bowed in gratitude to the master and put the coin in his shirt pocket, intending to make it into a necklace. As for Jet, last time he received a carved wooden monkey statue that had helped with luck and business. Khem, who was quietly folding coins, reminded himself not to be jealous when he saw what his friends received, no matter how hard it was. When it was time to sleep, Jet and Chan, exhausted from the day's activities, fell asleep easily, leaving Khem tossing and turning on his bed, his mind filled with confusion and turmoil, before finally drifting off to sleep near midnight. Meanwhile, Farron, after setting up the tray of offerings that the three boys had prepared, he sighed after looking at it for a while, then stood up and walked out of the room to another part of the Thai house. The door to Kim's room was gently opened for the second night in a row. Seeing that everyone was fast asleep, he didn't chant any spells, walked directly to sit beside Khem, took out a small tin of herbal ointment for wounds from his pocket, opened it, and used his fingertip to apply it to each of Khem's slender fingers, both left and right hands. Once he was done applying the ointment, he didn't linger. He stood up and walked out of the room immediately. At that moment, hearing the door close, Khem slowly opened his eyes, his lips tightly pressed together, his face flushed with a heat that couldn't be controlled in the darkness. Who wouldn't be touched by such an act? Chapter 19. The next day, Khem, Jet, and Chan woke up at 5 in the morning, got up to clean the house and prepare breakfast for the master. Most of the ingredients were vegetables and fruits grown by the villagers and brought to the master. For meat, the master would have the village chief buy it from the market every week. The master ate simply. He didn't have any particular favorite foods, so Khem prepared dishes he was most skilled at, like clear tom yum soup with stir-fried Chinese kale and oyster sauce, omelet with acacia leaves, and garlic pork. Chan, who could cook a bit, assisted. Jet, besides cooking rice, wasn't good at much else and was afraid of hot oil, so he stood in the corner behind a pillar, waiting to help carry the dishes outside. Once they finished eating, they separated their own portions from those of their friends, because the students could not eat with the master. When Jet invited the master to come down to eat at the table, the three of them distanced themselves and sat in a circle around a bamboo bed set up outside the house, not far from where the master was eating, just in case he needed them. Khem kept glancing at the master while eating, which was noticeable. Jet slightly squinted at his friend, feeling suspicious about Khem's behavior towards the master since yesterday, but hadn't found the right moment to ask about it. He decided to wait and watch for a while before having a heart-to-heart conversation. As for Chan, luckily he had brought spare glasses for emergencies. Otherwise, he would have had to go back into the forest to find his old ones, or perhaps borrow the village chief's pickup truck to go into town to get new glasses. After they finished eating, they collected the dishes and helped each other wash them. Then, they lined up to go up the stairs where Farron was waiting. Khem crawled to sit at the side, leaving Jet and Chan to crawl forward and pay their respects to the master. Once the students were gathered, Farron began to explain the path ahead in learning the mystical arts, starting with Chan. Before learning the magic arts, the basic practice is to train in meditation, or what we call samatha. Meditation involves chanting mantras while controlling your breath. As for kamathana, it's a bit more complicated. Jet nodded in agreement while listening with his hands clasped. Chan, not yet knowing what kamathana was, sat quietly and listened intently to the master. Farron pulled out 2 books. One was a common guide on kamathana practice, and the other was a compilation of various spells that a beginner could learn in a short time. There are 40 objects of meditation. You must choose one to focus on. Try reading and see. If you want to practice, I'll guide you, but mastering it takes time. Whether it's slow or fast depends on the individual. If you don't want to practice, that's okay too. Yes, master. Chan bowed in gratitude and reached out to take the 2 books. The other one is a spell book compiled for protective Buddhist magic. You are absolutely forbidden to misuse it. Chan nodded. Yes, sir. The rules of learning the art of black magic are important. First, you must have unwavering faith in the subject you're studying, believe in your master, behave according to moral precepts, and have patience. Only then can you succeed in this art. Chan clasped his hands together in reverence to accept the instructions. I understand, Master. Farron nodded, his sharp gaze meeting Khem's just as he was caught peeking. Khem, startled, quickly lowered his head, his face turning red to avoid the Master's notice. But there was no way he wouldn't be noticed. Farron raised his eyebrows slightly, aware that what happened last night probably meant Khem hadn't slept as soundly as he thought. Then let's start with the first step of training. After that, Jet and Chan were often taken by the Master into the shrine room to practice meditation for their lessons, without Khem being allowed to join. They would spend their time there from morning till evening, only coming out during lunch breaks and bedtime, during which Khem would always prepare meals for everyone. However, the Master rarely came out where Khem could see him, and if he did, it was when Khem wasn't paying attention, almost as if the Master was avoiding him. Today, as usual, Jet and Chan came out from their training room at lunch to eat, but the Master did not join them. Khem looked at the omelet with acacia leaves on the separate plate meant for the Master with a sad expression because the Master wouldn't come down to eat. Khem, do you want to eat this? If not, give it to me. Jet, who was gobbling his rice, asked Khem, who was just staring at the remaining omelet without touching his food, having been lost in thought for some time. Khem, is something wrong? You seem less cheerful lately. Chan, sitting across from him on the bamboo bed, pushed up his glasses and inquired. Yeah, that's right. Or are you lonely? Should I ask the Master to let us go for a day or two and take you out somewhere? Jet's eyes sparkled with the suggestion, and Chan nodded in agreement, though he didn't dare speak up too much for fear that the Master might overhear. The Master had whispering spirits. Chan felt that sometimes he seemed to be listening to someone, and Jet seemed to see it too, but no matter how hard he looked, he never saw anything. Khem swallowed his rice and shook his head. We made it for the Master, but he probably won't come down to eat. Jet, you can eat it. We'll make another one for the Master this evening, Khem said before passing the plate of omelet with acacia leaves to Jet. Jet, dizzy with hunger, didn't notice his little friend's feelings and accepted the plate out of sheer hunger, as the training had sapped a lot of his energy. I'm not lonely, really. The Master is going out of his way to teach us, so Jet and Chan, focus on your training. Don't worry about me. Are you sure? If you feel lonely, just tell me. Don't worry about the Master scolding you. He's actually very kind at heart. Khem felt reassured. Oh, thank you. Chan blinked and looked at Khem again. It seemed like he might have had a hint of tears in his eyes, but was trying hard to suppress his feelings. Chan wanted to ask, but decided against it if Khem wasn't willing to share, so he continued eating with his head down. As evening fell, Jet and Chan came down for another meal, washed up, and then returned to the shrine room to continue their training. Khem sat swatting mosquitoes while guarding the Master's meal on the bamboo bed until almost midnight. But still, the Master did not come down. What could have happened to the Master? Considering just last night, he had come to Khem's room to apply some ointment. Khem clenched his jaw, feeling both uncomfortable and sad, thinking he must have done something wrong for the Master to avoid him like this. But no matter how hard he tried to figure out what it could be, he couldn't. So, he decided to take the plate of fried rice with egg upstairs. He intended to knock on the Master's door and insist he come out to eat, even though it was well past dinner time. Khem walked upstairs carrying the plate of fried rice, but before he reached the shrine room where Jet and Chan were training, something tugged at his shirt from behind. Turning around, he saw something fleeting disappear into the door of the Master's bedroom, which was adjacent to the shrine room. That thing indicated that the Master was in there, not in the shrine room where Khem was heading to knock. Khem turned back towards the Master's bedroom door, took a moment to steel himself, and then knocked. Master, are you asleep? There was no immediate response, but after a moment, the door slowly opened, revealing the Master in cotton clothing, his gaze cold as he looked at Khem. What is it? The Master's stern voice made Khem clamp his lips tight, his eyes burning with emotion, feeling a tightness in his chest he couldn't describe, but he still tried to keep his composure, knowing there was no turning back at this point. I noticed that you haven't come down to eat, so I brought some for you. Farron looked at the plate of fried rice in Khem's hands without expression before replying. I'm not hungry. You can take it back and eat it yourself. Khem swallowed hard, as if swallowing his hurt along with his saliva. Seeing Khem with his head down and silent, Farron was about to close the door to dismiss him, but before the door could shut, a small hand got in the way and was caught in the door. Farron pushed the door slightly away from Khem's hand, but didn't open it to look at Khem's face again. "Have I done something wrong, Master?" Khem asked, trying to keep his voice from trembling. "If I've really done something wrong, could the Master please tell me? So I can apologize properly, Master." Farron was silent for a moment before gently prying Khem's fingers from the doorframe. "You haven't done anything wrong. I just don't want to eat. If you're not going to eat it, give it to the dog. Don't waste it. And from now on, don't make extra. If I'm hungry, I'll make something for myself." The door closed. The sound of the lock clicked in Khem's ears, and tears continued to flow down his cheeks from earlier, but not wanting to bother the Master further, he carried the plate of fried rice away. Khem went to give the fried rice to the spotted dog, watching it eat with joy, which slightly comforted him, and he gently patted the dog's head. "Thank you, dog. Sorry for giving you something that someone else didn't want." Inside Farron's room, after Khem left, the peace that had settled in his heart for several days from not facing Khem was once again disturbed. The reason was the night Farron realized he had been caught sneaking in to apply ointment to Khem. Farron thought that his excessive attention towards Khem was due to lingering feelings from a past life. If he hadn't looked back, he wouldn't feel this way, but forgetting was impossible. So, he tried to avoid and distance himself from Khem, treating him like any other acquaintance who wasn't his student. Even if it were his student knocking on his bedroom door late at night for such matters, he might face more than just his usual cold words. It wasn't like he hadn't eaten anything lately. He often used magic to make himself invisible to Khem, so Khem wouldn't notice when he went down to eat. Sitting down by the bed, he loosely clasped his hands, resting his elbows on his knees, staring at the closed door as if he could still see Khem standing there. When he heard the dog named Dang bark several times in a row, he guessed that Khem had probably given the fried rice to the dog as he had intended, and he let out a soft sigh. The two friends, Ek and Thong, who had tried to play matchmakers, exchanged looks and then shook their heads in resignation. Jet and Chan had made satisfactory progress in their meditation practice in a short period, and they had memorized almost all the magical spells the Master had assigned. The only remaining step was to apply these skills in real situations, which would be their next test before all three, including Khem, had to return to university for the new term. 2 days had passed, and Farron and Khem still hadn't had a proper conversation, which Farron thought would continue. Today there was no training, but Jet, Chan, and Khem weren't just lounging around or going out to play. They helped clean up around the house, sweeping leaves and weeding. Meanwhile, the Master was weaving bamboo into mats for covering food. Not long after, a 4-door pickup truck arrived, and 3 people got out: a middle-aged man, a young woman, and a young man in his late 20s, all dressed in expensive-looking clothes. "Hello, Master Farron," the man greeted with a respectful "Why," and Farron, who had stopped his work, returned the greeting. "Hello, village chief." The village chief replied with a smile, and quickly called his daughter and son forward to pay respects to Farron. Prim, once her father made way, quickly moved to the front and performed a "Why," then gave Farron a sweet smile, followed by her younger brother, Pong. Farron nodded in acknowledgement. Although he didn't make eye contact with Prim, his expression wasn't as cold as usual. "What business do you have with me, Chief?" The chief nodded, gently stroking his daughter's hair with a look of concern. "Recently, Prim's luck has been down. She was even grazed by a car a few days ago, so I wanted to bring her to you, Master, to take a look. And for Pong, he's got a match next week with the neighboring sub-district, so he'd like to ask for something blessed by the Master." Farron nodded in acknowledgement and invited the chief, his daughter, and his son up to the house, amidst the curious glances of the disciples standing not too far away. Especially Khem, who, upon seeing the look in the young woman's eyes, immediately understood how she felt about the Master. "That's strange. Normally, Prim never gets to come up to the Master's house," Jet remarked, arms folded over the broom handle, his voice filled with curiosity. His words made Khem purse his lips slightly before asking hesitantly, while Chan continued pulling weeds silently. "Why, Jet?" Jet then recounted that once, Prim, or Prim, the chief's daughter, was almost engaged to the Master according to the elder's wishes, because the Master's father and the chief were close friends. However, the Master's grandfather loved him more than anything and didn't want the chief's family to use his grandson's magical skills for their own benefit, So he opposed the engagement and made the master become a monk to follow a more spiritual path. The master, who loved his grandfather more than his own father and had no affection for the chief's daughter, went along with his grandfather's wishes. This caused a great rift between the master's father and both his grandfather and him, leading to his father remarrying and moving abroad, never setting foot here again since that day. The master's mother had passed away when he was young. Khem's expression saddened upon hearing the master's backstory, never imagining he had such a sorrowful past. Poor master. Yeah, and that's not all. Jet continued, explaining that Khemjira liked the master a lot, to the point where even when the master became a monk, she would drive from the district to offer alms in the village almost every day, and on special Buddhist days, she'd come to make merit at the temple. But besides Khemjira, there were many young women enchanted by the master. I don't know what he did to charm so many people. There was even a Farron monk fan club formed back then. On Buddhist days, groups of people would come to the temple looking for the master, causing the abbot to constantly remind them of their manners. Khem's mouth hung open slightly in surprise. Was it really that much? Men can be like that too. That's why I told you not to make eye contact with the master for more than 3 seconds, Jet remarked. In Jet's eyes, Khem often seemed more like a girl than a boy, which prompted him to caution him without knowing whether Khem liked men or women. But regardless of Khem's preferences, the feelings Jet had for him would never change. Is that why the master disrobed? Khem guessed, not thinking he was right. Yeah, the master didn't want to trouble other monks, so he chose to disrobe and set up this school at the end of the village. Even now, Khemjira hasn't given up on wooing the master, but it's been a long time, and the master still hasn't softened towards her. This is the first time she's come into the master's house. Normally, he doesn't allow women into the house unless it's absolutely necessary. Khem clenched his jaw, his eyes burning, as each word from Jet made his heart squeeze with fear. Or maybe the master wants to walk the middle path again. Hey Khem, why are you crying? Chapter 20. Chan quickly stood up in shock as Khem suddenly started crying. Seeing Khem's behavior, Jet got goosebumps, something screaming in his head that this was bad. He dropped the broom and dragged his little friend to sit on the bench under the mango tree. Khem, what are you hiding from me? Tell me everything. Jet accidentally raised his voice at Khem, causing Chan, who was standing nearby, to intervene while pointing at Khem, who was now sobbing heavily. Jet, calm down first. Can't you see Khem is crying even more now? Jet pinched the bridge of his nose to relieve stress and then hugged his friend. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead and cry it out. There. Khem hadn't intended to cry, but all these feelings were being filtered out by memories from past lives that the master had once told him to forget. Thinking that the master might soften his heart for that woman named Prim, his chest ached painfully. After crying until he felt slightly better, although tears still flowed and his body was still hiccuping lightly, Khem moved away from Jet's shoulder, his head down with embarrassment, wiping his tears. Jet, Chan, I'm sorry. Khem, you and the master have something going on, right? I've been puzzled ever since the master refused to take you as a disciple, and then he said some weird things. Jet asked with a tense voice, his eyebrows furrowed. Initially, he intended to wait until he was sure before asking, but now things seemed to be getting clearer. Khem pressed his lips together tightly, looked up to meet the eyes of his 2 friends, his round eyes quivering, until Chan softly asked, Khem, do you like the master? That question was like a bolt of lightning striking Jet's head. He was about to turn and curse at Chan for being so direct, especially when Chan had just advised him to stay calm. Khem started crying again, nodding and shaking his head, looking utterly confused. Me and the master. Hick, we were lovers in a past life. Jet's mouth dropped open. A second bolt of lightning struck the same spot, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth as Khem recounted everything, including how both he and the master had shared a past life and had revisited those moments together, as well as what had happened in the middle of the night. Both Jet and Chan believed Khem's entire story without reservation. Actually, I wasn't asleep that day either, Chan said. Usually, he was a light sleeper, and because the house was made of wood, footsteps were clearer than in a concrete house. The faint scent of incense told Chan it was the master who had entered, but he thought the master was just checking on them, so he didn't bother to open his eyes to look. Khem nodded. I'm sorry. even though the master is your master. And yet, Khem wanted to forget, tried to forget, but he couldn't. As long as he saw the master's face every day like this, there was no way Khem could forget. Chan, imagining a future where they both decided to be together, nodded in agreement. For me, the master is just an ordinary person, not a monk forbidden to marry or start a family, whom he loves or likes. Or how Khem feels, that's a matter between both of you. Khem, you don't have to worry about this. Jet nodded, but his expression didn't improve. It actually looked worse. That thing. If you and the master both like each other, that's fine. I wouldn't mind. It would be good knowing someone would take care of the master in his later years. But from what you've told me, that's not the case now, right? Jet's words felt like a lump stuck in Khem's throat, and Khem couldn't deny that the master had always set clear boundaries with him. It was only Khem who harbored one-sided feelings for the master. Seeing the pain and confusion still in Khem's eyes, Jet further emphasized the truth about the master he knew. I've known the master since I was a kid, and he's always been a man of his word. When he said he wouldn't help you, he meant it. He only took in Chan because he wanted to pass on his knowledge, so there would be someone to help you in the future, even though the master usually doesn't take just anyone as a student. That's already him bending his rules for us. Yes, so Khem shouldn't complicate things for the master any further. Everything seemed dark to Khem. Wherever he turned, he was haunted by old memories, especially those from just a few days apart when they parted in such pain, reminding him of the hurt from not being able to change anything. Moreover, in this life, Khem was a man, which might be one of the reasons why the master rejected him. With tears in his eyes, Khem asked softly, What should I do, Jet? Jet pulled Khem into another hug, gently patting his back in comfort, although his words felt like sharp spears piercing his best friend's heart. Let it go, Khem. Just let everything go. It's hard, but I'll help you. Trust me. Khem closed his eyes tightly before breaking down in tears he could no longer hold back. Ugh. Khem was like a fragile glass that had shattered repeatedly, like a small creature wounded all over, yet still struggling to breathe. Chan had no words to add because he agreed with Jet's sentiments. He could only stand silently, shielding his friends from the sun. Farron led village chief Chong, along with his daughter and son, upstairs to the house. They sat down in positions that were level with each other but at a certain distance, as the others were not his students who needed to show him reverence. They were like the forest and the tiger, interdependent. For the village to receive funding, it was exchanged for sacred items and assistance from his magical abilities, as long as it wasn't beyond his capacity, like in this case. The master asked Prim and Pong to write down their birth dates on paper and give it to him. He then calculated the numbers and gave a prediction based on what he saw. However, in the midst of silence, Pong suddenly clasped his hands together and spoke up. Master, could you do me first, please? I need to use the bathroom. Chief Chong glared at him. I told you not to drink so much water. Pong, still with his hands clasped, raised them over his head in a gesture of apology, and Farron glanced at him briefly before switching to Pong's birth date paper. Before the fight, try not to leave home much. As for the sacred item, I'll make an armband for the boxer and send it to your house, but it'll take about 3 to 4 days. The armband Farron referred to wasn't just a piece of cloth with magical inscriptions. It was a specific type of equipment boxers wear around their upper arms during fights, considered a talisman for protection and invulnerability, made from cloth or sacred thread inscribed with magical symbols, sometimes containing herbs, yantra scrolls, or other amulets inside. Pong smiled broadly, his hands clasped over his head in gratitude. Thank you so much, Master. May I use the restroom? Go ahead. Once given permission, he quickly excused himself and went downstairs. Farron then turned back to Prim's birth details, furrowing his brows as he calculated, before shaking his head and sighing silently to himself. Prim doesn't have a fate for accidents, but she does have health issues. It would be better if you rest more during this period. Prim blushed because it was evident she often had minor accidents due to overworking herself and not getting enough rest, though she had covered it up with makeup, and her father couldn't tell, leading him to make up an excuse to bring her to see the master. When he turned to see her gaze, she was startled and gave a dry, sweet smile instead. Then, she took the opportunity to talk and catch up with the master as planned. especially since this was the first time she had a chance to be in the house. Is the master well? Farron nodded with a softened demeanor, a mix of resignation and fondness for the young woman, because despite her age nearing 30, Prim still hadn't decided to settle down with anyone. She was only a couple of years younger than him. For Farron, Prim was like a little sister who grew up alongside him, someone he had known since childhood, so he never thought of her in any other way, even if she didn't feel the same and had declared she would only let go when he got married. But this couldn't change his feelings. I'm fine. And how about you, Prim? Haha, as you can see, I've been busy with work lately, so I haven't been sleeping much. The initial solution to the issue between Khem and the master was this. After Khem agreed to let go of his feelings for the master as suggested by Jet, the approach was for Khem to avoid meeting the master. If they had to meet, he should keep his behavior and words reserved, like a layperson speaking to a monk. As for the master, Jet would continue to keep an eye on him because, in reality, there weren't many who truly understood the master well enough to see through him. But because of this, he didn't want Khem to take such a risk, as if the master truly didn't like him. Khem would be the one to suffer the most. Jet and Chan decided they needed to master their skills quickly and take Khem back to Bangkok as soon as possible. Khem understood and was aware. When Jet gave him a straightforward reminder, he regained some composure. Even though it was hard, he had to try. He reminded himself not to trouble the master and to look at his own situation. While sweeping leaves, lost in thought, he backed into someone in the kitchen. Sorry. Khem quickly moved away, bowing his head in apology. The other person was a tall, well-built man with tan skin and an undercut hairstyle, who was blinking at Khem in confusion. Who are you? I've never seen you before. What's your name? Instead of accepting the apology, the man asked in a friendly manner, addressing Khem with casual Hmong, which Khem found a bit awkward, making him more inclined to want to run away. My name is Khem, he said, and then the man standing opposite him had a strange glint in his eyes, causing Khem to lower his gaze. Such a cute name. I'm Pong, nice to meet you. Khem was about to bow in greeting, but instead, Pong extended his hand, so Khem had to lower his hand and offer a handshake instead. However, before they could shake hands, Khem felt a chilling cold on his back, and someone standing behind him passed a scripture through Khem to Pong. You have a tendency to get hurt physically during this period. I recommend you recite the 34th verse before sleeping every night, Pong, Farron said calmly. Yet suddenly Pong felt a chill down his spine. The image of Master Farron standing protectively behind Khem seemed like a warning to back off. Therefore, Pong clasped his hands in respect, took the scripture, gave a stiff smile to Khem, and then walked away to find his father and sister. Even though he felt it was a pity to let someone so much to his liking slip away, Khem stood silent, head bowed, not responding to the master, until he heard the master's quiet command. Finish sweeping the leaves, and then go prepare the meal. When it's done, cover it with a lid, and I'll come down to eat. Khem looked at the table and saw that the lid the master referred to was one he had made since that morning. After giving his instructions, the master walked away, leaving Khem standing there alone. And he said I didn't need to make it. Khem wanted to ask, but didn't dare, so he just took a deep breath, trying not to think too much about the master's actions, believing that the master must have his reasons for behaving this way. Don't waver, Khem. Otherwise, Jet will surely beat you to death. He told himself 3 times before heading to the kitchen to prepare the food as instructed. Chapter 21. Why did he have to touch someone he'd just met for the first time? That was the thought that crossed Farron's mind as he intervened. Farron returned to his room to meditate, calming his mind and heart, reflecting repeatedly on his actions because what he had done was not befitting of his role and age. If the consequences of revisiting the past were this impactful, one would need to be much more cautious in the future. 3 days after that day, Khem followed Jet's advice diligently. He woke up early to clean the house and cook, spent his free time meditating and listening to Dhamma talks on the radio, and when he was bored, he would sketch around the area of the master's traditional Thai house. He didn't venture outside the premises for his own safety. Most importantly, Khem avoided encountering the master. If there was no necessity, he barely went through the central area where ceremonies were held, which he used to sneak glances at multiple times a day. Now it was down to once or twice a day. Khem really wanted to clasp his hands and apologize to Jet, but ignoring the master entirely was something he couldn't do. Currently, Khem was making palm fruit in syrup, as Auntie Kay had brought some palm fruit over that morning on her sidecar motorcycle. Once done, Khem planned to portion some into bags for Auntie Kay. When it was lunchtime, Jet and Chan came down to the kitchen to find Khem. They helped carry the food to eat on the bamboo bed. Having just finished making the sweet, Khem turned off the stove to eat first, planning to enjoy the dessert later, not forgetting to set aside a portion for the master as usual. Khem, let's go to the market today, Jet said with a good mood, looking forward to going out. Oh, isn't the village chief free today? Khem asked while blinking, since usually, the village chief was the one who bought the ingredients. Yeah, Grandma C isn't feeling well, so the village chief took her to the doctor in town, Jet answered. Hearing that, Khem quickly asked, what's wrong with Grandma C? It seems just a normal cold, nothing serious. Elderly people can get sick easily with a little wind or rain. Khem nodded, relieved by Jet's explanation since Grandma C had lost her husband less than 2 years after they married and had no children, choosing to remain single. If it had been something serious, Khem worried there would be no one to take care of her. Let's find time to visit Grandma C. Yeah, I was thinking of helping to fill up her fridge. Chan sat quietly, listening while serving the food onto the plates for Jet and Khem to keep their conversation flowing. This act had only recently become a habit, almost as if it happened naturally without much thought, and with repetition, it had become a routine. Today, since the 3 kids needed to go to the market, Farron decided to let Jet and Chan off early. He walked downstairs to have lunch in the afternoon, after the children had already eaten. This was his routine to avoid direct encounters with Khem. Khem was aware that the master was avoiding him. Whenever the master came down to eat, he would usually excuse himself to do something else. But today, Khem had made a dessert, so he stayed to serve it after the master finished his meal. Master, would you like some sugar palm and syrup? Khem asked, coming out of the kitchen, his head bowed and hands clasped behind the chair where the master was sitting. Farron, who was about to leave, sat back down and simply said, bring it over. Khem pinched himself, trying not to get too excited, reminding himself that the master was an easy eater who would consume whatever was prepared. Even if it wasn't made by Khem, the master would eat it. So he turned to serve the aromatic sugar palm and syrup into a bowl and placed it in front of the master. After setting it down, he intended to leave, but the master called him back. Wait. That was all the master said before he started to slowly taste the dessert Khem had made. In less than 3 minutes, he had finished it all, including the syrup, then stood up and turned to face Khem, who was still standing there with his head down. 5,000 baht in banknotes were handed to him. Here's for the groceries. Buy enough for a week, and use the rest to get yourselves some clothes and necessities, Farron said, noticing that the 3 kids were wearing the same clothes repeatedly. No, it's okay, master. Khem shook his head, hesitating to refuse out of politeness, but then he thought about the others, knowing he couldn't refuse on their behalf. Perhaps Jet and Chan needed it, and 5,000 baht seemed like quite a lot. Khem was still contemplating when he heard the master sigh, which made him feel guilty and unable to refuse. He just pressed his lips together. In the end, the 5,000 baht was folded in half by the master and slipped into the pocket of Khem's short-sleeved shirt. Then the master turned and walked away immediately. Khem felt downcast, but knew he shouldn't refuse the master's kindness. He decided he would discuss with Jet and Chan how to best use this money. At 3 in the afternoon, Jet and Chan were released from their training room. One of the disciples brought a pickup truck for the kids to drive to the market as requested by the village chief. The disciple went up to pay his respects to the master, had a brief conversation, and then came back downstairs. He then rode back home on a motorcycle with his wife who had come to pick him up. Who's driving? Khem asked as they were all getting ready in the room. He himself couldn't drive a car, could manage a bicycle, but wasn't confident with a motorcycle. Most of the time, he just walked wherever he needed to go. I'll drive, said Jet while applying face powder at the vanity mirror. Khem, who was applying sunscreen from a packet beside him, was slightly taken aback. Jet, you can drive a car too? I didn't know that. Yeah, I've been driving since I was 14. My dad taught me. Khem nodded, thinking it was somewhat enviable, but he was too scared to learn to drive himself. Walking was more comforting. He then turned to ask Chan, who was styling his hair with gel. What about you, Chan? Can you drive a car? Chan nodded, looking at Khem through his thick-lensed glasses. I can manage, but my mom doesn't let me drive much because of my poor eyesight. Khem made a sympathetic face, and Chan smiled, lightly ruffling Khem's hair as if to say it wasn't a big deal. Once they were ready, they all got into the old but well-kept white pickup truck and headed straight to the Saturday market in the sub-district. The weather was quite hot, and the market was starting to get crowded, so the three decided to shop quickly and head back. Besides buying ingredients, Jet, Khem, and Chan each selected 3 sets of clothes. Most were local cotton outfits made by the villagers, along with some personal items, as they would be heading back to Bangkok in just a week. But they hadn't expected to bump into Pong, the village chief's son whom they had met 3 days prior while at the market. Today, Pong was tasked with being the driver for his mother and sister, but seeing the crowd, he decided to wait near the market exit instead of joining them. Initially feeling bored because his mother and sister were taking too long, his annoyance vanished upon seeing Khem, whom he didn't expect to see again. He was filled with joy and quickly approached to greet him. "Hello, Khem. So we meet again." Pong smiled, his eyes sparkling. Although Khem was startled, he gave a small smile and returned the greeting with a "Why," knowing that Pong was several years older. "Hello, Kun Pong." "Oh, Phi Pong, hello." Jet, who had just followed Khem and was haggling over the price of fresh chicken, greeted Pong. Jet and Pong knew each other quite well since their families were both in government service. Their homes were close by, and they had known each other since childhood when Jet was small and not very good at fighting, often needing Pong to protect him. Chan, meet Pong, another of the master's disciples. Jet took the opportunity to introduce Chan to Pong. Chan just smiled in greeting and slightly bowed his head since his hands were occupied. "Hello. Oh, you've bought a lot. How are you getting back? Want me to give you a ride?" Pong asked enthusiastically, hoping to score points with Khem, but Jet shook his head. "No need to trouble you, Phi. We've got a pickup truck." "Oh, really?" Pong said with disappointment. Khem quickly averted his gaze. At that moment, Jet sensed something but didn't comment. Seeing that they had met anyway, Pong didn't want to miss the chance to get to know Khem better, so he brought up another topic. "How about you guys come with me to the temple fair tonight? There'll be a folk music performance. If you're going, I can pick you up this evening." Upon hearing the word folk music, Jet's ears perked up and his eyes sparkled with excitement. His blood started to boil with the same fervor he felt back in high school. Jet never missed temple fairs, merit-making events, or any gatherings where there was a stage for folk music. "Khem, do you want to go? The district temple has a big fair every year with lots of food and games," Jet said, eyes wide for effect, making it clear he didn't really need to ask Khem's opinion. "Well, if the master allows us to go, we'll go. What about you, Chan? Do you want to go?" Khem turned to ask Chan, elbowing Jet, who was pressuring him with his gaze. Chan nodded. "I'm fine either way, but we should ask the master first, like Khem said." Khem nodded in agreement, and Jet then turned to smile at Phi Pong. "That's fine, Phi Pong. I'll call you again later, Phi." Pong, who was about to ask for Khem's contact information, quickly shut his mouth and nodded to Jet, deciding to wait until after the outing to ask. "Then we'll head out first, Phi. Take care." "Sure, drive safely." He gave a small smile to Khem, who merely bowed his head in response before following Jet, with Chan bringing up the rear. Upon returning home, after preparing the meal for the master, the 3 of them hurried back to the house to ask for his permission. Jet volunteered to be the brave one, crawling close to the master and clasping his hands in a "Why?" "Master, there's a temple fair in town today. Can we go?" Farron immediately gave Jet a sharp look, as Ek, who had accompanied them to the market, had already reported to him. He knew who had invited them and what the intentions were, but he didn't explicitly forbid it. "Are you sure you can take care of yourselves?" Khem kept his head down, avoiding eye contact with the master. Chan stayed silent, while only Jet stood up confidently, sure of the skills he had learned over the past days under the master's rigorous training. No ghost or person could easily mess with them. "I won't let the name of the master's student be tarnished." Farron nodded with a hint of annoyance, because every time they said this, something always happened. But it was good for them to go out. He would have some quiet time alone. "You have until midnight." Jet almost jumped to hug the master, but restrained himself, instead nodding rapidly and giving the master a leg massage and flattery. For a moment, Farron's eyes met Khem's, who was looking, and soon they both looked away. Having received permission, they quickly went to bathe and dress up with excitement and joy, applying powder and cologne until the scent reached the village entrance. Soon, Phi Pong arrived in his four-door pickup truck to pick them up at the house steps. When Pong arrived, he first went to pay respects to the master to get permission to take the kids out, also mentioning the sacred armband he planned to wear for a match that the master had promised to make. He thought it would be ready by tomorrow or the day after. Once the three kids were dressed, they crawled over to sit beside Pong in the main part of the house. Pong turned to look at Khem, who was wearing a light yellow t-shirt, and smiled with affection. Today, Khem looked particularly cute. But before long, a strong gust of wind passed through, making Pong look around for the source, but finding nothing unusual, he furrowed his brows and said, "Is it going to rain? Or should we hurry?" Jet quickly nodded in agreement, and all four of them went to say goodbye to the master before heading to the parked truck downstairs. Once they reached the truck, Pong rushed to open the door for Khem, who smiled and slightly bowed his head in thanks. Farron stood on the porch of the house, watching the four of them with an unreadable expression, which subtly conveyed a slight hint of displeasure. It was at that moment that Khem turned to look back at the master, his heart skipping a beat, but he didn't want to read too much into the master's gaze or assume it was disapproval. Khem thought that in this short amount of time, he wouldn't be able to detach himself from the master as everyone might expect. So, acting this way would probably ease the situation for everyone. He slowly turned back to smile at Phi Pong before getting into the truck, allowing the other to close the door for him. The four-door pickup truck had long since driven away from Farron's Thai house, but he remained standing there, his brows furrowed as he recognized a stronger wave of his own displeasure. Even after several minutes had passed, the image of Khem smiling back at Pong was still vivid in his mind. Instead of returning to his room to sleep as he had planned, he changed his mind and headed straight to the shrine room to meditate. "Thong, Ek," Farron called out after closing his eyes for a while. Soon, the two boys appeared, responding in unison. "Yes, master. Go keep an eye on them." Ek and Thong held back their smiles, one of them wanting to tease the master a bit more, so he asked with an innocent face, "And if they split up, who should I follow, master?" Farron opened his eyes, his hand now gripping a cane that had been beside him, which made the twin spirits' mouths drop open in surprise. They quickly stood up and dashed through the wooden wall. Chapter 22. It took about 40 minutes to travel to the temple fair in the district, which was lively with lights, sounds, and people. The roads were constantly busy, contrasting with the peacefulness of the village where Master Farron lived. Pong let the kids off at the temple entrance so he could go find a parking spot. Jet suggested they wait near the stage where the traditional Thai music was being performed. Jet and Khem walked into the fair together, with Chan following behind, passing through numerous street food stalls towards the stage area to find a place to sit. Jet and Khem stood waiting while Chan went to rent a large mat for them to sit on. Not long after, Phi Pong arrived, bringing with him several items of food. "Known Khem, I bought this for you," Phi Pong said as he handed over a cup of buttery popcorn that Khem had been eyeing since they entered the temple gate, but had decided against buying due to the long line, not wanting to make Jet and Chan wait. Khem's mouth slightly dropped open in surprise, not expecting Phi Pong to go through the trouble of lining up to buy it for him. He quickly bowed his head in thanks before accepting it with both hands. "Thank you, Phi Pong." Khem gave a little smile, his eyes sparkling with joy, forgetting his previous reserved manners as he eagerly started eating. Pong's heart raced, the name Phi Pong echoing in his ears like a ringing bell, which filled him with such contentment that he didn't feel like eating anything else. Seeing the sweet look in Phi Pong's eyes and the single serving of popcorn, Jet immediately concluded that Phi Pong was interested in Khem. Rumors had circulated since their school days that Phi Pong had an interest in men. Jet nodded to himself. If Phi Pong was serious, he was ready to help, as the other man wasn't bad. He didn't drink alcohol or smoke, being an athlete, and he was financially stable. But for now, they would have to take things slowly until they could handle the issues with Khem's karmic debts. After finishing the popcorn, Khem suddenly thought of the master. It was a pity that the master couldn't enjoy these delicious foods, but if he had come, there would be no one to watch over the house. If it were Khem, he probably wouldn't dare to leave the entire teak with Thai house unattended to go on a long outing either. "Jet, Can we buy some food to take back for the master? Khem asked, turning to Jet, who was stretching, preparing to go and dance in front of the stage. Jet nodded. Sure. You buy them, and I'll give them to the master myself. Khem smiled and nodded quickly. Can I come too? I want to buy something for my mom and my sister as well, Pong added. That's great, brother. Then, could you buy something for my friends too? I'm going to dance for a bit. Come on, Chan, get up. Chan, who was savoring the last meatball, was pulled by the collar from behind and had to let go of his food to follow. Greetings to all the friends and fans of the more La Sing Ison singing troupe. There it is. Come on, Chan. Khem could only wave his hand in the air as he heard the host's voice and the drummer's beat, while Jet dragged Chan towards the stage, running so fast that dust flew without waiting for Khem's objection. In the end, Khem had to go shopping with Phi Pong alone. Memories from the past came flooding back. Khem and the master in their previous life often went to temple fairs together. Grilled squid was something Fawat loved to eat. Khem gazed at the grilled squid stall until Pong, walking beside him, asked, "Known Khem, do you want some? I'll go stand in line for you." Khem looked at Pong, shook his head, and then smiled. "No, let's go to that stall instead." Khem pointed to a vegetarian spring roll stall a few shops down. From what Khem had observed, the master in this life didn't really enjoy eating meat. Pong nodded with a smile. "Okay, let's go then." Cut to the front of the stage. The crowd had made space for the dancers. Here comes the shining star, the young politician. Go, Jet, don't let your father's name down. As soon as Jet took his usual spot, he received cheers from those who recognized him. Jet smiled, raising his fist to the sky, ensuring that this performance would not disappoint anyone. Chan did not join them in that area, merely standing at a distance, occasionally glancing left and right, because he had a feeling that something bad was about to happen soon. The sound of drums started up again after the female singer had finished her introduction. Listen up, brothers and sisters. The magpie bird flies over the bamboo tip. Who's got something big? Let's hear you shout now. At that moment, Jet responded with a loud shout, catching the attention of the man standing next to him. But Jet paid no mind, raising his hands to dance as the melodious sound of the traditional Thai instrument, the fin, came from the speakers. Soon, the rhythm shifted to a waltz, with the sound of the fin blending with drums, guitar, and heavy bass. Chan was taken aback when Jet began to perform an array of dance moves that resembled dancing worms, mango snatching, hair combing, applying powder while looking in the mirror, and many more moves that were hard to name. All Chan knew was that he wanted to stop being friends with Jet right then and there. Jet let go and lost himself to the music and rhythm, unaware that someone had him in their sights. As he was swaying his hips in high spirits, someone's foot kicked him from behind, nearly making him fall forward. Damn, who did that? Jet turned around angrily, only to clench his teeth when he saw who it was. Hey, long time no see, huh? Claw. Claw was Jet's peer from school, though they were in different classes, and he was the nephew of a black magic practitioner whose relationship with the master was not great, which naturally reflected on their own relationship. Yeah, it's me. What's your problem? I should be the one asking. Kicking someone out of the blue. Are you stupid? As soon as he finished speaking, Claw's friends who were standing behind him stepped forward, each of them giving Jet intimidating looks. Realizing how many there were, Jet instinctively took a step back. At that moment, even the music and singing paused for a second, though they continued with a sense of caution. Chan thought Jet's dance moves must have provoked someone, so he hurried over. Jet, what's going on? Jet, seeing the number of people on the other side, and then looking at his own friend, started sweating. He grabbed Chan's shirt and said briefly, "Run." Pong noticed that Khem wasn't very lively, so he invited him to shoot at the toy booth in the amusement area. With 10 bullets, Pong shot down several toys and hung them around Khem's neck since Khem couldn't hit any, barely managing to hold the gun up. After that, they went on the kiddie train and the carousel, which helped Khem relax and let go of many things. He thanked Pong several times and bought 2 sticks of grilled pork skewers because that was all he could afford from the 5,000 baht the master had given him, intending to use the rest for groceries for the master before returning to Bangkok. Pong observed Khem looking lost in thought, seemingly missing someone, and decided he should do something. He asked Khem to wait there and went to buy some cotton candy on a stick. When he returned, he handed it to Khem and said, "Khem, I like you. Not as a brother. I mean, I like men. If you feel the same way, would you give me a chance to court you? Khem was taken aback, mouth agape, as he hadn't expected this confession so soon. He had an inkling of how Pong felt about him, but not that it would come out so quickly. However, even if given more time, Khem knew he wouldn't be able to reciprocate Phi Pong's feelings. Khem hadn't finished his refusal when a commotion from behind made him turn around. It was Jet and Chan leading a large group of young people running towards them. Pong's eyes widened when he saw who was leading the group. It was his upcoming boxing opponent. Seeing Pong, the leader grinned and reached into his pocket, pulling out some tamarind leaves, which he then used to chant a spell. Soon, the leaves transformed into dozens of hornets in a magical display, though the villagers and vendors couldn't see them. Phi Pong, Khem, run! Pong, sensing danger, grabbed Khem's hand and ran towards the back of the temple where there was a pagoda filled with urns. Jet and Chan followed closely, with some hornets stinging along the way until they reached the temple wall, where they were cornered. Jet and Chan turned to face their adversaries, protecting Khem and Phi Pong. They clasped their hands together and chanted in unison. Pa na tama. This was a spell to momentarily immobilize enemies with malevolent intent. Although hornets could be conjured similarly, Jet and Chan didn't have the materials to act as a medium for this spell. Moreover, if not controlled properly, this magic could backfire, harming themselves or innocent bystanders. But Claw lived up to his name in the worst ways possible, regrettably. Since Jet and Chan had practiced meditation well, and both had strong wills, the spell they chanted worked effectively. When everyone stopped moving, Jet quickly spoke up. Phi Pong, the car keys, please. Pong, guessing what Jet was planning, immediately handed over the keys. Chan, take Khem to the car and drive to the exit. Phi Pong, and I will follow later. Chan nodded, quickly taking the keys. Let's go, Khem, Chan said to Khem. Khem was worried about Jet. Although he didn't know what was happening, he understood the situation was bad, and his presence would only be a burden. Jet, Phi Pong, be careful. Jet nodded repeatedly, and Pong smiled, pleased that Khem was concerned. Then, Khem and Chan ran off to one side. On their way, Ek, who had come out to prevent ghosts from the graveyard from obstructing them, helped them get to the car without issues. Back to Jet and Pong. After Chan had taken Khem away, they quickly used physical force to deal with the larger number of opponents before the spell wore off. At the Thai house, Thong, who had rushed back, reported the situation to Farron, who was meditating in the shrine room. Upon hearing the report, Farron's sharp eyes opened. He stood up, went to the storage room, and retrieved a jar full of tamarind leaves, no less than 10,000, took them downstairs, and then poured them out, chanting a spell with a calm voice. Turn into wasps. Because Chan, who was part of the spell, had left, the immobilizing spell quickly dissipated. As Jet was still exchanging blows with Claw, and Claw was about to pull out more tamarind leaves to summon more wasps, suddenly the moonlight dimmed, and a loud buzzing filled the air above. Shit! Claw and his followers were startled by the sight. The sky, once lit by the moon, was now filled with an immense swarm of wasps, clearly sent by someone. But among those with magical abilities that Claw had encountered, at most they could conjure just 1,000 hornets. Claw knew who had sent these hornets, but they were only meant to intimidate him since the other party didn't want to cause trouble with his master or uncle, and had been avoiding any direct confrontation with his uncle. However, Claw had no intention of backing down. If he were to be attacked by this swarm, he wouldn't die but would certainly be in bad shape. Damn it, just wait. You'll get yours. Once Claw and his gang ran off, Pong immediately fainted. Luckily, Jet caught him in time. Jet saw red rashes slowly appearing on Phi Pong's face and body, along with his body temperature rising, which made him exclaim in panic. Oh crap! And when he looked up to see the swarm of hornets still hovering, as if urging them to hurry back, he felt like banging his head against a pagoda to escape the blame. Upon returning home, the three kids quickly carried Phi Pong up to see the master. Pong, who had no protective amulets against magic, naturally couldn't handle being attacked by magically conjured hornets. This was unlike Chan and Jet, who, despite having swollen faces, felt no pain. Thus, when learning to cast spells, one must also learn to counteract them. Besides providing medicine, Farron didn't intend to help further, Jet and Chan had to treat Pong on their own. The matter of their punishment would be discussed the next day. After that, they parted ways. Jet and Chan couldn't rest because they needed to heal Phi Pong by that night. They had learned enough from the master about treating ailments caused by magical means. Khem came downstairs, intending to sit and feed the dog the spring rolls he had bought, which were now in a mess from running away from the gang, making them unappetizing. He didn't dare offer them to the master. But before he could sit down, someone who had been standing behind him since who knows when tugged at his shirt collar with a finger. Khem jolted and turned to face the master, quickly hiding the bag of spring rolls behind his back. "Master, what are you doing?" Khem looked into the master's eyes, thinking he already knew. So he lowered his gaze and answered softly. I bought spring rolls, but they're all mushy now. So, I was going to feed them to Dang. For whom did you buy them? Khem bit his lip gently before answering. For you, master. If it's for me, put them on a plate. Khem glanced at the master's face briefly and then looked down, unsure. But they're mushy now, sir. I can eat them. Khem pinched himself to not show his happiness, nodded, and went to put the spring rolls on a plate, setting it on the table for the master. Please enjoy. Farron sat down, looking at the plate of spring rolls filled with vegetables that he liked. Though his face didn't show it, he ate them all with his head bowed. When he finished, Khem, who had been waiting to clear the plate, did his duty, looking at the empty plate and repeatedly telling himself not to be too happy. After washing the dishes, he came out of the kitchen, but seeing the master still there, he hesitated to walk past. Sit here, the master said, looking at him intently. Khem saw a nearby chair being pulled out, and, curious, walked over to sit. Farron took out a tin of herbal medicine, opened it, and touched the ointment with his fingertip. Stay still, he said, gently applying it to Khem's clear temple, where there was a red, swollen mark from a wasp sting. It was a good decision to send Ek and Thong to follow them. Otherwise, he might have ended up like Pong. Khem stared at the master, but when their eyes met, he quickly looked away, his heart beating so hard it felt like it might leap out, his hands clenched tightly in his lap. Farron noticed the red streaks covering both of Khem's cheeks before looking down at the several talismans hanging around his neck, speaking softly as he moved his finger to apply the ointment to the other temple. Tomorrow, the orphanage will come to pick up donations. Anything you don't use or can't use anymore, donate it for the children's benefit. Chapter 23. After applying the ointment, the master closed the tin, put it back in his pocket, and left, leaving Khem in a state of confusion, his face still flushed and his lips tightly pressed together. The master was kind to him again. Khem shook his head, pinching his own thigh to prevent himself from feeling more than he should, because soon the master would likely revert to his cold, indifferent self as usual. Yes, absolutely no self-indulgent thoughts. After slapping his cheeks to regain his composure, he stood up and walked towards the stairs on the left side, intending to take another shower before bed. Unbeknownst to him, Jet was hiding behind a jar, biting his fist to stop the tears, while Chan sat beside him, patting his shoulder in comfort. The two had intended to tell Khem that they wouldn't be returning to their room to sleep tonight, and that he should lock the door properly. But seeing that Khem wasn't in the room, they came looking for him and witnessed the whole scene, choosing to hide behind the jar out of fear of being noticed. The master has feelings, but doesn't say so. If he finds out later that I encouraged Khem to move on with Phi Pong, I'm sure I'll be put in a pot and thrown into the water, Jet lamented. Chan shook his head, not denying the thought that the master might have feelings for Khem, which anyone could see, but shaking his head at Jet's unfounded fear. How could Chan be the one to get dunked in a pot? Besides, the master wasn't that irrational. Crazy. Chan seemed to mutter to himself more than anything, causing Jet to turn towards him because he didn't hear clearly. What did you say? Chan adjusted his glasses and gently swatted a mosquito off Jet's knee. Can you get up now? I've been swatting mosquitoes for you until I'm tired. Why do you wear shorts anyway? Jet glared. Let's get up then. You're getting more and more annoying by the day. By morning, the village chief, who had heard the news from the master the night before, came to the master's house to take his son to the hospital for further treatment. Father and son paid their respects to the master before leaving. I've had someone investigate. It seems Claw knew that Jet and Pong were going to the temple fair together, so he set up an ambush, hoping to harm Pong to prevent him from boxing against him. Unfortunately, We couldn't catch him due to lack of evidence. Plus, the people at the scene couldn't even remember what happened last night, the village chief said, frustrated. Farron listened quietly without responding, as it seemed the village chief just wanted to vent his frustration. Without evidence, they had to let it go. The reason the people involved couldn't remember wasn't because they forgot. It was more likely that they had been under some form of magical influence from the beginning. I warned him not to go far from home, to listen to the master's advice, but he was stubborn and had to go out. I apologize for him disturbing you at this hour. The village chief continued, giving his son a stern look. However, Pong's eyes seemed to be constantly searching for someone. Farron looked at Pong, then set down his coffee cup and nodded, replying calmly. Don't worry too much, subdistrict head. It's just a common illness now. Take him to the doctor quickly. The village chief thanked the master for his help before leaving with his son to the hospital. Pong wanted to say goodbye to Khem and get his phone number before leaving, but it appeared Khem wasn't around. He didn't dare ask Farron for it. In the end, he had to bow to the master and leave without fulfilling his wish. After they left, Jet, Khem, and Chan returned from the forest behind Farron's house, carrying a large bag of oyster mushrooms. At first, Jet didn't understand why. Out of nowhere, the master wanted chicken tom yum soup with oyster mushrooms that morning, sending them into the woods to fetch some. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any wild boars or spirits of the forest, as they didn't have to go deep to fill the bag. Upon returning, they saw that Phi Pong's car and the village chief's car had just left, missing each other by mere minutes, and suddenly everything made sense. Jet was left with his mouth agape at the master's genius. But Khem, who was unaware of the situation, upon seeing that Pong had already left, expressed his regret. He remembered how Pong had held his hand to run away from the trouble last night, realizing he hadn't even thanked him yet. Phi Pong has already left. I went through all the trouble of cooking rice thinking I could make some congee for him to eat. Jet, who was washing mushrooms in a basin beside him, made a face of disappointment. He wasn't sure if the master, who was reading the newspaper at the dining table behind them, had heard, so he quickly changed the subject with his close friend. But there was no way the master didn't hear. After finishing their meal, the master called Jet, Khem, and Chan into the storage room to help sort through the old toys in the large glass display cabinet that were still in good condition. They placed these toys into plastic crates to be donated to representatives from the orphanage who were due to visit the village that morning. These toys in the cabinet were bought by Farron's grandfather, but young Farron didn't much enjoy playing with typical children's toys, preferring to collect them instead of playing with them, which meant many items were still in excellent condition. He had been contemplating what to do with these items for years, whether to donate them, feeling they were a keepsake from his grandfather, and he felt an attachment to them after keeping them for so long. But he also didn't want to be overly attached to material possessions. And finally, he decided it was time to donate them. Do you guys want to donate anything as well? The master asked. Chan remembered he had some blank notebooks and a new stationery set he hadn't used yet. He decided to donate these too, since he had forgotten his old notebooks and pens at home and bought new ones for emergencies, but now he had no need for them. Jet had several old phones he used for gaming, but brought only 2 with him. Lately, he hadn't been playing much, so he followed Chan out to get them. As for Khem, he had 8 round toy figures he won the previous night. He planned to donate 7 and keep 1 for himself. Decided, he ran after Jet. Soon, all 3 returned, placing their items into the crate with the master's toys. Farron looked at Khem's 7 chubby toys with a blank expression before closing the crate and having a disciple take it downstairs. At that moment, the village chief's pickup truck pulled up in front of the house, as the master had called ahead to arrange for someone to pick up the donations. The master sat in the passenger seat, while the 3 kids, after loading the crate, agilely hopped into the back. When they arrived at the village community hall, the master, in a dark gray long-sleeved collared shirt with the sleeves rolled up, revealing the 5-line yantra tattoo on his left arm and the diamond-shaped yantra on his right, wore a black stone bracelet on his left wrist and a tiger skin scroll amulet left by his grandfather. And something that couldn't be missed were the sunglasses. Many might wonder why the master always wore them when leaving the house. There were 2 main reasons. 1, the master's eyes were sensitive to light, possibly due to his irregular sleep schedule. The other, He didn't want women to look into his eyes because it often led to trouble. There was even an instance where someone tried to climb into his house. Jet swore this wasn't made up. Upon entering the pavilion, the master handed over donations to the representative from the orphanage, along with a sum of money, just like many times before. The orphanage representative only came to collect donations from the villagers here once every 2 or 3 months. Then, they took a photograph, with the photographer being someone from the orphanage. Even though they had asked the master to pose for photos every time they came, they wanted to take another one, seemingly to add to their gallery. Jet, Khem, and Chan were called to join in the photo. Jet, seeing the master standing still, pushed Khem into place next to the master. Khem, caught off guard, accidentally bumped his nose lightly against the master's arm. Sorry. Khem closed his eyes, expecting a scolding, but the master merely glanced at him and told him to stand properly. Khem then shot Jet a glare and stepped on his foot, causing Jet to nearly yell from the pain. But Chan, standing beside him, quickly covered Jet's mouth, just as the photographer snapped the picture. After that, the 4 of them walked to visit Grandma C at her house. Upon arrival, they saw Grandma C baking sweets in the kitchen, the sweet aroma and white smoke of palm sugar sweets wafting out to the front of the house. The master, Khem, and Chan waited outside while Jet went to call Grandma C. Not long after, Grandma C came out, with Jet carrying a tray of freshly made palm sugar sweets. Come in, sit in the house. Let's cool off with the fan and have some sweets, Grandma C said in the Isan dialect, gesturing for them to enter. With her permission, Khem and Chan took off their shoes and followed the master inside. Farron sat on a plastic chair that Jet had brought over, next to Grandma C. The others sat around a low wooden table on the floor, with a tray of appetizing palm sugar sweets in front of them, their aroma filling the air. Grandma made these sweets just in time, thinking of sending them through the village chief for you all to eat at your place. What brings you here? The master, who had taken off his sunglasses and tucked them into his shirt collar, responded in the same dialect with a gentle, deep voice. I've brought some donations for the children, and heard you weren't feeling well. So I brought these folks to visit. Grandma C nodded, her cloudy eyes seeming to sparkle with delight. As an elderly woman without children or grandchildren to look after her, a visit showing concern was something to be happy about. I'm much better now. No need to worry. Old people are like this, master. Come eat, Grandma C said, reaching into the tray to hand the master a plate of palm sugar sweets she had set aside for him, so the children could eat after him. Once the master had taken a piece, Khem and Jet, who were waiting, smiled and took some for themselves. Chan, however, ate his food more reservedly. Then Grandma C started talking to the master about other things. Khem couldn't keep up with Jet's pace and only managed a few pieces before they were all gone. Farron glanced at Khem for a split second before turning back to answer Grandma C, then quietly moved his own plate, still with many pieces left, in front of Khem without looking. Khem pressed his lips together, glanced at the master, and quickly looked down, mentally steeling himself. Jet, seeing this, tried to grab a piece, but was met with Khem slapping his hand away and moving the plate out of reach, warning him like a hissing kitten. This is for you. Grandma C laughed fondly, telling everyone to wait a bit longer, that another batch was almost ready and she would pack some for them to take home. Khem's warning had done little. They ended up sharing anyway. Khem chewed on the sweets until his cheeks puffed out, thinking he had never tasted sweets as delicious as Grandma C's. Farron, catching sight of Khem's cheek bulging like a rabbit, felt a strange tickle in his chest and decided to look away. When he met Grandma C's gaze, he quickly put his sunglasses back on, saying he would help finish weaving the basket she had left outside before they left, and then he stood up to sit on the bamboo bench in front of the house. Meanwhile, the others intended to help sweep and mop the house, refill the fridge with water for Grandma C, and then head back. Once they were done, Grandma C called Khem into the kitchen, handed him a bag of sweets, peeked outside, and then turned back to Khem to say, "Listen to me, my dear, it will surely do you good." Khem's face flushed red and hot with embarrassment as he listened. After returning home, Jet noticed that Khem was acting unusually quiet. He was also frequently sneaking glances at the master, and once they were in the bedroom, it seemed like he was constantly thinking about something. Finally, Jet couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and asked, What's wrong with you, Khem? You've been acting strange since we got back. Khem looked at Jet and eventually decided to tell him about everything from last night to what Grandma C had said. Khem couldn't bring himself to give up on the master, whether it was in the past or the present. Jet, don't judge me, he said, looking glum, prompting Jet to get up from his bed and sit next to Khem on the bed, gently patting his head to comfort him. I won't judge you. You can't clap with just one hand. Last night, I saw that the master made the first move. Khem's eyes widened, and he playfully punched his friend's leg, his face turning red. Peeping, huh? That's not a good trait, Jet. Chan, who was chanting and paying respects, wanted to kick Jet out of the room, feeling like he had been insulted too. Forget about last night. Let's talk about what Grandma C said. I was a bit surprised that Grandma C understood this kind of thing. Jet referred to the love between two men. Grandma C had asked Khem if he loved the master romantically, then advised him to do this. Jet knew that Grandma C loved the master like a real grandson and was worried about him because even now he hadn't married. Perhaps she didn't want the master's later life to be like hers, so she encouraged Khem to do what he wanted to do, say what he wanted to say, so he wouldn't regret it later like she did when she lost her beloved when she was young. If the master had someone to look after him, Grandma C could die in peace. Should we go for it? I'll keep watch nearby, don't worry. Khem's eyes welled up with tears, grateful that Jet understood and didn't judge him for not being able to let go of his feelings for the master. He nodded, determined to follow Grandma C's advice. Chan felt uneasy, wanting to advise Khem against it, but he didn't want to go against anyone's belief. In the end, he just went along and stood behind the same pillar as Jet. It was quite late now. Khem thought the master must be asleep, so he walked to stand in front of the master's bedroom door, clasped his hands together, and recited the spell Grandma C had given him. Yameta, Imo Karuna, Buddha Prani, the Indi, Ya Indu, Dua Namapatea. Then, Khem took out a can of cooling powder from his underarm. Normally, Khem would use regular baby powder, but since it was out, he used the cooling powder instead. He poured some into his left hand, used his other index finger to swirl the powder in 3 circles, took a deep breath, and blew towards the priest's room door. Unfortunately, at that very moment, the bedroom door opened. The master's face, already pale, became even paler. Khem stood there, frozen like a stone, hearing Jet's voice faintly telling him, "Hey Chan, run." Khem stood there with his eyes wide for several more seconds before slowly turning around. Chapter 24. But before he could even start running, a slender finger grabbed his collar from behind, pulling him back into the room and shutting the door immediately. Khem wanted to cry but didn't dare. He could only steel himself, close his eyes, and slowly turn around to face the master. "Ma master, it's me." Farron didn't wait for Khem to finish speaking, and with a steady voice, still unable to open his eyes, he said, "Go get a damp cloth to wipe my face." Khem bit his lip and nodded, feeling immediate shame because instead of accepting responsibility, he had thought about running away. "Yes, sorry, master. Please sit and wait for me." Khem quickly supported the master to sit on the edge of the large bed, then walked around the room looking for a clean cloth. The master's bedroom was spacious, with few pieces of furniture, and it looked very clean. Once he found a clean cloth, he rushed into the bathroom inside the room. So that's why he had never seen the master use the downstairs bathroom. Khem dampened the clean cloth, wrung it out, and walked back to the master. He quickly knelt down and shuffled over to where the master was sitting with his eyes closed, waiting. He stopped at a respectful distance, still hesitating to take action. Master, would you like to wipe your own face?" Farron furrowed his brows before shaking his head slightly, speaking with a slightly irritated tone. "You wipe it. Come closer." Khem swallowed hard, then slowly shuffled forward on his knees. As he got closer than usual, Khem's heart started beating faster. Overwhelmed by the mysterious, cool scent emanating from the priest, the undone buttons of the priest's long-sleeved nightshirt revealing a clear tattoo of a pair of magpies with lotuses, and his well-proportioned, handsome features. Khem took a deep breath, softly asked for the priest's permission, then cautiously reached out his trembling hand to wipe the powder from the priest's face. Farron leaned his head down, allowing Khem to sit and wipe comfortably without having to stand and strain his knees. The cool, damp cloth worked well with the cooling powder, numbing his face. "What were you mumbling outside my door just now?" Still shocked from the priest leaning so close earlier, Khem's face quickly changed from red to pale. Khem closed his eyes tightly, thinking his end was near. He didn't want to tell the truth, but at this moment, he couldn't lie because he was not good at it. His clear round eyes flickered hesitantly for a moment before answering. "Well, just a regular Buddhist chant, master." Farron slowly opened his deep onyx eyes, looking into Khem's light brown, large eyes for a moment before asking in a whisper that was loud enough for both to hear. "What was it?" As if time had stopped, Khem felt frozen in place. The master's sharp eyes, now glazed with a clear, sweet look, were so beautiful that Khem felt he could stare at them all day and night. Now he understood why Jet had warned him not to make eye contact with the priest, and why the priest often wore sunglasses to hide his eyes when out and about. Because the master's eyes were this beautiful. "What did Grandma C teach you?" Khem bit his lip gently, his cheeks turning red as if teased, knowing that the priest was fully aware of the truth. But since he was already caught, what harm would there be in reciting it aloud? Metta, Karuna, Buddha Prani, Thayandi, Yendu, with Namo Buddhaya. Farron looked at the small lips that had just recited a spell directed at him. His eyes, though not full of affection, surveyed the sweet face that still bore the resemblance of their past life down to every detail. Yet, in the likeness, there were differences. It was an endearing difference. Farron inadvertently responded, realizing only after he had already been enchanted by Khem's lips that he had thought something inappropriate. He then lowered his gaze and nodded. "You may go and rest now." Khem, still blushing, nodded awkwardly, slowly stood up, and walked out of the room in a daze, closing the door behind him for the master. But he couldn't help but stand there, confused, with furrowed brows. Did the master just say, However, because there were more pressing matters at hand, his anger surged from his toes to the top of his head when he remembered, quickly dismissing the master's suspicious response from his mind. "Jet, you're dead." Jet and Chan hadn't actually run away. They had just retreated to a strategic distance. They were confident that even if caught, Khem would be safe, but they knew they wouldn't be. Pong had recovered after receiving treatment at the hospital. Not even 2 days had passed before he was back to his robust self. After the doctor allowed him to go home, he changed into new clothes his mother had sent with his father, and then went out to wait for his medication. "Dad, I'm going to pick up the armband from the master's house. It should be ready by now," Pong said after leaving the hospital. Since they were driving back in separate cars anyway, he planned to go there directly. Chief Chong nodded. "Yeah, it's good that you're going to get it yourself. Saves the master from having to send it by mail. We've already troubled him enough." Instead of feeling scolded, Pong grinned, quickly bowed in respect, and got into his car. Picking up the armband was just part of it. In reality, Pong just wanted to see Khem. During the 2 days in the hospital, whether eating, walking, sitting, or sleeping, Pong couldn't stop thinking about Khem's face. His confession of love had yet to receive an answer, leaving everything hanging in his heart to the point where he could barely eat or sleep. Pong didn't know if Khem would reciprocate his feelings, but he just wanted to try something. If it didn't work out, he would just go home and cry to his mother for comfort. At that time, Khem was sitting on a bamboo bench under a mango tree, folding coins for the alms-giving ceremony for the master. The bench had been moved there by Jet and Chan to provide shade. After setting it up, they went inside to practice their skills. These coins that Khem was folding were meant for merit-making during ordination ceremonies in the village. After sitting there for a while, a familiar four-door car pulled up and parked nearby. Phi Pong stepped out of the car. "Hello, Phi Pong," Khem greeted with a Y, making Pong's heart beat faster with longing, though he tried not to show it too much. He smiled and walked over, stopping at a respectful distance. "Hello, Gnome Khem. What are you doing?" Khem smiled, showing Pong the coin he had folded into the shape of a rose with a ribbon, his cute demeanor nearly making Pong unsteady on his feet. "I'm folding coins for the master's almsgiving ceremony." "Phi Pong, did you come to see the master?" In his heart, Pong wanted to say he had come to see Khem, but he restrained himself and nodded with a smile. "Yes, I came to pick up the armband that the master promised to make for me. So, I'll go up to see the master first." Khem nodded slightly, quickly got up from the bench, put on his shoes, and turned to Pong with a smile. All right, Phi Pong, go ahead. I'll bring some water up. Hearing this, Pong felt his heart swell, and he nodded quickly, not realizing that Khem just wanted an excuse to go up to the master. Khem brought 2 glasses of cold pandan water. One he gave to Phi Pong, and the other he carried over to the master. Here you go. When the master didn't acknowledge him, but instead scolded, you left the money on the bench like that. Aren't you afraid someone will steal it? Khem looked a little embarrassed, quickly apologized to the master, and hurried past Pong down the stairs, not noticing Pong's concerned look. Farron cleared his throat lightly to get Pong's attention, then handed him a wooden box containing the magically enhanced armband. Master, my father said he'd like you to come to the boxing match with us. He's worried that Claw's uncle might be there. But if you're not available, it's okay. When he saw Farron thinking for a while, Pong quickly added, not expecting that the master would nod in agreement. If there's no urgent business, I'll be on my way. Pong smiled, his spirits lifted a bit. Not only did he have the master's support if the other side played any tricks, but he also had Khem nearby. With all this encouragement, Pong felt certain he wouldn't lose to the likes of Claw and his dirty tricks. Pong chatted with the master for a few more sentences before bowing in farewell and heading downstairs to find Khem. Seeing Pong approach, Khem, who had been sitting idly, quickly smiled and greeted him with politeness. Phi Pong, you are leaving already? Pong took a soft breath in. Though he didn't want to leave, he had to. But before going, he wanted to mention something important, something he had intended to say from the start. Gnome Khem, I'm fighting in 2 days. I'd really like for you to come watch. Would you? Khem looked into Phi Pong's eyes, swallowing lightly because he thought he could read the other's intentions. Previously, Khem hadn't responded to Phi Pong's advances, but to outright reject him now didn't feel right. Though it was difficult, Khem didn't want to discourage Phi Pong, so he smiled and nodded. Of course I'll come. Pong's smile widened, showing both dimples, nodding with joy. Thank you. I'll be going then. See you there. Goodbye, drive safely, Phi Pong. I will. I'll drive very carefully. Khem smiled, chuckling softly at Phi Pong's earnest demeanor, waiting until he drove away before sitting back down, sighing with his thoughts in a muddle. How does one reject someone without hurting them? At that moment, Khem didn't realize he was being watched from a window above. 2 days later, Jet, Khem, and Chan got up early to clean, making a racket as usual, which woke Farron earlier than he would have liked once again. Over those 2 days, Khem and Farron had barely seen each other. This was partly because Farron was rushing to teach the remaining lessons to Chan and Jet. Despite their strong spirits, their training time hadn't been sufficient to easily handle a ghost like Madame Ramfewing. Secondly, Farron felt he was losing his focus because of Khem, so he tried to avoid him to fully concentrate on teaching his 2 students. Meanwhile, Khem was still preoccupied with thoughts about Pong, which resulted in them both inadvertently keeping their distance from each other. After they had showered, dressed, and eaten, Uncle Chai brought the car for the master, with Auntie Kao following behind on her sidecar motorcycle to take them back. The car for today was a black sedan, driven by Jet, with the master sitting beside him, while Chan and Khem sat in the back. They soon arrived at the venue hosting the boxing match. The boxing ring was outdoors, surrounded by numerous stalls, mostly food vendors. This event was also being broadcast live on television. Today, the master was dressed in a long-sleeved white silk shirt, black slacks, and his usual sunglasses. Jet, Khem, and Chan trailed behind the master until they reached the boxing ring area, where the village chief, upon noticing them, immediately invited the group to sit in the front row. Upon sitting down, Farron spotted the sorcerer, Kraylert, the one with mystical powers from the southern district. And as soon as the other saw him, he began to silently chant spells. Of course, Farron did the same, but only with protective spells. So, they started their confrontation right upon arrival, indicating that the other party knew he would be attending this event. Soon it was time for the fight. The armband that Farron had made was now wrapped around Pong's right bicep. First, there was the traditional Thai dance to pay respects to the master, and then, as the bell rang, the fight began. Throughout the match, Farron silently chanted spells to counteract any magical tricks or mental manipulation from the opposing sorcerer aimed at Pong. Any venomous creatures conjured up were instantly reduced to ashes, though no one noticed this anomaly because everyone was focused on the fight. Ding! After a prolonged exchange of blows, the bell signaling the end of the round rang. Pong knocked out Claw, his opponent, despite both being in rough shape, eliciting a roar from the crowd because this year, the district led by the village chief had won. Once Claw, Pong's opponent, was helped off the ring, the sorcerer, who was Claw's uncle, Kraylert, stood up from his chair and sent a smile Farron's way, seemingly enjoying the magical confrontation. He had no intention of causing real harm or taking lives, knowing well that someone like Farron wouldn't stoop to black magic, especially since it was his nephew who started the trouble last time. It was good that Farron hadn't turned to dark magic as well. Otherwise, it would have been tough for everyone. After receiving his award, Pong quickly left the stage to change clothes and then walked over to Khem, who was sitting beside the master. "Known Khem, can I have a moment of your time?" Khem glanced at the master, Jet, and Chan briefly. The master was still watching the new fighters on the stage without turning his attention to Khem, but seeing his friends nod, Khem stood up and walked away with Pong. Pong led Khem to sit on a bench under a tree, then pulled out a small velvet box the size of a fist. Opening it, he revealed a luxurious rose gold bracelet, and then spoke directly to Khem. "Known Khem, I stand by what I said before. I like you. Would you give me a chance?" Khem pressed his lips together, took a deep breath in, and slowly reached out to close the velvet box. "Phi Pong, thank you for your kind feelings, but I already like someone else," he said almost in a whisper, lowering his gaze, unable to look at Pong. Pong pressed his lips with disappointment, but nodded in understanding. He had an inkling of who that person might be, but he had been trying to fool himself. "I'm sorry, Phi Pong. Please don't be angry, and don't hate me," Khem said with a trembling voice, seeing Pong's prolonged silence. Pong sighed, disappointed, but then gave a small smile, not wanting Khem to overthink. "I understand. Don't worry about it. I'm not angry. I don't hate you, known Khem." Hearing this, Khem felt relieved and quickly smiled back. "Thank you, Phi Pong." Seeing Khem's expression, Pong couldn't help but feel a twinge of pain, playfully tilting his head as he teased. "Then, would it be okay if I asked for something else?" Khem blinked, nodding once more. "We can be fine-owned then." Pong laughed, not quite crying, feeling cornered into this option by Khem, who left him no other choice. But it's better than having no choice at all. "All right, fine-owned then. Oh well, such a pity. Could you come and walk with me to get some food?" Khem nodded eagerly, wanting to buy something for the master and his two friends to eat too, so he replied evasively, "Hold on, I will treat you to some blended drinks to soothe your spirits." Cut back to the scene at the front of the stage, where Farron was still watching the boxing match, albeit with less concentration. Master, Phi Khem and Phi Pong are walking together to buy food. They look so happy and close, don't they, Thong? Yes. Phi Pong even wiped Phi Khem's sweat for him, master. Isn't that enviable, Ek? Farron regretted not bringing a switch with him today. Chapter 25. Jet had noticed the white smoke, about waist-high, swirling around the master since earlier. These were the twin servant spirits, Ek and Thong, that the master had taken care of. In truth, Ek and Thong were originally servant spirits of Farron's grandfather, a powerful sorcerer. When the grandfather passed away, Farron took over their care instead of releasing their spirits, as one might expect. When Jet was younger, he could see spirits more clearly than he does now, so he remembered what Ek and Thong looked like. The first time he met them, he ended up talking and playing with them for a long time, only realizing they were ghosts when the master made them disappear right in front of him. Back then, Jet was very attached to Ek and Thong. Even knowing they were spirits, not humans, he would often call out to them and play with them. This behavior seemed strange to others who saw him talking or playing alone, showing no interest in other children. This was because Ek and Thong always warned him about who was good or bad, and most people were envious of his wealth or saw him as a stepping stone to climb higher. Eventually, Jet became a quiet child who didn't socialize much. His parents, fearing this behavior would cause issues in the future, asked the master to help adjust Jet's behavior, as they were too busy to handle it themselves. Jet was put through a ritual by Farron to close his third eye, preventing him from seeing spirits anymore. This meant Jet could no longer see Ek and Thong. At 12 years old, Jet went through the ritual crying, overwhelmed by sadness. In the end, out of pity, the master softened and changed his approach, so that Jet could still see ghosts or spirits, but they appeared rather indistinct, and he couldn't communicate with them. Nowadays, Jet could still sense that Ek and Thong often lingered nearby to protect him and his friends. Even though they no longer spoke as they used to, this was enough for him. While he was lost in thought, the master suddenly put on his sunglasses that were tucked in his shirt collar and stood up. Jet thought the master wanted to go home, so he stood up to follow. This also prompted Chan, who was watching the boxing, to stand up, but the master gestured for Jet and Chan to sit back down. "Where are you going, master?" Jet blinked and asked. The master replied without looking back. "I'm going to get some iced tea." "Are you going by yourself, master? It's very hot outside. Wouldn't it be better if I went to buy it?" Jet offered with good intentions, but the master shook his head briefly in refusal. "I'll go myself." With that, he turned and walked away, not giving Jet a chance to object further, which left Jet puzzled, furrowing his brows and tilting his head in confusion. In truth, when the master was alone, he usually did things by himself. But when his disciples were around to serve him, he never turned down their kindness. The disciples were always allowed to do things for him, making it rare for him to insist on doing something alone like this. Or could it be, "Hey, Chan, I'm not going. Just sit here quietly and let the master go." Jet was about to suggest they follow the master, but Chan guessed his intention. Upon hearing this, Jet was momentarily annoyed. Luckily, before sitting down, Chan had bought some grilled bananas that Jet liked, which helped him calm down and sit quietly, eating the bananas. Indeed, it was as hot outside as Jet had mentioned. Farron walked past several old coffee shops until he stopped in front of a juice bar. It seemed that with each passing day, his resolve was slipping more and more. "Have you finished buying things?" Farron's voice came from above Khem's head, causing Khem to jump and look up. Pong was equally startled, not having noticed when the master had arrived. Master," Farron responded with a frown. I asked, "Why, yes, I am done. Here, Phi Pong." Pong looked at the master and then at Khem, feeling a twinge in his heart, but there was little he could do except accept the watermelon smoothie from Khem's hand, especially since the real deal was now here. It was time for someone like him to step back. "Thank you, Gnome Khem. We'll talk later then." But something prompted Pong to gently ruffle Khem's hair and smile before respectfully bowing to the master. "I'll be going now, master. My father and I will come to visit when we have time." After Pong left, Khem looked up at the master and asked, "Shall we go now, master?" Farron looked at Khem's slightly disheveled hair, which had been ruffled by Pong, with an unreadable expression hidden behind his dark sunglasses. His emotions were turbulent within him, yet he had no outlet for them. There was no scripture to recite, and he couldn't meditate right there. In the end, he reached up to fix Khem's natural brown hair back into place, seemingly ignoring Khem's wide-eyed, almost frightened look, and said, "I want some iced tea." Khem's face immediately flushed, and he quickly nodded in agreement, following behind the master to buy iced tea, his hands secretly touching where he had been touched, his heart beating fast, before letting out a small sigh. The master always made him think too much, and Khem was tired of constantly having to control his feelings. Jet and Chan, who had not been waiting for long, saw the master return with a bag of Oliang for the tea and their best friend following with cold milk. This sight made Jet bite his lip to contain his laughter, almost ready to slap his knee in triumph because his guess was spot on. But he didn't dare. There were also 2 more bags of iced tea that Khem brought, because Farron had offered to buy him a drink, so Khem decided to get some for Jet and Chan as well. After watching the boxing for a while longer, Chief Chan came to discuss business as he had arranged with the master. It was about installing a mobile phone signal tower, which would improve communication for the villagers and those in nearby areas. Once their discussion was over, they headed back home. Not long after Jet parked the car, Uncle Chai and Auntie Keo came to take it back and also brought some of Grandma C's steamed custard cakes. For dinner that evening, Khem had bought fresh shrimp pad thai from the boxing match event because it looked clean and appetizing, and it was plentiful, so they didn't cook anything else. After finishing both the savory and sweet dishes, everyone dispersed. Today, Jet and Chan were given a break from their usual meditation practice, so they planned to watch movies with Khem. They bought some snacks on the way back to prepare for their movie night. Meanwhile, Farron, after parting ways with the kids, went to meditate in the shrine room, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Why had all this started, and when did it begin? Why? The more he tried to run away, the more he was drawn closer. Why? The more he pushed away, the less he could bear it when the other person tried to distance himself. Was it because of the lingering memories from the past, or was it out of pity for that child? Maybe both, or maybe neither. His furrowed brows relaxed slightly. Time would be the ultimate test. But before reaching that point, he should resolve the issues carried over from their past life. Late that night, after finishing 2 movies, Jet and Sean moved from Khem's bed to their own. The wooden door of the bedroom was pushed open once more, this time with Farron using magic to ensure Jet and Sean slept soundly as before, albeit it took longer than usual because their spirits had grown much stronger through daily training. His efforts in teaching them hadn't been in vain. With his long legs, he approached the person sleeping with fluttering eyelids, sat down beside the bed, placed his hand on Khem's forehead, silently recited a spell, and then gently blew on Khem's head. After only a few moments of waiting, Khem, who had dreamt of the master, woke up. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness of the room, they widened as he saw the master sitting beside him. "Master, come with me," the master said softly, almost like an order, before standing up and leaving the room, leaving Khem to follow in a daze. The master led Khem to the kitchen, instructing him to prepare 2 simple dishes, fish cake soup and fried salted fish, along with hot steamed rice. Then they carried the tray of food up to the house. At this time, only the light from the lantern in the master's hand guided them. Khem followed the master to a door on the right wing of the Thai house, an area Jet had warned Khem never to enter. The atmosphere here was eerily cold and unwelcoming. Above the door was a red talisman written by hand. Just looking at this door made Khem's heart beat with unexplained fear, wondering why the master had brought him here. Farron seemed to sense Khem's feelings, turned around, and looked at the trembling figure behind him. "Look up," he commanded, but Khem stubbornly refused to comply. In the end, Farron had to gently lift Khem's chin with his fingertips. The light from the lantern clearly revealed Khem's face. Before he knew it, Khem was already crying. Seeing Khem's tears softened Farron's demeanor. He spoke in a soothing, deep voice. "I'm here. What are you afraid of? Take deep breaths and focus your mind." Khem blinked away his tears, slowly inhaled, and tried to compose himself as instructed by the master. Farron approved with a hum when he saw Khem's obedient demeanor, as if praising him for doing well, while gently wiping the tears from Khem's cheeks with his finger. Khem was so startled his eyes widened. Then he quickly looked down again. "I'm sorry," Khem said, feeling both guilty for acting without considering the situation and embarrassed, unsure which emotion was stronger. "Come in." Khem swallowed hard before stepping into the room behind the master. The master placed the oil lamp on the floor, instructed Khem to set the food tray on the opposite side, and then sat down with the lamp between him and the tray. The master had disappeared somewhere within the room. Khem looked around to survey the surroundings. Although he couldn't see clearly, he guessed this must be a storage room. Not long after, the master returned with a clay pot inscribed with symbols, its opening covered with a red yantra cloth, which he placed near the food tray before sitting down beside Khem. However, upon seeing the pot on the other side of the oil lamp, Khem's fear intensified, making him want to retreat, but the master's arm barred his movement. Khem immediately sensed who was trapped inside that pot. The deeply buried, terrible memories were dredged up again, and the horror of it made Khem want to cry out loudly. Ugh! But in reality, Khem couldn't cry out. He could only stare at the clay pot with wide, unblinking eyes, his breath shaky and uneven, enough to make anyone's heart sink. Unsure of when it happened, the master had moved to sit close enough for their shoulders to touch. His warm hand gently stroked from Khem's head down to his back in a soothing rhythm, his deep voice seeming to sweep away the fear. "Stay calm. I'm here." "Ugh." Khem hiccuped before slowly nodding through his tears, his cold hand reaching out to tightly grasp the master's rough one, seeking the warmth to calm his mind, only to find himself being held in return. This action entirely shifted Khem's attention back to himself. "Listen carefully. This is what you need to do. The karma from this life is too heavy for anyone to help you escape, whether it's Jet, Chan, or even me. The matter of the karmic debts related to your family, even though I can't help much, but as for Chayo's case, I have a responsibility to share with you. At least, if we can release him, it will lighten the burden. Do you understand what I'm saying? Khem slowly nodded his head, his heart swelling, then suddenly deflating when he realized that all these actions were taken by the master merely out of a sense of past responsibility, not out of any other feelings towards him. But at least, the other party was acting out of goodwill towards him, even though he was just someone seeking refuge. Not a student that needed protection and care, yet the master still extended his compassion. Khem took a deep breath before softly asking, "What should I do, sir?" Farron could read Khem's eyes and thought he might have misunderstood something, but he didn't intend to explain now. The important thing was releasing his brother from the past. Meditate, control your breathing, think of something that calms your mind, and let go of your worries. The master's touch gradually withdrew as Khem placed his right hand over his left and closed his eyes. Khem thought of painting amidst nature, surrounded by green trees, with a light mist and gentle breeze. Once his mind was calm, Khem's demeanor relaxed. Farron continued, "The reason Chayo has followed you across lifetimes like this must be because there was a promise between you in the past. Try to remember what you did or promised. Take your time to recall it. Don't rush." Khem inhaled deeply again and followed the instructions, delving deep into his fading memories, swimming through the pain, farewells, smiles, and laughter of every age, up to the first time he met Chayo. That day, it was drizzling. Khemika, at 9 years old, was riding in the car her father was driving back home. However, as they were passing by a playground, she noticed a boy sitting alone on a swing, even though the rain was about to pour heavily. Khemika recognized the boy. He had recently transferred to her school and was even in her class. She quickly asked her father to stop the car, grabbed an umbrella, and ran through the rain to reach the boy. Chayo, who was hoping to get sick from sitting in the rain to avoid going to school, slowly lifted his head when he saw the hemline of someone's skirt and realized the rain had suddenly stopped. He then realized the rain hadn't stopped. Instead, the girl in front of him had extended her umbrella to shield him from the rain. "Who are you?" Chayo raised his eyebrows in question. Khemika smiled and replied, "I'm Khemika." "And you?" Chayo looked at Khemika's face for a while before softly replying amidst the increasingly heavy rain, "I'm Chayo." "Oh, I actually knew your name already," Khemika said with a laugh. Strange person. Even though she was getting wet because she shared her umbrella with him, she laughed with a clear, untroubled voice. Chayo thought to himself and looked away, not saying anything. "Where's your house? Can I walk you home?" Khemika blinked and asked. Chayo bit his lip, looked down, and shook his head. He didn't want to go home right now because he had just had a fight with his parents. Khemika understood his body language, but persisted. "If so, why don't you come to my house? We have lots of snacks and toys." Chayo frowned, feeling a bit insulted at the implication that he could be easily lured with snacks and toys. But just seeing the pleading look in her eyes, mixed with a slight shiver from the cold, was enough for him to easily agree and follow her to the car. Khemika's family was kinder to strangers than he had anticipated. Simply stating that Chayo was a schoolmate was enough for them to warmly welcome him. Khemika grew up in a well-rounded family, quite different from Chayo, who was often compared by the adults in his family to his brother, who was smarter, more composed, and always did better academically, not to mention in other aspects of life. However, Khemika was different from those people. She never compared Chayo to anyone else. She never forced him to be something he didn't want to be, and she never praised Chayo's brother in front of him. This was why Chayo opened his heart to Khemika, eventually becoming very attached, and ultimately becoming best friends. "Khem, when we grow up, shall we get married?" Chayo asked while they were playing house, taking on the role of a customer. Hearing this, Khemika smiled in response, envisioning a future where she had someone to protect and care for her. Someone who would always go along with her wishes and would stand up for her if she ever did something wrong didn't seem like a bad idea, so she nodded in agreement. "Yes, if by then I haven't found someone better than you, I'll marry you." Chayo laughed, pleased with her statement. "Then start preparing to be my bride, because there's no one better than me in this world." Chayo was confident about this until the day Khemika met his brother, Fawad, and all his dreams began to crumble.